Kissed by my wild husband until my legs went weak. The wildest girl in Haining City is secretly married to the most powerful man in Haining City. It is said that no matter how powerful Jiang Yanzhi is, he can't hold his wildest secret wife. He is here again to catch someone. Babies. Let's have fun. In a night bar with lights blasting, Jiaojiao wrapped her cheongsam around her enchanting figure and danced on stage, like a night fairy, wild and passionate. The whole place was crazy, the atmosphere suddenly rose, and the moment she appeared, she attracted countless passionate whistles. Jiaojiao danced unrestrainedly, her long hair flying, her movements were open and close, wild and passionate. This woman is a natural. Stunner. Fourth master, this. In a corner where the voices were noisy, someone looked at the stage and was stunned. Is this dazzled? Why does this look like? Looking back in shock, I always feel that the fourth master is a little green. Shut your mouth. Jiang Yanzhi took a puff of his cigarette, looked at the various eyes that were exploding in the whole venue, raised his hand to put out the cigarette, and strode forward. Jiang Xie, who is famous throughout Haining City, married Jiaojiao, the eldest daughter of the Jiu family who play the wildest in Haining City. In front of everyone, he stretched out his hand to pinch the woman's chin, and a hot and domineering kiss was snatched in an instant. Perform a scene on the spot. What is a forced kiss? The shouting stopped, the passion stopped. Laser lights hit the stage, and the couple kissed hard. I want her. I want her. I want her. The voices shouted like a tide. Jiang Yanzhi glanced at the audience, picked up the woman in front of him, and walked down. In the room, a corner of the cheongsam was lifted. Jiaojiao's hair was messy, and there was a rebellious look in her passionate eyes. Jiang Yanzhi. We agreed to play our own games and no one would interfere with each other. She stared at this man. He had a handsome face and clear facial features. Even in this situation, doing such a thing to her, he still looked wild like a gentleman. Mrs. Jiang, if you want to find excitement, you shouldn't come here. Jiang Yanzhi lowered his eyes and looked at the bright and flamboyant woman, with anger in his eyes. If Mrs. Jiang really wants to, I can do it too. Although he didn't want to get married, he didn't want to be cuckolded. Jiaojiao looked at Jiang Yanzhi like this, and raised her eyebrows. You wish. Jiaojiao chuckled and tried to pull her hand back, but Jiang Yanzhi didn't let her. He grabbed her head with his big hand and kissed her forcefully. Fourth master, Miss Shen is back. The door knocked suddenly. Jiang Yanzhi paused and stopped kissing. Although they were kissing fiercely just now, he didn't even have a breath at all at this moment. He threw Jiaojiao away and said in a cold voice, Mrs. Jiang, as a woman, you should love yourself more. You bastard. Jiaojiao gritted her teeth, with wildness in her eyes. Jiang Yanzhi, you are really a dog. I have no feelings, but if you dare to leave today, you will slap me in the face. Do you believe that I will put 8 or 10 of you on your head? Fourth master, this. The man knocking on the door was speechless outside. Others don't know if they dare, but the ancestor married by their fourth master is really daring. The eldest lady of the Jiu family in Haining City is wild and jumpy. She really dares to do it when there is something going on. Jiaojiao. Jiang Yanzhi's eyes flickered with fire. The next second, he suddenly pulled his tie open and turned back. Jiaojiao's eyes were red and her teeth were clenched. 10 minutes later. Is that enough? 10 minutes, just 10 minutes, to end everything quickly. This is really catching a bus. Get lost. Jiaojiao pulled the quilt over, full of wildness. But remember, Jiaojiao, would rather not have a dirty man. Jiang Yanzhi's eyes were cold, and he was not inferior to Jiaojiao in terms of venom. He looked down at her and said, Mrs. Jiang, the mending is not bad. Chapter 2. Fourth master is quite busy. Fix. Feeling the discomfort in her body, Jiaojiao squinted slightly. Well, we're both the same. Fourth master Jiang, it's just that the length isn't enough. Come on, who is afraid of who? Let us hurt each other, then. Jiaojiao. Jiang Yanzhi suddenly reached out, grabbing her neck. You better stop right now. Once he left, Jiaojiao touched the mark on her neck, coughing twice. Her expression slowly calmed down, but for a brief moment, a flicker of something else flashed in her eyes. Jiang Yanzhi, the man she had loved for 10 years, had occupied her entire youth. But in the end, wasn't he just like a cold, unyielding stone, something she could never warm up? Marriage was a graveyard whoever took it seriously lost. The summer breeze couldn't stop the chill deep within her bones. Ding! Neon lights flickered across the body of a speeding car. Jiaojiao's gaze shifted, and suddenly, she turned the steering wheel sharply, pulling over to the side of the road. A black Bentley, his car. A woman in white stood by the car, his heart's favorite, his white moonlight. The two stood by the car, facing each other, the world at peace, yet she felt like an intruder, unnecessary. Hey, fourth master, you're quite busy, huh? With a sharp twist of the gas pedal, Jiaojiao sped past them. Her presence was full of wild charm as she smiled broadly at Jiang Yanzhi. Fourth master, you're free right now, right? How about we grab a meal together with your white moonlight? Huh? What was she even saying? The legitimate wife and the mistress, enjoying a meal together with the man? Shen Ruoxue looked up at the woman in the car. The moment Jiaojiao appeared, she immediately reached up to wrap her arms around Jiang Yanzhi's waist. Jiang Yanzhi heard the provocative challenge in Jiaojiao's voice. He turned around, his gaze icy. Are you following me? Shen Ruoxue smiled faintly, withdrew her hand, and casually brushed a strand of hair from her forehead. Her gentle demeanor stood in stark contrast to Jiaojiao's bold energy. My eyes aren't blind. The road is so wide, and yet, just these two little sprouts occupy the best position. Are you planning to make headlines tomorrow? Jiaojiao glanced at Shen Ruoxue, but her attention was entirely focused on Jiang Yanzhi. The two women's gazes met across the night, clashing fiercely. Shen Ruoxue, pure, unapproachable white moonlight, weak and helpless, born needing protection. Jiaojiao, wild like a rose in the field, bold and beautiful, flourishing without care. Who is she? She is actually pretty. Jiaojiao raised her chin and playfully asked Jiang Yanzhi, pretending not to know her. Jiang Yanzhi remained silent, coldly watching Jiaojiao. Shen Ruoxue smiled gracefully, her voice soft. Hello, Miss Jiao. I'm Yanzhi's friend. My name is Shen Ruoxue. Wow, your friend's really fair and delicate, Yanzhi. You've got good taste. Jiaojiao said with an exaggerated, sarcastic tone. Though it seemed like a compliment, it was clearly laced with mockery. Shen Ruoxue felt like she had just swallowed a dead fly. Miss Jiao, it's not nice to imitate the way I speak. So the little white flower had turned into a lotus, huh? Well, it seemed like she was no longer pretending to be delicate, she was ready to directly face the challenge. Jiaojiao found it amusing and leaned into the act. Like a wild rose with no respect for the rules, she said, not bad, I've only learned a tiny bit. Compared to Miss Shen, I'm still a bit lacking. Shen Ruoxue stiffened. Was this woman really self-deprecating? She unconsciously glanced at Jiang Yanzhi. Jiang Yanzhi spoke, his tone cold. You should go back. Don't go too far. Oh, a scumbag and a slut so protective of each other. Jiaojiao whistled and obediently turned her car around. Then, she stuck her head out of the window and called to Shen Ruoxue with a mockingly sweet tone. Hey, friend, my man has some shortcomings. Hope you don't mind. Take good care of him, and I might give you a reward. What kind of bizarre logic was that? Was she just a tool for serving the man? Shen Ruoxue's face turned pale as she watched the arrogant woman drive away, her fiery presence leaving just as quickly as it arrived. Yet, Shen Ruoxue still felt a tightness in her chest. This woman wasn't to be underestimated. Jiang Yanzhi's mood was equally sour. His eyes darkened as he watched her leave, the fire in his chest rising. Chapter 3. I find you dirty, you're done. Hotel. Jiang Yanzhi helped Shen Ruoxue settle her luggage and was about to leave. Yanzhi Gij. Shen Ruoxue took a deep breath, wrapping her arms around his waist from behind. Her face pressed against his broad back, and her voice was soft, just like in their past, when they were deeply in love. Yanzhi Gij, don't go, stay with me. When she heard about his marriage, she couldn't stay in M country any longer. She had to come back to reclaim this man. This man was always meant to be hers. Jiang Yanzhi's tense body slowly relaxed. The next second, he turned around and pushed Shen Ruoxue away. Ruoxue, you just got back to the country. Rest well. His deep, dark eyes were filled with images of wild, untamed women swaying in front of him. But none of them were Shen Ruoxue. At this moment, every time he closed his eyes, it was Jiaojiao's figure dancing before him. He wondered if that woman had cast a spell on him. Yanzhi Gij. Shen Ruoxue was stunned, her eyes full of grievance. Yanzhi Gij, you don't like me anymore? I'm Ruoxue, I'm your most beloved Ruoxue. A woman's body was always the best weapon to deal with men. At least, that's what Shen Ruoxue thought at this moment. But Jiang Yanzhi didn't stay. He stared at her for a long moment, his eyes cold and steady. Then, he left with a simple, cold remark, rest well. The car sliced through the darkness, speeding through the streets in the dead of night. Jiang Yanzhi's heart was ablaze. Far from extinguishing, The fire only grew hotter and fiercer, burning brighter and brighter. Jiang family. After her bath, Jiaojiao sat in front of the mirror, staring at the bruise on her neck. She nearly smashed the mirror in anger. Fuming, she cursed, "Damn man. Is he trying to strangle me to make room for his white moonlight?" Even though his heart wasn't tea with her, as long as she wanted it, the position of Mrs. Jiang would always belong to her, Jiaojiao. Bang! The door to her room was suddenly kicked open, and Jiaojiao jumped in surprise. As she turned, Jiang Yanzhi stormed in. Jiaojiao quickly stood up, shocked. "Why are you back? Didn't you go to find your white moonlight?" Jiaojiao. Was this intentional? Jiang Yanzhi stepped inside, his brows furrowed with anger. "Why did you deliberately bring up our relationship in front of Ruoxue? What do you want?" Jiaojiao ground her teeth, stunned. "Jiang Yanzhi, are you crazy? Your white moonlight doesn't want you, and now you come back throwing a tantrum. Get away from me." Jiang Yanzhi didn't leave. Just the thought of Jiaojiao calling him a toothpick made him want to strangle her. Unbelievable. She dared say anything and do anything. "Come here." Jiang Yanzhi's face was grim as he yanked Jiaojiao toward the bed and threw her down. "Not a toothpick, huh? Well, let her feel it. Suddenly, there was intense pain below. Jiang Yanzhi's face turned pale, and he hunched over, tumbling to the side. Jiaojiao kicked him, not satisfied, and gave him 2 more kicks. "Jiang Yanzhi, do you think I care about your lousy toothpick? I'll tell you this, we're done. You've touched someone else's stuff, so never touch me again. I find you dirty." The more she spoke, the angrier she became. Jiaojiao jumped off the bed and rushed outside barefoot. The commotion woke the person who had already gone to bed. Su Wanrong came out in her pajamas. Seeing the two of them causing a scene, she quickly stepped forward. "Jiaojiao, what is going on? Why are you arguing in the middle of the night?" "Mom." Jiaojiao pouted and ran over, complaining, "Mom, Jiang Yanzhi has another woman outside. He was upset and came back to abuse me. Look at my neck." She made sure to point out the marks on her neck, going straight to report the situation. Su Wanrong was both angry and heartbroken. She gently pulled Jiaojiao away, rushing into the room. "Jiang Yanzhi, you little bastard, tell me, is what Jiaojiao said true? You've learned to abuse your wife now. Do you want to go to heaven?" Jiang Yanzhi sat on the edge of the bed, clutching his waist, cold sweat pouring down his forehead, his face grim. Especially when he saw Jiaojiao dare to accuse him first, his teeth clenched in anger. "Mom, she beat me like this. Do you think it's true?" His gaze, as sharp as a sword, pierced through her. Jiaojiao felt a little guilty. Maybe. She had kicked a little too hard? "Look at what you've done. Young couples fight, but you can't kick that hard. What if you injure him? Are you really planning to be a widow?" Outside the hospital consultation room, Su Wanrong sighed as she spoke. Jiaojiao lowered her head, looking obedient. "Mom, I wasn't really trying to hurt him. But he came at me like a thug, pulling at my clothes. I have a cleanliness fetish, so I find him dirty, and when I struggled, I accidentally kicked him." As a mother-in-law, Su Wanrong really liked her daughter-in-law, but still, she had to feel sorry for her son. It was both infuriating and laughable. With a stern face, she said, "You really dare to say anything? How can you speak so openly about such things between husband and wife?" Jiaojiao. What was so embarrassing about saying it? She didn't want to stay with this man anymore, even if she had loved him for 10 years. 10 years. She gave him the best of her youth, and in return, what did she get? A man like a rag, and since it was dirty, it should be thrown away. The position of Mrs. Jiang suddenly didn't seem so important. "Mom, if I want to divorce him, would you agree?" Jiaojiao asked in a low voice after thinking for a moment. Su Wanrong was stunned for a second, then immediately said, "Agree my ass. No. This marriage was arranged by both families. Even if you want a divorce, you need grandpa's consent." Indeed, this marriage was an expectation of the older generation. It was only after Jiang Yanzhi's grandfather cried, made a scene, and even threatened to hang himself that he reluctantly agreed. Even if they wanted a divorce, it had to be approved by the old man. Jiaojiao made a face. "Mom, you're not being gentle anymore." Can she still be gentle? Her son was being kicked out of the house, and no matter how gentle she was, she couldn't hold it in anymore. "Mom, you come from a Jiangnan family. You embody everything gentle and graceful. If you keep being so rough, how will I explain it to Dad?" Jiaojiao began to act cute. She was lucky to have such a mother-in-law, but she was unlucky to have fallen for such a man. She was conflicted, but still, she wanted the divorce. And when she mentioned dad, she meant Jiang Yanzhi's father, Jiang Yanzhi. Enough, stop acting cute. You're deadass on a business trip and want to be back for a while. Even if you really want a divorce, wait until everyone is back before you make a decision, Su Wanrong said with a delay tactic. Jiaojiao had no reply. Dr. Su, Jiaojiao, Yanzhi's condition isn't too serious, but he needs about a month of rest. During this time, he can't do any strenuous activities. The gentlemanly but insufferable doctor came out of the consultation room, pushing up his glasses while unable to suppress a laugh. Jiaojiao, how fierce were you to nearly ruin our young Master Jiang? Chapter 4 Life is a Fate. Hearing that Jiang Yanzhi was fine, Jiaojiao had to admit that she was actually relieved. But he quickly added, Qin Shencheng, are you itching for trouble? I've already told you, it was an accident, I didn't mean it. Okay, you didn't do it on purpose, you just did it accidentally. Qin Shencheng corrected himself and then said, take the medicine, take it orally. Qin Shencheng is Jiaojiao's childhood friend. The two have known each other since childhood and have a childhood sweetheart friendship. Later, they met Jiang Yanzhi. Qin Shencheng and Jiang Yanzhi also knew each other. Jiaojiao went to get the medicine. Jiang Yanzhi came out of the clinic with an ugly face. Mom, where is she? Su Wanrong sneered. How dare you ask? Why did I give birth to such a useless thing like you? Tell me, who is the woman outside? Jiang Yanzhi frowned. Did she complain to you? If they weren't in the hospital, Su Wanrong would have beaten him to death. Do you know whether to file a complaint or not? I warn you, break up with that woman outside as soon as possible. The Jiang family's daughter-in-law will always be Jiaojiao. In a blink of an eye, a few days passed and Jiang Yanzhi was not in so much pain anymore. Jiaojiao saw that it was going to rain outside. She didn't want to see Jiang Yanzhi's ugly face. She felt depressed and wanted to go out to play. Said to Su Wanrong, Mom, I'm going to the mall, are you coming? Su Wanrong put down the magazine in her hand. Go. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law were like sisters. They changed their clothes and drove out directly, completely ignoring Jiang Yanzhi. There are a lot of people in the mall. It turns out that spending money is the greatest respect for anger. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law went shopping and were in a good mood. We found a place to eat at noon. Just as we ordered the food, Jiaojiao's phone rang. Ms. Jiu, let's talk. Oh, Bai Yue Guang is really capable. He got her contact information so quickly. Jiaojiao raised her eyebrows and looked up. Su Wanrong asked, what's wrong? It's okay, I saw someone I know, I'll go over to him. Jiaojiao put away her phone and went to the rest area of the mall. Shen Ruoxue extended her hand politely. Hello, Miss Jiu. Jiaojiao is also a well-mannered person. Even though she has a wild temper, she is still well-mannered. Hello to you too, Miss Shen. The two sat down. Shen Ruoxue pushed the juice on the table over and said, try it, it's freshly squeezed juice. Okay. Jiaojiao didn't hesitate and took a bite with a smile. Shen Ruoxue was surprised. Miss Jiu, aren't you afraid that I will poison you? Are you that stupid? Jiaojiao asked back. Shen Ruoxue smiled. The last time I met Miss Jiu, I knew she was a straightforward person. This time, I am even more certain. Jiaojiao also laughed. So, this is our fate as toothpicks. Toothpick? Shen Ruoxue was stunned for a moment. She didn't understand what it meant at first, but she quickly understood it. There was a hint of something else in her eyes. Miss Jiu, it's not good to say that about your husband, right? There's nothing wrong with that. Within 10 feet, he's a husband. Within 10 feet, it's still unclear what it is. Shen Ruoxue. In the past few days, she has been investigating Jiaojiao's affairs. From the information she has gathered, it seems that Jiaojiao is just a spoiled young lady by her family. He usually plays in a wild way and doesn't have much brains. Shen Ruoxue didn't take her seriously. But now that we've had this conversation, I suddenly feel that this woman is a bit tricky. Tentatively asked, Miss Jiu, it seems that she doesn't have much affection for her husband. Jiaojiao didn't like this way of talking. Miss Shen covets my husband. Does that mean she has already invested her feelings in him? Then, how much do you plan to pay for him? Shen Ruoxue. Her cautious attempt felt like a joke in the face of such a straight punch. But Jiaojiao continued, but Miss Shen, you have to think carefully. What if he can't satisfy you? After all, Sometimes the one you like happens to be a toothpick. Isn't this situation very embarrassing? What is embarrassment? Now it's embarrassing. Shen Ruoxue felt that there was no point in talking about this, so she reluctantly said, Miss Ji Yu is really good at joking. I'm not kidding, I'm serious. Not only that, but the time is short, probably only a few seconds. If Miss Shen still likes this kind of man so much and insists on taking him in, then name a price and I'll sell him off. After drinking a glass of juice, it tastes really good. Shen Ruoxue. He looked at Jiaojiao as if he had seen a ghost, and almost ran away. I have something else to do, I'm leaving first. Her mind was completely filled with toothpicks, 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 like a devil sound filling her ears, which was driving her crazy. Jiaojiao didn't care what she stuffed in. Looking at Shen Ruoxue's quick walking back, the corners of his lips curled up. Mom, I'm home. The moment I got home, it was raining heavily. Coincidentally, Jiang Yanzhi was going out at this time. The servant handed over the umbrella. Jiaojiao changed her shoes at the door and asked casually, Where are you going? Jiang Yanzhi looked at the woman. Although he is not a good person, he behaves well in front of his mother. You don't need to worry about it. Jiaojiao immediately turned around and complained, Mom, Jiang Yanzhi is going to find a wild woman. What's the purpose of opening your mouth? While your mother-in-law is pampering you, you must rush forward when it's time to complain. Su Wanrong, who had just come upstairs, heard the complaint and poked her head out from upstairs. Jiang Yanzhi, if you dare to go out, I will break your legs. Jiang Yanzhi didn't expect that Jiaojiao would be so despicable. Jiaojiao, you also have the identity of Mrs. Jiang. What else do you want? Driving away in the wind and rain. Jiaojiao let out a breath and cursed, Scumbag. Marriage is bullshit. Whoever falls in love first will die first. Taking a deep breath, Jiaojiao's face was full of smiles, and she said to Su Wanrong, who was very angry upstairs, Mom, I don't plan to have him anyway, don't be angry, go to bed early. He strode upstairs to unpack the loot he had brought back from the mall. She spent a lot of money today. She bought a lot of things she liked, regardless of whether they were useful or not. Coincidentally, Qin Shencheng called her and said, Jiaojiao, come out and play. Jiaojiao looked at the rain outside the window and felt that it would not stop for a while. She was bored. It's raining. Where are we going to play? This kind of rainstorm won't last long. It will stop soon. How is Nanshan Racecourse? Okay, then when the rain stops, we'll see you at the horse ranch. After making an appointment with Qin Shencheng, Jiaojiao turned on her phone to check the weather forecast. Indeed, there were signs that the rain would stop soon. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the heavy rain stopped and the sky was as blue as water. Jiaojiao immediately drove out and arrived at Nanshan Racecourse, where Qin Shencheng and a few friends were already waiting for her. They were all friends. After Jiaojiao hugged each of them one by one, a wild look flashed across her face. How about a game? Okay. Qin Shencheng laughed loudly. He was accompanied by a girl. The girl had a smile on her face and looked very happy. It was the first time that Jiaojiao saw her. However, she always felt that the girl was hostile to her. This is Yuan Yuan. You two should get to know each other first. Qin Shencheng pushed Yuan Yuan, and Yuan Yuan greeted Jiaojiao. Jiaojiao was wild in nature and whistled immediately. She's a beauty, Dr. Qin. Is she your favorite? No. Qin Shencheng denied, looking at Jiaojiao and laughing. I have someone else in my heart. Okay. Jiaojiao replied, if you don't have work in the afternoon, go to karaoke at night, and then there will be a horse race. Whoever loses will treat us. Qin Shencheng has no problem. I will take a rest this afternoon and sacrifice my life to accompany the queen. The queen is Jiaojiao. Jiaojiao laughed again. Who is afraid of who? A group of people went to the horse farm to change clothes. But as luck would have it, life is such a fate. Brother Yanzhi, this is my first time riding a horse, and I'm a little scared. Shen Ruoxue changed into her riding clothes, making her little face look even more delicate, which truly fulfilled her meaning of scared. Chapter 5. Vision is getting worse. Jiang Yanzhi hummed, changed into riding clothes, and picked a docile mare for her from the stable. Walk slowly later, don't be anxious, just listen to my instructions. Good. Shen Ruoxue said, her eyes full of admiration as she looked at Jiang Yanzhi. Bai Xiuxiu was sharp-eyed and couldn't help but poke Jiaojiao with her elbow. Jiaojiao, you should be more careful. Look at you. You are alone, cold, and miserable. Look at others. They are full of affection, handsome men, and beautiful women. How come you can't even keep a man? Bai Xiuxiu is her best friend. who usually speaks in a casual manner and knows more about the secret marriage between the two. This is like a disappointment in one's ability. Jiaojiao turned around and happened to see this scene of affection between the man and the woman. The corners of her lips twitched, and she said to Bai Xiuxiu, who doesn't have two stink bugs stirring manure in their pot, "Come on, change your clothes first." Bai Xiuxiu wanted to vomit. "Please be careful with your metaphors. Will you be able to eat in the future?" "Able." Jiaojiao said decisively, "Change your clothes. Don't look at them, it's a bummer." Sneer in my heart. This guy is really out looking for a wild woman. She wants to go back and file another complaint. She and Bai Xiuxiu are both frequent visitors to the racecourse, which also has a fixed dressing room for 2 people and provides costumes. Bai Xiuxiu was wearing a white riding outfit, looking like an ancient female knight, and was particularly heroic. Jiaojiao was dressed in red. She was wearing bright and handsome clothes and riding a horse. The two of them changed their clothes and went out, immediately stunning everyone's eyes. Instantly, a whistle sounded, and Qin Shencheng circled around the two beauties. "Okay, with all this wildness, if you can't win today, I will look down on you." Jiaojiao was lazy, tapping the whip in her palm, and squinting. "Who should I compete with? Who else is there, with?" Before he could finish his words, Jiang Yanzhi brought Shen Ruoshu out. Qin Shencheng shut up, his eyes darkened, and then he turned to look at Jiaojiao. "Can you bear this?" Bai Xiuxiu clicked her tongue. "Let's have a fight." This is all because they are afraid that the world will not be in chaos. But Shen Ruoshu was also wearing a red riding suit, and when compared with Jiaojiao, the difference was instantly apparent. One is beautiful, gorgeous, bright, and flamboyant. A little girl next door, timid and cowardly. This is exactly like the ugly woman imitating the beautiful woman. Jiaojiao was so proud that she was about to fly. She never chose a time to scold people. "How dare you show off a fake? Jiang Yanzhi, when did your vision become so bad?" Shen Ruoshu's face turned pale. "You." Subconsciously, he looked at Jiang Yanzhi. Jiang Yanzhi didn't say anything. He looked at Jiaojiao and said, "You dare to try anything." Jiaojiao, who is so wild and beautiful, just happens to have an extra mouth. But it is too beautiful. There was a hint of surprise in Jiang Yanzhi's eyes. Bai Xiuxiu rolled her eyes and said, "Why not let Jiaojiao compete with this lady? They are both beauties, so they must be worth seeing." I'd better not play. I don't know how to ride a horse. This is my first time playing here. How dare I compete?" Although Shen Ruoshu didn't dare to compete, she was generous and frank. Seeing this, Bai Xiuxiu also felt that it was boring and became deflated. "Okay, if you don't want to compete, forget it. They have said they don't know how to do it, and you can't force them to compete. Let me do it." Jiang Yanzhi said, staring at the flamboyant woman's face, "Do you dare? There's nothing to be afraid of." The whip fell from his hand. "Where's my horse? Pull it out." Jiaojiao's horse is a white horse named Media. Jiang Yanzhi's horse is a black horse named Zhuifeng. Both horses were the best in the stable. With the sound of the start, the two men galloped away, leaving the whole place in a cloud of dust. The shouts of "Come on behind me" were so loud that they pierced the sky. Jiaojiao rode her horse wildly, her red clothes fluttering, her eyes firm and bold. She looked just like a heroine in ancient times. As I watched, it seemed as if it was about to break through the air and go to the battlefield. Jiang Yang's black riding clothes almost blended in with the black horse under her. Holding the whip in his hand, he whipped the horse from time to time. The horse's hooves flew with great force. After one round, Jiang Yanzhi won. Shen Ruoshu couldn't help but rushed up to cheer. "Brother Yanzhi, you are awesome." He raised his eyes and looked towards Jiaojiao, feeling proud of herself. Jiaojiao raised her eyebrows and smiled, casually flicking the whip. "I lost. I'll treat you to karaoke tonight." Sing karaoke. Jiang Yanzhi thought of the crazy side of this woman. He pursed his lips and said nothing. Next, it's time to have fun. Some were riding horses, some were laughing, and the group was having a great time. Except for Jiang Yanzhi and Shen Ruoshu. These two people seemed to have been blocked by the whole world and no one cared about them. "Brother Yanzhi, I'm sorry for getting you into trouble. I know Miss Jiu doesn't like me." Shen Ruoshu sighed softly and got off the horse. "I'm tired. I'll go back first." She also felt embarrassed by this situation. Jiang Yanzhi pursed her lips and glanced at the charming woman in the distance. "Okay, you go back first." I called a car to pick her up, but Jiang Yanzhi didn't send her off. Time spent having fun always passes quickly. After leaving the horse farm, the group ate skewers on the street and then went to the bar. If you agree to sing karaoke, you have to sing. Even the King of Heaven can't pull us back. Of course, Jiang Yanzhi was not among the people that Jiaojiao wanted to invite. But for some reason, Jiang Yanzhi actually came. Since you're here, forget it. I won't chase you away, but don't get in the way of my fun. Jiaojiao warned, and Jiang Yanzhi got a little angry. He asked with a sullen face, "Are you as wild as last time? Jiaojiao, you are already a married woman." Although he had no feelings for this woman, Jiang Yanzhi had to admit, as long as she wanted, the stage tonight belonged to her. Like a goblin, full of wildness. Very eye-catching. You can get divorced after getting married. If you are not satisfied, then go ahead and get a divorce. The Civil Service Bureau doesn't have legs. How about we meet tomorrow? Jiaojiao poured herself a glass of wine and drank it slowly. On the dance floor, Qin Shencheng, Bai Xiuxiu, and others were already having a great time. Several people were dancing enthusiastically and the atmosphere was quite lively. She also wanted to join in the fun. But unfortunately Jiang Yanzhi, the one who spoiled the mood, was still there. She was a little impatient. How long are you going to sit here? Your white moonlight is waiting for you eagerly, but you are here pretending to be affectionate. Jiang Yanzhi was irritated by her, but still had a cold face. Sit there until you come home with me. Are you sick? I want to sing karaoke and have fun. Then I'll watch you play. Jiang Yanzhi. Jiaojiao couldn't help but said, "What do you want?" What do you want? Jiang Yanzhi hasn't figured it out yet. But what he was thinking was that tonight, his head didn't want to be green. There is no doubt that tonight was not a happy night. Jiang Yanzhi was like a sticky piece of dog shit that couldn't be shaken off. Jiaojiao didn't have a good time, so she simply paid the bill and drove home. She didn't go back to the Jiang family, but to her own apartment. The apartment was small, with only one bedroom and one living room. Jiang Yang got out of the car and followed her up, but she couldn't stand it anymore and kicked him. "Stop following me." Jiang Yanzhi didn't hide, and still followed her into the elevator. "My wife wants to cheat on me. I have to keep an eye on her." Jiaojiao was furious. "Shut your dog mouth. You can't say anything useful. If you have time, go find your white moonlight." Jiang Yanzhi was scolded like a dog, and his face became even uglier. "Jiaojiao, do I spoil you?" Spoil? The moment the door opened, Jiaojiao suddenly pulled open the clothes around her neck and leaned over to show him. "Are you going to strangle me to death just because you spoil me? Jiang Yanzhi, I know you don't like me. What a coincidence. I don't like you either. Let's part ways amicably." Bang! The door was closed and locked. Jiaojiao, who was once again on the brink of divorce, felt that her mind was full of absurdity. What's so great about a bastard man? He was going to look for a wild woman in the heavy rain. What else did she need him for? Jiaojiao went to take a shower. The sound of running water covered up all other sounds of the night until the bathroom door was suddenly opened, and Jiang Yanzhi leaned against the door and looked at her. With tiny glimmers of light in his eyes covering her body, Jiang Yanzhi asked, "Are you jealous? So you want to take revenge on me?" Jiaojiao pulled the bath towel to wrap herself and said angrily, "Who let you in? How did you get in?" She clearly locked the door. Chapter 6: Dating Other Men. The man leaned against the door and lit a cigarette for himself. The blue smoke was lingering. Jiang Yanzhi half closed his eyes and looked her up and down. "Walk in." Jiaojiao was so angry. "Is this the fucking question I asked? Get out of my way." She wrapped the towel tightly around her, pushed him aside and rushed out. He checked the status of the door lock several times. It was a combination lock, no key required. But why did he know the combination? "Change it when you get back. Jiang Yanzhi, leave quickly before I lose my temper." Jiaojiao said as she stood at the door. The door was slightly open and the wind from the corridor blew in from outside, feeling a bit sticky and hot. This midsummer weather is really unpleasant. Are you in such a hurry to get me out? Do you have a man hiding here? Jiang Yang finished her cigarette and scanned the room thoroughly. Even the kitchen was not spared. The one-bedroom apartment is, I have to say, a bit small. But damn, it feels safe. When Jiaojiao is in a bad mood, she likes to come here alone and trap herself in this small world. This is her last safe haven. What nonsense are you talking about? Jiaojiao looked at him in shock and said rudely, "When did you, the dignified fourth master Jiang, become so gossipy? Who am I hiding that I need to report to you?" "So, you're still hiding someone." Okay, you're pretty and you have the final say. I just hid someone, you're satisfied, can you leave now?" Too lazy to argue with him, Jiaojiao found a hairdryer and blew her wet long hair. Jiang Yanzhi didn't leave either. After finishing one cigarette, he lit another, and just watched her blow dry her hair. This woman seemed to be born with thorns. She was beautiful, but also prickly. It felt okay when she didn't talk back to him. But there just happens to be one more mouth. Ah! Jiaojiao suddenly cried out in pain. The sound of the hairdryer stopped abruptly, and along with it, a burnt smell instantly rushed into her nose. What's wrong? Jiang Yanzhi asked as Jiaojiao frantically tore her hair and struggled with the hairdryer. This scene is inexplicably funny. What are you still standing there for? Help me. Jiaojiao said, the ends of my hair are all tangled up. Jiang Yanzhi was at ease. Not only did he not take any action, he also watched the fun with a clear conscience. Didn't you say you wanted me to get out? You remembered me now. Jiang Yanzhi, I was right when I said you were a bastard. Her hair was pulled so hard that it hurt. Jiaojiao gritted her teeth, took out a pair of scissors from the drawer, and cut her hair off. That fierce force seemed to cut off something in the man in an instant, and Jiang Yanzhi felt a little cold between his legs. With a flicker in his eyes, Jiang Yanzhi took the hairdryer and threw it into the trash can. If you have something to say, you can talk about it in a nice way. Don't play the widowed role. Widowed. Jiaojiao gritted her teeth and looked at the trash can, becoming even angrier. Although she also wanted to throw away the hairdryer, but it was not your turn, Jiang Yanzhi, to throw it away. Yes, 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 you are really the worm in my stomach. I want to be widowed as soon as possible. Fourth Master, can you cooperate with me? Her hair was not dried yet and the hairdryer was thrown away. Jiaojiao grabbed the towel to wipe it in annoyance. The broken hair was not cleaned up and her neck felt a little itchy. This bath was really wasted. My dear Fourth Master, you'd better go away. Don't stay here and be an eyesore. After saying this, Jiaojiao went to take a shower for the second time. 10 minutes later, Jiaojiao came out of the bathroom again and found that the person who should leave. He hadn't left yet. The apartment is not big, but very exquisite. All the home furnishings that Jiaojiao bought are in warm styles. Even the pillows have cartoon patterns. Jiang Yanzhi just sat on her sofa with her arms and legs stretched out, hugging her cartoon pattern, and when she turned back, she looked at her as if she was an idiot. Although he didn't say anything, his meaning clearly meant that he thought she was childish. This made Jiaojiao very unhappy. Why haven't you left yet? This apartment is my own. It's my premarital property, and it has nothing to do with you. If you don't leave, I'll call the police. Without giving him any face at all, Jiaojiao insisted on driving him away. Jiang Yanzhi looked up at her. Although she was in a weak position, she exuded a strong aura. The buttons around his neck had been undone, revealing his collarbone. I felt strangely lustful. Jiaojiao looked away instantly, her heart beating a little faster. I have to admit that although this man is a scumbag, his appearance is very good. Mrs. Jiang just said that she wanted to find roundworms. Then I should stay here and try to satisfy Mrs. Jiang. Jiang Yanzhi said. The woman came out of the bathroom wrapped in a towel. The little face, steaming with heat and with a delicate red color, is very attractive. Oh, that was just now. I don't want to think about it now. Jiaojiao said calmly and turned to go to the bedroom to change clothes. Jiang Yanzhi raised his eyebrows and followed in. Jiaojiao stopped changing her clothes and said, Get out. I want to change my clothes. You change, I won't hinder you. Jiaojiao. Has your brain been taken over by a monster? You are the dignified Fourth Master Jiang. Aren't you always domineering, cold and ruthless? How come you have become a sticky candy now? All the taffy sounds good. Stinky shit is real. The kind that can't be shaken off once it's stuck. Oh. So, Mrs. Jiang, which one do you think is better, the overbearing one or the sticky one? Jiang Yanzhi walked over and suppressed her with his height advantage. His eyes boldly swept across her red lips and then looked down. Seems to see through everything. Jiaojiao took a step back and turned her head away. Thinking of that night at the bar, he did, very quickly. However, the time is also quite short. Fourth Master, you'd better go. I'm not really interested in some of your abilities. Jiaojiao paused, glanced down for a moment, and stretched out her hand to push people out. Jiang Yanzhi saw all her little movements and his face turned black. He clasped her hands with one hand and held them behind her back. He pressed her into his arms and said in a hoarse voice with a chilling tone, So, you're telling people I'm not good enough because you're not satisfied? Huh? Jiaojiao was also angry. She raised her eyes and glared at him. Do I need to tell anyone? Even if I don't tell anyone, everyone knows that you are not capable of it. The next second, Jiang Yanzhi hugged her and they both fell onto the bed. Then let's try again. I'll let you know if it works or not. Jiang Yanzhi. Jiaojiao called out. The phone suddenly rang. Jiang Yanzhi paused for a moment and walked to the living room. What's wrong? The voice is particularly gentle. Shen Ruoshu was drunk over there, and someone from the bar called, Is this Mr. Jiang? Your friend is drunk. Can Mr. Jiang come over to pick him up? The sound was on speakerphone, so I could hear it clearly. Fuck. You bastard. Jiaojiao cursed and hurried to change her clothes. At this moment, her phone rang. In front of Jiang Yanzhi, Jiaojiao picked up the phone, and Qin Shencheng asked, We agreed to win the horse race, but you lost. We agreed to sing karaoke, but you left. Jiaojiao, isn't this inappropriate? Then Bai Shosho's voice came again. Jiaojiao, we are having a midnight snack, you should come too. Dr. Qin said that if you don't come, he won't treat you. Come quickly. Listening to the noise on the other end of the phone, Jiaojiao's mood suddenly exploded. Okay, wait for me, I'll be there right away. I didn't notice that Jiang Yanzhi's eyes darkened. Are you so happy about dating another man? Chapter 7. Big Enemy, Fight. Jiaojiao didn't need to change the clothes she had just changed. Lily puts on the wildest makeup and wears the highest heels. Even if her hair is a little imperfect, it can't stop her from going out and having fun. Oh, when did Fourth Master become so stingy? We've said it before, you play yours, I play mine. Don't be a double-standard dog. Why are you so excited? Come on, Fourth Master, you go quickly, I'm leaving too. Let's go together. Fiery red lips, hip-hugging miniskirt, 7-inch high heels, plus such an outstanding figure. When she walked those few steps, she was so wild and charming, so vivid and lively. Any man who sees this will have a nosebleed. Jiang Yanzhi. Not on the way. After saying this, he slammed the door and left with a grim look on his face. This woman is really sharp-tongued. After successfully driving the bad man away, Jiaojiao quickly changed the door lock password. Go downstairs, drive, and follow the navigation. Jiaojiao loves to play. From horse racing, to car racing, and even various extreme sports, she has participated in them all. Especially the famous undefeated queen here. Her driving skills are naturally first class. Squeak! Not long after, a red sports car came rushing over with great momentum. When it got close, it did a beautiful drift and stopped at a roadside barbecue stall. Jiao, why are you so late? Bai Wanwen handed her a skewer, and Jiaojiao picked it up generously and put it to her mouth. It's still that scumbag. I don't know why he went crazy tonight. He stared at me from the horse farm, and he wouldn't let me sing karaoke, and I just got rid of him. She took off her sunglasses and let her long hair out. She looked so wild and charming and instantly became the center of attention. However, only a few familiar people were there for this midnight snack. The rest of the people had left and went home to rest. Oh, it's the Fourth Master. So you mean that the Fourth Master has been clinging to you and controlling you? Bai Shosho was very interested. She was even more excited than her, the wife of the first house. Come on, tell me quickly. Have you taken this opportunity to completely take down the Fourth Master? Bai Shosho asked excitedly. Before Jiaojiao could swallow the meat in her mouth, Qin Shencheng picked up the peanuts on the table and threw them at her. There are so many dramas, and you still worry about other people's married life. Puff! Jiaojiao burst into tears. Bai Shosho was angry. Qin, you are asking for a beating. Why did you throw me? What are you not doing? Qin Shencheng glanced at Jiaojiao, raised his hand and pushed his glasses on the bridge of his nose, and asked with a smile, Are you unhappy getting along with each other? You know this too. Jiaojiao asked, How did you figure that out? Yuan sat aside with a strange look on her face. She looked at this one, then looked at that one, and felt that her circle of 3 people, she couldn't quite fit in. But she really liked Qin Shencheng, so she didn't say anything. A smart woman will not interrupt a man at this time. I guessed. If you were happy, you wouldn't complain as soon as you got here. Qin Shencheng gave her a glass of beer. Want some? Okay. Jiaojiao is very straightforward. Several people had a very enjoyable midnight snack. Jiang Yanzhi went to the bar and Shen Ruoshu was already drunk. If the bar waiter hadn't made this call, Shen Ruoshu might have been picked up by another man. Mr. Jiang, this is your friend's cell phone. The waiter handed Shen Ruoshu's phone to her, and Jiang Yanzhi thanked her. Ruoshu, you are drunk. I will take you home. Walking forward, Jiang Yanzhi told Shen Ruoshu. Shen Ruoshu was drunk and blurry. She looked at the man in front of her, and aggrieved immediately came up. Brother Yanzhi, you came to pick me up. You still like me, right? Woo woo woo, for years ago. I didn't mean to leave you. It was your mother who found me. Jiang Yanzhi sat aside and looked at her quietly. Some of the likes of young people are based on impulse, and some are based on senses. 4 years ago, Jiang Yanzhi had a good impression of Shen Ruoxue, a third-tier star who had just debuted. Shen Ruoxue is a kind person and is gentle when dealing with others. Jiang Yanzhi looked for Shen Ruoxue twice when she was in a bad mood. As time went by, photos of the two of them together were taken by reporters and later made headlines. The gossip broke out instantly. It was said that Shen Ruoxue, who was designed to be a beautiful lady at that time, had her financial backer from Mr. Jiang Yanzhi, the fourth master of the famous city of Haining. There was even a rumor that Shen Ruoxue was Jiang Yanzhi's secret girlfriend. At that time, Jiang Yanzhi really had some feelings for Shen Ruoxue and did not clarify it. Shen Ruoxue's public relations also said a few ambiguous words. The relationship between the two of them was strangely determined. Later, the rumors about the two of them became more and more intense, and even when it was said that Shen Ruoxue was pregnant with fourth Master Jiang's child. Su Wanrong became angry. Jiang Yanzhi, the son of a bitch, was called back and scolded harshly. Jiang Group then issued a written statement. Shen Ruoxue disappeared completely until now. Jiang Yanzhi recalled everything that had happened in the past, raised his hand and pressed his brows. What did my mother say to you back then? After drinking glass after glass of wine, Jiaojiao felt extremely refreshed. At the end of drinking, he simply found a rubber band, tied his hair up, and started playing drinking guessing games on the spot in a wild and fierce manner. Oh, this little beauty is pretty. She's wild enough. Brother, I really envy you for having so many wives, 1 for 3, and such a big deal. What? Brother will give you some money, and let me have this little beauty. In the night filled with hormonal disturbances, someone drank a few sips of cat urine and lost track of who he was. Over here, they saw Qin Shencheng playing rock, paper, scissors and drinking with 3 girls. All of them were very pretty. These people made eye contact and immediately surrounded them, talking in a nonchalant manner. They were sure that Qin Shencheng, a man alone, would suffer a loss and would not be able to win. Jiaojiao had bad luck tonight and always lost. At this moment, I heard someone coming forward. So I turned my head to look, and saw it was a greasy man with dyed yellow hair. You're already this old, and you're only now ending up like this? Hey, beauty, why are you looking at me like that? Are you attracted to me? Tell me, how much money do you want? I'll pay for it. When the yellow-haired man saw Jiaojiao looking at him, he immediately came over and said. The explicit gaze fell on Jiaojiao's body and legs. It seemed as if he was going to fuck the woman. Qin Shencheng's face darkened, and just as he was about to speak, Jiaojiao hooked her finger at him. Jia, are you rich? Yes. I have plenty of money. Tell me, how much do you want? The yellow-haired man immediately puffed out his chest and said proudly, You can have as much as you want. I can afford it. Really? Jiaojiao raised her eyebrows, a hint of viciousness flashing in her drunken eyes. Bai Xiao took a step back, obviously watching the fun. Brother Qin, is Miss Ji intentionally provoking him? Yuan said in a low voice. In fact, she had long been dissatisfied with Jiaojiao's wildness. Can't we just be nice? Why do we have to provoke them? Qin Shencheng looked unhappy and glanced at her. Stand away. Provoke. That's true. I want 1 billion yuan. Can you afford it? Jiaojiao reported the number. The smile on the yellow-haired man's face froze, and then he became furious. You stinky cousin, you are looking for death. 1 billion. He is not a villain. This bitch is obviously making fun of him. Bang! 1 punch was not enough, so Jiaojiao picked up a wine bottle and the whole barbecue stall was in chaos. A black Bentley drove in the night. Jiang Yang felt something in her heart and turned her head to look. Among the group of people fighting, there was a nimble little figure who was extremely eye-catching. Chapter 8. Playing wild and learning to fight. Stop it. If someone dies, stop it. The stall owner came over to stop them and asked, Do you need to call the police? Bai Xiao clicked her tongue and found it quite interesting. Boss, do you still need to ask us whether to call the police or not? We have to ask. If the customers don't plan to call the police, they don't have to. The boss said calmly, having gained experience from running a shop. In the middle of summer, it's normal for people to be irritable and have fights. The boss doesn't want to cause trouble if it can be resolved privately. Call the police. Yuan interrupted, her eyes fixed on the yellow-haired man whose head was already bleeding. Don't let anyone get killed, or your store will be ruined. What are you talking about? Who do you think you are? What do you have to do with this? Bai Xiao's face changed. Mind your own business. Even if our Jiaojiao is fighting, she knows what's going on. It's not your turn to meddle in other people's business. Yuan opened her mouth, also a little unhappy. But how can we have a meal after such a big fuss? Don't forget who treated us to this meal today. Oh, I was wondering what it meant. It turns out that you are relying on the power of Dr. Qin and are afraid that our Jiaojiao will bring trouble to you. Bai Xiu finally understood. Okay, don't feel bad about the money. I'll pay for this midnight snack. It also saves some people from feeling bad. I no longer like this woman. With this situation, he is not worthy of Dr. Qin. Yuan's pain point was touched, and her expression changed. That's not what I meant, I mean. Bai Xiu didn't bother to pay attention to her and said to her boss, listen to me, no need to call the police. The boss was also a smart man. He immediately knew who to listen to in this matter. Okay, then remember to compensate me for the losses later. He pointed to the empty tables around him and said, you guys have to pay for their bills. When the fight broke out, all the customers ran away, and someone had to get hurt because of the loss. Okay. Bai Xiu agreed. Qin Shencheng didn't hear the conflict between the two women. He was protecting Jiaojiao all the time. She could hit him as much as she wanted, and just leave her back to him. Someone took advantage of this opportunity to do something bad to Jiaojiao, but was kicked away by Qin Shencheng. Jiaojiao threw away the half-empty bottle of wine in her hand, turned around and smiled. Thanks, Lao Qin. You're welcome. Qin Shencheng said, looking at the time again. That's enough, don't let anyone get killed. No. Jiaojiao replied, raised a foot and kicked the yellow-haired man again, sneering. Look at my face and remember it well. My last name is Jiaojiao. The wildest young lady in the whole Haining City is not only protective of her own people, but also very tolerant. So, are you so bold as to mess with her? The yellow-haired man covered his wounded head with his hands, and peed himself on the spot in fear. He kept saying, yes, I'm sorry, I'll leave now, I'll leave now. He called a few of his younger brothers and was about to leave. Wait a minute. Bai Xiu rushed over and said with a dark face, so many tables and chairs were knocked over, and several tables of customers who hadn't paid their bills also ran away. Someone should compensate for this loss. Jiaojiao didn't say anything. She just raised her chin towards the yellow-haired man. The yellow-haired man scanned the code and transferred the money swiftly. No more, no less. Only then was he let go by Jiaojiao. Jiao, although you are good at fighting, but don't do it next time. Bai Xiu looked at her, a little worried. What if you make a mistake? He stared at her hair again. Why is it so short? What happened to your hair? Well, it's okay. I cut it myself. Jiaojiao neatly recombed her hair and tied it into a high ponytail. She then called Qin Shencheng and Yuan. Come on, continue eating. Someone paid for this meal. It won't be in vain if you don't eat it. It looks really wild. I don't want to eat anymore. I'm full. Let's go back. Bai Xiu glanced at Yuan, feeling unhappy. He was about to call the police just now, but the next moment he sat down and enjoyed his meal again. These little thoughts and calculations are clearly laid out. Xiu, you're full after only eating half of it. Qin Shencheng asked, taking the skewers that had just been served and putting a handful on the plates in front of her and Jiaojiao. Yuan's face turned ugly, but she held back and said nothing. Bai Xiu shook her head. I'm full, I don't want to eat anymore. After pulling Jiaojiao away, Qin Shencheng called out to her twice to stop her. Just as he was about to chase after her, Yuan stopped him. Brother Arching, don't go. Sister Xiu is here. It's okay. Qin Shencheng pursed his lips, his eyes fell on her face, and let her go. Tell me, what happened just now? Halfway through the journey, Bai Xiu couldn't hold back anymore. Jiaojiao, stay away from that girl called Yuan. I think she has a problem with you. What's wrong? Bai Xiu told the story again, and finally said, she is scheming and calculating. Moreover, she is short-sighted. I really don't know why Dr. Qin found such a girlfriend. Jiaojiao knew what was going on, patted her on the shoulder and said, okay, I get it. Different people have different tastes. This is normal. Besides, Qin Shencheng is only good to the two of us, so it's normal for her to be jealous as a girlfriend. This can also be considered a little romance. Is that so? Bai Xiu felt that there should be more to it than just that. The two walked out and were about to get in the car when a beam of headlights suddenly shone over. Jiaojiao raised her hand to block her eyes and cursed softly. Who is it? You're crazy. The car lights were so bright that I couldn't see anything. After a few seconds, I could barely see through my fingers that someone got out of the car opposite. A pair of straight long legs wrapped in black trousers, so handsome. Jiaojiao, it's the fourth master. Bai Xiuxiu saw who it was and quickly pulled Jiaojiao. Jiaojiao also saw Jiang Yanzhi's face clearly at this moment, and she immediately let out a sigh and put down her hands that were blocking her eyes. Not handsome at all, not handsome at all. Fourth master, where did you just come from? How could it be such a coincidence? Jiaojiao asked, full of wildness, not paying any attention to anyone. Jiang Yanzhi frowned and glanced at her after the fight. The woman had her hair tied up again, her dress was a little wrinkled, and her shoes were still there, but they were obviously dirty. I feel a little blocked in my heart. Jiaojiao, you really opened my eyes. You even learned how to fight. The scene just now was really exciting. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would have thought he was seeing things. Fourth master, you are mistaken. We are just having a meal. How could there be a fight? Jiaojiao lied with her eyes open and pulled Bai Xiuxiu. Come on, I will take you back. Bang! Jiang Yanzhi held the open car door and said, You're still driving after drinking? Do you know the rules? Jiaojiao exhaled and suddenly became a little irritated. Jiang Yanzhi, are you done yet? You care whether I drink or drive. Do you care about me? Lilia's red lips, reeking of alcohol, moved closer to him. As she got closer, she couldn't smell much of the man's scent, but was choked by the smell of alcohol on her body. Jiaojiao wanted to vomit, so she slapped him away. Get lost, a good dog doesn't block the road. What she meant was to push him away and vomit on the side of the road. But Jiang Yanzhi did not dodge. A fire was raging in his heart, and he raised his hand to hold her slender arm, and said coldly, Dog? Then what are you? Did you marry a dog? Puff. Bai Xiuxiu couldn't help laughing at the side, and then covered her mouth with her hands. Sorry, I didn't see or hear anything. You guys continue teaching. Keep going. Jiang Yanzhi took a breath and called someone to come and drive the car. He grabbed Jiaojiao and threw her into the red sports car. His dark eyes were cold and looked like he wanted to eat someone. I'll take her back. You guys do whatever you want. Chapter 9. Drunks fight and kick off the bed. Jiaojiao became a drunkard. In this state, she obviously couldn't go back to the Jiang family. After thinking about it, Jiang Yanzhi took her to the apartment again. When entering the door, no matter how many times she pressed the password, it was incorrect. Jiang Yanzhi suppressed her anger and told herself to stay calm. Then, he held the drunkard and asked patiently, Jiaojiao, did you change your password? What is it? Jiaojiao drank a lot of wine. When she came back, the sports car was driving very fast, and the night wind made her even more drunk. I'm really drunk now. Hearing Jiang Yanzhi's question, she widened her beautiful eyes and said, That bastard Jiang Yanzhi dared to steal my password, so I changed it. Dog thing Jiang Yanzhi. Tolerate. What has it been changed to? Then he asked another question. 1 2 3 4 6 7 8 9. Just a password of this level? Jiang Yanzhi entered the password expressionlessly, but it said it was wrong. Veins bulged on his forehead, and he really didn't want to bother with this drunkard. But he was not angry. There's nothing to be angry about with a drunkard. Ask patiently again. The password is wrong. Did you remember it wrong? I'm not mistaken. Jiaojiao chuckled. The more she looked at the man in front of her, the more he looked like that bastard Jiang Yanzhi. She muttered, He's so handsome. Why does he look like that bastard? Okay. Very good. Once again, I called him a bastard. Password. Jiang Yanzhi's fists were almost stiff. 1 2 3 4 6 7 8 9. Even though he was drunk, he still remembered the password clearly. Jiang Yanzhi. The face is darker. He refused to admit that he had misheard, and then he lost an extra 5. This time, he unlocked the door quickly, helped the drunkard in, and threw her on the sofa. You don't have any alcoholic manners, and you're still drunk like this. I'll pour you a glass of water to sober you up. Smelling the alcohol on his body, Jiang Yanzhi found a cup and took the water. Jiaojiao stared at his face. The more she looked at him, the more he looked like that bastard. Suddenly she got angry again, cursing. I can see a bastard even when I'm drinking. Get out of the way, get out of the way. I want to vomit when I see you. Wow. Without pushing the person away, he opened his mouth and spit on the man who had just squatted down. Jiang Yanzhi was stunned. He slowly lowered his head and stared with his eyes wide open at the vomit on his clothes on his chest. The smell was so disgusting. Jiao. With an extremely angry roar, Jiang Yanzhi staggered to the restroom, then rushed to the bathroom angrily. wishing he could strangle that damn woman to death. Jiaojiao didn't know what good thing she had done. After vomiting, she felt much better in her stomach. So, Jiang Yanzhi's face is an emetic. It's disgusting to watch. I felt happy after vomiting. My body fell back limply and I fell asleep on the sofa. In a daze, she heard the phone ringing, and she picked it up randomly. Who is it? Calling my soul in the middle of the night. Can't you let me have a good rest? Shen Ruoxue has been sent back to the hotel. She was not really drunk. When Jiang Yanzhi went to the bar to pick her up, she was very, very happy. But unexpectedly, he was abandoned halfway. What she didn't expect was that Jiang Yanzhi didn't even bother to see her off. Instead, he called someone over to take her back to the hotel. Shen Ruoxue looked at everything that had been prepared in the hotel room and was so angry that her teeth were itching. Such a great opportunity has been ruined again. Otherwise, Brother Yanzhi should be in her bed now. Who are you? Where is Brother Yanzhi? I have something to talk to him about. Shen Ruoxue recognized Jiaojiao's voice the first time, and her heart ached even more. But she has always been smart, and even if she feels jealous, she will not really fight with Jiaojiao without caring about her dignity, still maintaining the image of a pure and innocent lady. After all, he is just a third-tier star, so he does have some acting skills. Why are you looking for a brother? There is only a sister here, no brother. Jiaojiao said casually. Jiang Yanzhi just came out of the bathroom and did not see Jiaojiao answer his call. This woman reeked of alcohol, and she didn't even bother to clean herself up, and just lay there and fell asleep? Pretty sloppy. Jiaojiao, get up, take a shower and go to sleep. He had a sullen face and spoke condescendingly, his dark eyes filled with coldness. But the woman on the sofa just opened her eyes, her gaze seemed to sweep over him, but also seemed not to sweep over him, and she murmured, Brother Yanzhi. She had called him that a long, long time ago. But when I grew up, I stopped calling him that. Later, she finally married him with a marriage contract. But the relationship between them became more and more distant. They don't look like husband and wife, but more like enemies. Jiang Yanzhi, who was wiping her hair with a towel, slowly stopped. He pursed his lips and looked down at her. A drunk woman is actually very beautiful. When awake, she is flamboyant and bright, as if she can make people vomit blood at any time. When asleep, he is as quiet as an angel and very well behaved. Well, it looks good, but it has an extra mouth. After standing beside her and watching her for a while, Jiang Yanzhi slowly said, drunkard. The voice softened a little. After her hair was dry, Jiang Yanzhi resigned herself to carrying her to the bathroom, running the water, and letting her take a shower. After that, he carried her back to bed and covered her with a quilt. During this period, he kept on calling. Shen Ruoxue listened to the whole thing and felt almost unable to breathe. Danger, danger. It was clearly agreed that it was just a secret marriage. Why does this secret marriage seem not so simple? No. Brother Yanzhi is hers. She must get him back no matter what. After a good night's sleep, the two did not wake up until 9 o'clock in the morning. As soon as Jiaojiao opened her eyes, her drunken memories came back to her. She turned over and sat up. She turned around and saw Jiang Yanzhi sleeping on the side. She gritted her teeth and kicked him to the ground. Jiang Yanzhi, you are shameless. You took advantage of me when I was drunk, didn't you? Jiang Yanzhi. After tossing and turning for most of the night, I finally got a good night's sleep. Was he kicked down just like that? The key is, where the hell are you kicking? Jiaojiao. Your kindness is taken for granted. Do you really want to be a widow? Jiang Yanzhi covered the part of her body that was more easily excited in the morning, and she felt like exploding in pain. All men understand. Every morning, it is necessary to stand up and walk. This is a normal phenomenon. As a result, after being kicked by Jiaojiao, I feel like there is no future. What's the point of being a widower? I hope you die soon so I can go find some young hunk. Jiaojiao chuckled, jumped off the bed, and found that she had changed her clothes. Suddenly another one got angry. You take off my clothes. Isn't that normal? You've become a drunkard, and if I don't take off your clothes for you, who do you want to take off your clothes for you? It's not like you haven't seen it before. Jiang Yanzhi stood up holding her waist, planning to have someone bring her some clothes. As a result, I searched for the phone for a long time before I found it in the crack of the sofa. The call was not hung up all night, and Shen Ruoxue was waiting on the other end of the line. Jiang Yanzhi's eyes darkened. Turning his head to look towards the bedroom, what a good Jiaojiao, is this intentional? Brother Yanzhi, is that you? A hoarse voice came from the other side, and Shen Ruoxue's words were filled with tears. Brother Yanzhi, I fell down and bled a lot. I'm so scared. Chapter 10 I treat you as a brother. But you want to be my husband. Shen Ruoshua's voice is very recognizable, the kind of voice that is obviously aggrieved, but very forbearing and sensible, soft as water. Brother Yanzhi, are you still listening? I hurt my foot and can't walk. Shen Ruoxia held the phone in one hand and looked at her ankle, which she had sprained on purpose, with the other, tears falling from her eyes. Although Brother Yanzhi was not around, she still had to put on a good show. Brother Yanzhi. She cried out again, feeling both pain and grievance. Jiang Yanzhi stood up, holding the phone in his hand. Okay, I get it. I'll be there right away. After hanging up the call, Jiang Yanzhi immediately asked someone to send clothes over. 10 minutes later, the clothes were delivered. After spending a few more minutes getting dressed, Jiang Yanzhi looked back at the bedroom door, then turned and left. Jiaojiao was leaning on the bed, watching videos on her phone. When she heard Jiang Yanzhi leave, she threw her phone away, jumped off the bed, and immediately changed the door lock password. Oh, you bastard, get out of here. Bang! After slamming the door shut with great force, Jiaojiao turned around and went to the bathroom to take a shower. After sleeping in the same bed with Jiang Yanzhi that night, she felt like she had grown hair all over her body. Maybe she was allergic. Jiaojiao, are you awake? Bai Shishou called, and she was excited just by hearing it. Jiao, it was the fourth master who took you home last night. Did anything happen between the two of you, a man and a woman? Jiaojiao came out of the bathroom, wiping her hair, and threw herself on the soft sofa. She said unhappily, "You are really my good sister. I was drunk, and you let him take me away. What can I do? He is your other half listed in your household registration book. You are together legally, okay? Besides, your fourth master is so powerful, I'm afraid he will beat me." Bai Shishou shouted unconvinced, refusing to admit that she was a little cowardly at the time. She really couldn't afford to offend the fourth master, and it wasn't just a pretense. Jiaojiao was led to smile by her. Okay, I don't blame you, Shoa, the racing car I ordered has arrived. Can you come out for dinner later and then accompany me to pick up the car? Jiaojiao loves to play. Not only does he play wildly, he also plays well in all aspects. For example, in racing, she is not only a racing driver, but also a boss. In order to have fun, she also spent a huge amount of money to establish her own racing club. Okay, then I'll call Dr. Qin. He's taking a rest these 2 days, so let's play together. Bai Shishou said, then hung up the phone and went to call Qin Shencheng. At 11 o'clock, Jiaojiao had already booked a private room at the largest seafood restaurant in Haining City. Soon, Qin Shencheng and Bai Shishou also arrived. Hey, Lao Qin, why didn't you bring your girlfriend? Jiaojiao asked in surprise. Qin Shencheng pulled out a chair and sat down. We broke up. Divided. Now it was Bai Shishou's turn to be shocked, and she quickly asked, tell me, why did you break up? We broke up because our personalities don't match. Qin Shencheng said, turning his gaze to Jiaojiao. What do you want to eat? Have you ordered? Not yet. Just as Jiaojiao finished speaking, the door of the private room opened, and Yuan rushed in from outside with red eyes from crying, and knelt down in front of Jiaojiao with a plop. I'm sorry, Miss Jiu. I apologize to you. I was wrong. I was jealous of you. I'm sorry for you. I beg you, please don't let me break up with Arching, okay? I really love him. Without him, I will die. Miss Jiu, I beg you, please make us happy. One head bowed. Another head kowtowed. Yuan knocked her head very hard, and soon bruises appeared on her head. Because the door of the private room was open, guests passing by stopped in shock and looked at the scene in disbelief. Are you guys filming a movie? Jiaojiao suddenly came back to her senses. What the hell is this filming? Yuan, what are you doing? Get up first. Bai Shishou reacted very quickly and immediately closed the door of the private room. Qin Shencheng's face turned cold. He stood up and walked over, pulling Yuan up. Su Yuan. I have already told you very clearly about the breakup. The two of us are just incompatible. This has nothing to do with Jiaojiao. You don't have to come here to deliberately make things difficult for us. He opened the door of the private room and pushed her out. Go away. Let's part ways in peace and not make both of us unhappy. I won't leave. I won't leave. Yuan tightly grasped the doorframe of the private room and cried heartbreakingly. Arching, what did I do wrong? Can't I change? I beg you not to break up, okay? You like Miss Jiu, I know. If you don't let me say it, can't I just not say it anymore in the future? I love you, I really love you. I don't want to break up with you. Woo-woo. What nonsense are you talking about? Qin Shencheng was really angry this time. He didn't even dare to turn his head. He pulled Su Yuanyuan away with force and pushed Su Yuanyuan out in a hurry. The door of the private room was closed. Qin Shencheng took a deep breath, raised his hand to take off his glasses, and slowly wiped them. Tell me, who taught you? Dr. Qin, wearing glasses, has only one characteristic: saving lives and healing the wounded. Qin Shencheng, without his glasses, looked cold, resolute and cruel. Su Yuanyuan's heart skipped a beat, and she couldn't cry anymore. She was a little scared. No one. She stammered. The crowd gathered around again. Qin Shencheng was impatient to be watched like a monkey, so he put his glasses back on, pulled Su Yuanyuan's arm, found an empty private room, and stuffed him in. Let's talk slowly. At this time, Jiaojiao was also shocked. After a long while, he came back to his senses, blinked, and said to Bai Xiuxiu, "Xiu'a, did I hear it wrong just now? What did that woman say?" Bai Xiuxiu. How the hell do I know what to say? I'm also confused, okay? After struggling for a while, he asked tentatively, "So, Dr. Qin really has feelings for you?" Bullshit. Jiaojiao also got angry. We grew up together. We've seen each other wear open crotch pants and even wet our pants. If he really had feelings for me, wouldn't he have confessed 800 years ago? Why would he have to wait until now? Besides, even if he dared to have such thoughts, I would beat his head off and make him give up those thoughts immediately. This is terrible, okay? It turns out that she has always treated him as a brother, but he wants to be her husband. And then on their wedding night, they would have a fight and pee their pants at the same time? Go to hell. The scene was so beautiful that she dared not look at it. Somehow, what happened here reached Jiang Yanzhi's ears in a very short time. Ha 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 ha. Fourth master, I'm going to tell you a very nice joke. Do you want to hear it? It's about that Dr. Qin. You know him, right? The great doctor with amazing medical skills. I heard that he has a crush on our Madame Jiang. Chapter 11. Big Enemy. I heard you like me. Jiang Yanzhi hung up the phone with a cold face, obviously unhappy. Shen Ruoshua's foot was severely swollen, and there was a cut on the sole of her foot, which was bleeding. The wound also looked quite deep, probably caused by a sharp weapon. Shen Ruoshua was in so much pain that sweat kept coming out of her forehead. The man behind her supported her with his brows tightly furrowed. Shen Ruoshua almost fell into the man's arms, not daring to look at her wounds. Jiang Yanzhi held her arm and asked the doctor, "What caused it? Is the injury serious?" As the doctor examined her, he said, "You should ask this lady what caused this. Maybe she sprained her ankle and then accidentally touched something, causing a scratch on her foot? But there's no foreign matter in the wound, so we are lucky." Jiang Yanzhi lowered his head to look at Shen Ruoshua. Shen Ruoshua's face was pale, but she said firmly, "It's my fault. I just wanted to eat an apple, but I accidentally dropped the fruit knife, and it stabbed my foot." The doctor pressed gently for her and wiped it with iodine. Shen Ruoshua gasped in pain again. Jiang Yanzhi said, "You are not fit to live alone in this state." Shen Ruoshua was stunned. "Then where do I live?" "I called your family. You should be back soon. I'll find a caregiver for you. You should stay still for the next few days." Jiang Yanzhi has always been vigorous and decisive in doing things. They said they were looking for a caregiver, and soon one was found. Shen Ruoshua opened her mouth, and the words of refusal were on the tip of her tongue, but she couldn't say them. Jiang Yanzhi doesn't like his decisions being questioned, so this is the only way. Thinking of this, Shen Ruoshua nodded happily. "Okay, then I'll listen to you." After the doctor bandaged the wound, the nurse pushed a brand new wheelchair over, and Jiang Yanzhi carried the man on it. Shen Ruoshua rubbed the man's neck intentionally or unintentionally, and said obediently, "Brother Yanzhi, can you pack the things I left at the hotel and send them to my house? I'll ask someone to pack it and send it to you." "No, I don't like others touching my things." Shen Ruoshua's eyes were obviously disappointed. Jiang Yanzhi looked at her. "I am someone else too." "You're not." Shen Ruoshua said, "There are my personal belongings in the hotel, and the carpet is stained with blood. I don't want the paparazzi to see it. Brother Yanzhi, please help me again this time." A woman's weapons, besides tears and her body, also include the ability to overcome hardness with softness and to retreat in order to advance, which is also innate. Especially since Shen Ruoshua hasn't been in China in recent years. She was once a third-tier celebrity after all. If someone were to dig up some information, they could dig out some information. Jiang Yanzhi hesitated for a moment, then nodded and agreed. "Okay." The yellow-haired man who passed by grabbed his phone and said viciously, "It's just Haining City. What's so great about it? Send me the video. I will never let this kind of scumbag who is a mistress and steals other people's boyfriends go." The yellow-haired man has gauze wrapped around his head. He is here today to change the medicine on his head. Jiang Yanzhi paused. Wait a moment. The yellow-haired man stopped and his eyes suddenly lit up. Fourth master. Then he became very excited. Fourth master, what a coincidence. You are also in the hospital. Fourth master, who are you calling me? Who doesn't teen know the famous fourth master Jiang of Haining City? The yellow-haired man was a little nervous, but he was excited inside. If he caught the fourth master's eye, wouldn't he be able to ride on the wind and rise to great heights in the future? Jiang Yanzhi said, who is that scumbag Haining from the Jiu family in Haining City that you just mentioned? Ah, fourth master, you're asking about this. Who else could it be? Isn't the wildest woman in the entire Haining City the unruly and headstrong eldest daughter of the Jiu family? I tell you, fourth master, this Miss Jiu is not only wild, but she also has a lot of fun. Who knows which idiot will marry her in the future? She's bound to be a big shot and get cheated on. The yellow-haired man said immediately. Facing the fourth master's questioning, he told everything he knew without hiding anything. Jiang Yanzhi. Thank you, that bastard is me. There was no sign of it on his face. The yellow-haired man had no idea that the fourth master was being taken advantage of, and he was still adding fuel to the fire. Just now at the seafood city, someone filmed Miss Jiu snatching someone's boyfriend on the spot. Shit. This is going to happen. If I expose this kind of thing, I will. I must let her have a good show, so that I can avenge my hatred. The yellow-haired man had a cut on his head. He spent money and suffered pain, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt helpless. What happened to the young lady? Why can't he be provoked? He just wanted to provoke her today. No need to expose it. I've bought the video. Jiang Yanzhi said with a gloomy face as he transferred money to the yellow-haired man. Although the yellow-haired man didn't know why the fourth master cared about these things, he still obediently transferred the video. Jiang Yanzhi looked at his phone and said, "Give me your phone too." He would not allow anyone to have this video evidence on their mobile phone. The yellow-haired man was stunned for a moment. Fourth master, this. Also, the other party is your friend? You'd better ask him to get rid of his phone. Otherwise, if I see any negative opinions about Miss Jiu on the internet, you know my methods. Pull out the card and smash the phone. A systematic action, handled extremely coldly. Yellow-haired man. This is his cell phone. Fourth master, let's go. In front of outsiders, Shen Ruoshua has always been very sensible and no longer calls Yangzhi brother. After the group of people left, the yellow-haired man almost sat down on the ground because his legs went weak. Finished. He seemed to know some great secret. We have to contact the other party quickly, find a way to trick the phone out of our hands, and then get rid of it. Seafood City. Qin Shensheng came out of the private room, and the coldness on his face had returned to a gentleness like a spring breeze. He glanced at the crowd watching the fun and said, "I'm sorry to have made a fool of myself. Also, I hope that all the gentlemen and ladies can delete the videos on your phones. Or, let my Qin family come and ask you to delete them one by one." Haining City. Qin family. Although they are not as powerful as the Jiang family and the Jiu family, they are also someone that cannot be provoked. 1 river, 2 visits to the 3 Qins. Notoriously difficult to mess with. Oh my god, he is actually a member of the Qin family. What about this video? Someone exclaimed, already feeling uneasy. Some people didn't even bother to ask and quickly cleared the videos on their mobile phones, and repeatedly apologized to Qin Shensheng. Qin Shensheng nodded. Thank you, everyone. When we go downstairs later, everyone present will receive a seafood gift package. After saying that, he turned and went into another private room. Jiaojiao asked, "Have you dealt with your girlfriend?" Qin Shensheng pinched his brows and said, "Stop making trouble. We've broken up. She's not my girlfriend anymore." "Oh, we really broke up." Jiaojiao felt that this matter was a bit difficult to handle. "I heard that you like me." Puff. Chapter 12. I'm thinking about that wild man again. Qin. Shen. Cheng. Jiaojiao gnashed her teeth in anger. "Your aim is quite accurate. You must be aiming specifically at me." No. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. But I just drank a sip of water. Who asked you to tease me? Qin Shensheng looked at Jiaojiao opposite her, whose head and face were covered with water stains from the water he sprayed. He suppressed the laughter in his heart and quickly took a tissue to help her wipe it. Jiaojiao was about to explode. "Who teased you?" "I am telling the truth." "Phut, cough cough." But it's really not true." Qin Shensheng tried hard to save face. Bai Xiuxiu, who had come to her senses, also burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, you two are really, Enemies. Now I believe what Jiaojiao said. If you two were together, how lively would this house be? It would be a mess all day long, and we wouldn't have to hire an acrobatic troupe. Just shut up. Jiaojiao said with a dark face. I need to pick up the car later. How can I go like this? Just go like this. Qin Shengsheng couldn't help but laugh, so he raised his hands in surrender, admitting his mistake. How about this? To express my apology, I'll give you your car. Consider it my compensation to you, okay? What the hell? Do I need that money? Jiaojiao glared at him, went out to wash her face, and when she came back, she was in no mood to eat. Let's go. It's almost time to pick up the car. This time, Jiaojiao ordered a Formula One racing car. Such a race car not only excited the racers, even Bai Xiuxiu, who didn't know much about cars, was delighted and rubbed her hands together, wanting to try. Jiao, how much does this car cost? Jiaojiao looked at her lover and liked him very much. 60 million, please. She didn't know the exact amount, but anyway, buy it if you like it. It's not like she can't afford it. Well done. Qin Shengsheng silently counted his own private money. Jiaojiao, I just said that I will pay for this. 60 million, I will transfer it to your account later. Really? Jiaojiao turned her head and squinted at him. Although I have always disdained to do such a rubbish as to pit my childhood sweetheart, but if you ask so strongly, it is not impossible for me to fulfill your wish. Qin Shengsheng choked. Actually, it's not that strong. Jiaojiao chased Qin Shengsheng and started fighting. Bai Xiuxiu took the opportunity to jump into the new car, then looked around and started the car quietly. Boom. The accelerator was pressed to the bottom and the car shot out like an arrow. This fucking speed is too fast. Bai Xiuxiu was confused. Bai Xiuxiu screamed, help, 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 help. Step on the brakes. Seeing this, Jiaojiao yelled in panic, quickly left Qin Shengsheng behind, turned around, and rushed towards Bai Xiuxiu. The car was on the verge of losing control and was going very fast. Bai Xiuxiu was obviously frightened and her mind was a mess. In her mind, she heard Jiaojiao say to step on the brakes, and then she forgot where the brakes were. Fortunately, the steering wheel was still under control, and the car was spinning madly in place. As it was spinning, Jiaojiao was no longer anxious, and Qin Shengsheng no longer looked pale. The two looked at each other and gritted their teeth. Qin Shengsheng asked, looking at the situation, when can we stop? Maybe they ran out of gas. Then why don't we stop it? How to stop it? The car is going so fast, do you want to die young? Jiaojiao rolled her eyes and Qin Shengsheng remained silent. He is under a dark cloud today and has a bad luck. When having a meal, I was disturbed by my ex-girlfriend when buying a car. I met someone like Bai Xiuxiu. By the way, he didn't want to pay the 60 million for the car at the moment. Jiaojiao was also tired, so she squatted on the ground and drew circles. The two of them waited quietly for the car to run wild enough and stop automatically. The result was that the panicked Bai Xiuxiu finally calmed down, stepped on the brakes, and the car that was spinning at high speed stopped. Bai Xiuxiu got out of the car weakly and cried loudly, Jiaojiao, I was wrong. I will never drive again. Her driving skills are poor and she can't control this thing at all. Jiaojiao hugged her and coaxed her. Be good, it's okay, I will teach you in person later. A good teacher will produce a good student. I guarantee that you will learn and master it. Qin Shengsheng interrupted. Yes, she can still turn a circle if you don't teach her. If you teach her, others drive to make a debut, but she drives to risk her life. Will you still teach her? Jiaojiao. Slowly turning to look at him, he grinned. Believe it or not, I can punch you in the head. Just shut up. If you don't want your childhood sweetheart anymore, just throw it away. The two were playing and fighting, and they had no idea that this scene was also captured by someone. Then, it was quickly transmitted to Jiang Yanzhi's mobile phone. Jiang Yanzhi watched the video 3 times, finally stopping at the scene where Jiaojiao was swinging her fist to hit someone. Freeze frame. Take a closer look. Haha, she is indeed a wild-minded woman who wants to put a hat on him all the time. The relationship between childhood sweethearts seems quite sweet. Call your wife and ask her to come home for dinner tonight. In the office of Jiang Group, Jiang Yanzhi flipped his phone over the table and said coldly. Special Assistant Luo Fei took note of this and asked again, President, what if my wife doesn't reply or doesn't answer the phone? This is very likely. After all, Mr. Jiang and Ms. Jiyu are secretly married, and their relationship has always been bad. It is normal for the wife not to answer Mr. Jiang's calls and may block him in a minute. Tell her that Ms. Su invited her home for dinner. Jiang Yanzhi said, pinching her brows with her hand, and said again, "The afternoon meeting will end at 5 o'clock, and the evening appointment will be cancelled." After a busy day, the three of them had their meal, packed up their car, and headed home. Qin Shengsheng had to go to surgery and had to rush back. He said goodbye to the two of them on the roadside and told them carefully, "Xiao, if you can't drive, don't drive, to save lives." He also told Jiaojiao, "Whenever you have a race, call me over and I'll cheer you on." "I know." Jiaojiao waved her hand at him, "Do the operation carefully, and don't worry about anything else." "Okay." The three of them parted ways. Jiaojiao sent by Xiao home first. She looked at the time and it was 4:30 in the afternoon. She was thinking about where to go for dinner that night when she received a call from Luo Fei from Jiang Group. "Yo, the fourth master actually has time to contact her?" Jiaojiao chuckled and hung up the phone. Then, Su Wanrong called her. "Jiao, are you coming home for dinner tonight? Mommy has cooked a few dishes that you like. Can you please give me some face?" "My dear mother-in-law cooked. I must take this back." "Okay, Mom, I'll be right back." I rushed back to the Jiang family at lightning speed. As soon as the car stopped, I found a black Bentley parked next door. Jiaojiao. I instantly lost the desire to eat. Jiang Yanzhi held a cigarette between his fingers and looked at her aggressively. "Since you are back, why don't you come in? Are you thinking about that wild man?" "Good job. Looking for trouble as soon as you get home?" Jiaojiao said, Yes, I just thought about it. I want every wild man in the world, as long as it's not you." Chapter 13 looks powerful, but is just a fool. Jiang Yanzhi. He has always felt that he has a pretty good ability to control his emotions. Even when it comes to a contract worth hundreds of millions, he can remain calm and handle it with ease at the negotiation table. But whenever I face this woman, I can never suppress my anger. "Mrs. Jiang, are you not satisfied with your life? Why are you trying to find satisfaction in disguise?" Jiang Yanzhi followed up with this. The meaning of her words was so clear that one could understand it immediately. Jiaojiao couldn't help but kick him. "A good dog doesn't block the road. Get out of here." The kick landed on my calf, causing me to feel like I was about to explode with pain. Jiang Yanzhi was sweating profusely. "Jiaojiao, you are a lunatic." "Thanks for the compliment." Jiaojiao walked around him, went in, changed her shoes and went to the kitchen. Su Wanrong was busy in the kitchen. When she saw Jiaojiao coming back, she immediately called out affectionately, "Jiao is back. Come on. How about trying this crispy fish dish that Mom just learned?" Jiaojiao opened her mouth and took a delicious bite. "Mom, it's delicious. My mom is beautiful and kind, like a fairy. I really love you more and more." Su Wanrong was so happy that she couldn't stop smiling. The servants beside them also looked very happy, and the icing on the cake also joked, "If you don't know, you would think that the madam and the madam are mother and daughter. They are mother and daughter. My Jiao is really good in every way. But my stupid son is not worthy of Jiaojiao." Su Wanrong stepped on one hand and held the other, pulling Jiaojiao out. "Okay, let's go outside to wash our hands and wait for dinner." Su Wanrong was not very good at cooking, so she specially cooked this dish today. Fortunately, her daughter-in-law gave her face and supported her, so she was happy. "Mom, these are some gifts I bought for you, as well as some small things you like." Jiang Yanzhi brought over a few bags, which contained a set of the latest skincare products. There are also 2 boxes of health supplements, and a set of Jade Go. Jiaojiao looked over. Her eyes fell on the set of skincare products and healthcare products. The corners of her lips slightly raised. Su Wanrong was not interested in Go, so she picked up the skincare product and looked at it. "Is this a new skincare product from you group? I heard that this skincare product has just been launched overseas and is priced very high. Do you still have this channel?" There is no woman in the world who does not love beauty. The same goes for Su Wanrong. She picked up the skincare product and couldn't put it down. It was obvious that she liked this one the most. Jiang Yanzhi was also satisfied. "As long as my mother likes it, everything else is not a problem." Subconsciously, he glanced at Jiaojiao and saw that she was looking at the Go with great interest. Without thinking, he asked, "You can do this?" "Won't." Jiaojiao said straightforwardly, "I just think it looks good and should be worth a lot of money." "Oh, I really misjudged you. I thought you were the eldest daughter of the Jiu family, and you were always boastful and wild, but after all this time, you can't even play Go. This is obviously looking for trouble." Jiaojiao heard it, and Su Wanrong also heard it. However, Jiaojiao did not confront him directly. Instead, she turned to Su Wanrong and glared at him aggrievedly, her eyes turning red. "Mom, look at him. Yang Yanzhi always bullies me when you can't see him. Su Wanrong was also angry. What a good daughter-in-law. Why don't you know how to cherish her? Putting the skincare products in her hand on the table, she said with a dark face, Jiang Yanzhi, you have grown up and become thick-skinned. I can't control you anymore, right? You dare to bully Jiaojiao in front of me. How can you do it behind my back? That's right, Mom. He went to find a wild woman before. He even brought the wild woman to the horse farm and tried to make me angry. Jiaojiao fanned the flames. If we don't file a complaint now, when will we? Su Wanrong grabbed the pillow beside her and threw it over. Jiang Yanzhi, believe it or not, I will break your legs. A clothes drying pole was handed over from the balcony. Mom, use this, it's handy. Jiang Yanzhi, Jiaojiao, have you had enough? Stop making trouble. Who caused the trouble? Who caused the trouble? Jiaojiao handed over the clothesline and ate some melon seeds from the table. Mom, teach him a lesson. Let him go find wild women every day and let him bully me every day. If this continues. What will happen if this continues? Before Jiaojiao could say anything, Jiang Yanzhi suddenly looked at Jiaojiao again, and that look in his eyes was so fierce. Su Wanrong's heart suddenly tightened, thinking of what Jiaojiao said about divorcing her son. She's totally unwell. He immediately grabbed the clothesline and started to hit Jiang Yanzhi. You bastard, do you really not believe that I can break your legs? You are still mad at me. You are still mad at me, tell me. Who is that wild woman? Jiaojiao ate 10 melon seeds and immediately added, a little outdated star. What? Su Wanrong was stunned. Why did the word little star sound so familiar? Jiaojiao then added, the mole on my heart, the white moonlight, the years when I sought the love of brother Yangzhi but couldn't get it. Mom, that outdated little star is called Shen Ruoxue. She looks so pretty with her delicate appearance. Su Wanrong's head buzzed and her face looked really ugly. If I said that I was just cooperating with Jiaojiao in a play just now I am so angry that my heart hurts. The clothes drying pole in her hand fell to the ground. Su Wanrong sat down on the sofa with a pale face, breathing hard. Quick, quick, my medicine, medicine. Jiaojiao frowned. Mom, are you real or just pretending? Her mother-in-law's acting is amazing. But when she held Su Wanrong's trembling hand, she immediately knew. This time it was real. Mom, stop making trouble. You listen to everything she says. Is Jiaojiao your biological daughter, or am I your biological daughter? Jiang Yanzhi was hit several times and felt a burning pain all over her body. He stood in front of the sofa with a sullen face, watching his own mother act up. The next second, Jiaojiao stood up quickly. Get out of the way. He opened the small medicine box at home as quickly as possible and accurately took out the quick-acting heart-saving pills inside. Mom, don't be afraid, I'm here. He put the medicine in his mouth and handed him the water. Jiaojiao seemed like a different person now. He was incredibly calm and composed throughout the whole process. It was only then that Jiang Yanzhi reacted. Mom, don't be afraid, we'll go to the hospital right away. Jiang Yanzhi went to drive, and Jiaojiao didn't stop him. He looked out with a gloomy face, and when his sight came back, he lowered his voice and said regretfully, Mom, it's my fault. Why did I mention her? Don't be angry, I won't mention her again in the future. Su Wanrong tightly grasped Jiaojiao's hand. After taking the medicine, her face finally looked better. Jiaojiao, promise Mom that you won't divorce Yangzhi, okay? He looks powerful, but is actually just a fool. Chapter 14. What is the point of having this face? Silly Yanzhi Jiang. He is the fourth master of Haining City. He can call the wind and rain with ease, but he just can't do anything about these two women. Mom. Jiang Yanzhi opened the car door and shouted. She was angry but could only bear it. There's nothing I can do. This is my biological mother. Mom, let's go to the hospital first, okay? We'll talk about the future later. Su Wanrong didn't even look at the brat. She grabbed Jiaojiao's hand and said, Jiao, did he hear our whisper just now? Jiaojiao. Oh, she is closer to her than her biological mother. She must be pampered. He also followed suit and whispered, probably not. He was driving just now, so he probably didn't hear it. That's good, that's good. Su Wanrong let out a long breath and hurriedly discussed with Jiaojiao. Jiao, let's not let that bastard know about the divorce we just mentioned. This is a secret between us, okay? Although that son was a little stupid and a little blind, Su Wanrong only had this one son in her life. As a mother, Su Wanrong still couldn't bear to let him go. Jiaojiao nodded vigorously. I know, Mom. Let's go to the hospital now. Seeing that Jiang Yanzhi had parked the car outside the door and was about to come in, Jiaojiao hurriedly helped Su Wanrong out. After Qin Shengcheng was busy for most of the day, he finally got the test results. Then, with a dark face, he called Jiaojiao and Jiang Yanzhi over and said a little irritably, "Hey, you two, can you not make trouble for me at this late hour? Auntie has low blood sugar, don't you know? Just because of hypoglycemia, I had all the tests done. Now, except for low blood sugar, everything else about Su Wanrong is very healthy." Jiang Yanzhi didn't know about this and was silent for a while. "Thank you, I know now." "Don't just say thank you. You, the fourth Master Jiang of Haining City, should you give me some appreciation?" Qin Shengcheng drank a large glass of water and was about to ask for a big favor. Jiaojiao blinked, fearing that this buddy's firepower would be directed at her, and she quickly slipped away. Qin Shengcheng saw it from the corner of his eye, but he didn't bother to pay attention to her. He just waved his hand tiredly. "Forget it, I was just kidding. Don't take it to heart. Don't even mention fourth Master Jiang from Haining City, sometimes he can't afford to offend him." Jiang Yanzhi was silent for a moment. "Jiang Corporation is going to invest in a hospital recently. You can apply for it." After leaving these words, Jiang Yanzhi turned and left. "Does this mean thank you?" Qin Shengcheng raised his eyebrows, but soon smiled again. "This is also good. It is a great virtue to repay a favor. Mom, Laro Qin said that you have a little hypoglycemia, but there's nothing wrong with you otherwise. Let's go back quickly and tell the aunt who cooks. We'll go back and have a midnight snack later." Jiaojiao happily took Su Wanrong's arm and left the hospital. When Jiang Yanzhi came out, the car was gone. While driving, Jiaojiao asked with a guilty conscience, "Mom, if we drive away, what will happen to Yanzhi? Will he be angry?" "Who cares? He has legs, can't he walk back? If he hadn't pissed me off, would I have come to the hospital in the middle of the night?" Su Wanrong knew that there was nothing wrong with her body, so she stood up again and said with a chuckle, "This matter is not over yet. If he dares to bring that Shen guy back again, I will not acknowledge him as my son and will kick him out of the house." Okay, Mom, give me all the property our family has. Otherwise, kick him out of the house right now." Jiaojiao said excitedly. She enjoyed watching the fun. Even if it involved herself, Jiaojiao would still be shameless. Su Wanrong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "I know. Look at you, such a money grubber. Oh, by the way, I see you like the jade Gamoku chess piece that Yanzhi just brought back. You can take it when we go back later. Anyway, I have skincare products, which is enough for me." The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law returned to the Jiang family, and hot meals were put on the table again. When the two of them had almost finished eating, the man with a dark face strode in from the door. He threw the clothes hanging in his arms aside and stared at Jiaojiao with angry eyes. "What do you mean? You drove away in the middle of the night. Didn't you think about me?" Poor guy, when he came out of the hospital, he looked left and right, and the car was gone. No one answered the phone. It must be that wild woman Jiaojiao who deliberately made trouble for him. "Hey, what's your attitude? This is home, not a place for you to vent your anger and scold employees." Su Wanrong was unhappy and scolded with a stern face. "If you have the guts, you can act tough outside. Why are you being so tough with Jiaojiao?" Su Wanrong said dissatisfiedly, and pulled Jiaojiao, who was eating with her mouth full of oil, over, clapping her hands and coaxing her softly. "Jiaojiao, although my son is not a good one, he is still handsome, which is his only advantage. Since you have married into the family, just bear with him for this only advantage, but don't be angry." "What if I get so angry that I really want a divorce? My son is so stupid that he can't even coax his wife. What is the point of having such a face?" Su Wanrong couldn't think about it, as it made her even angrier. Forget it. She should call her husband and ask him to come back as soon as possible from his business trip. She really doesn't want this useless son anymore. If you keep going on like this, I hope you don't end up being alone. Mom. The acting spirit came online, and Jiaojiao burst into tears instantly, and was so moved that she couldn't help but say, "Mom, you are so good to me. Just for your kindness, Jiaojiao will always respect you well." Oh my. In this play, even you appeared. Jiang Yanzhi felt that she had really lost her temper. He took a deep breath, and then another deep breath. What could he do facing such an aggressive mother and wife? "I can only give up. I resigned myself to my fate and said, okay, it's my fault. My legs are too short to keep up with you guys. You guys drove away, so I deserve to be left without a car. Who made me angry?" Seeing her stupid son lower his head and apologize, Su Wanrong suddenly felt better. He turned around to look at Jiaojiao beside him and patted her head lovingly. "Jiaobao, It's getting late after all this trouble. Go to bed quickly. As for the matter of the wild woman, Su Wanrong knew about it. Su Wanrong bit a piece of candy in her mouth, and her pretty face was cold. Jiaojiao, the drama queen, felt that the time was almost right, and immediately left this impulsive crematorium in a hurry. Mom, good night, then I'm going to rest. Okay, good night. And, take that box of gamoku. New. Jiaojiao took the gift away. Jiang Yanzhi felt a little upset. Mom, this is a gift for you. Why did you give it to her? She doesn't understand. This is a chess piece made by Master Zhiji himself, and the price is sky high. Su Wanrong chuckled and slowly adjusted her clothes. Her temperament was just right. In an instant she was the elegant and noble Mrs. Jiang again. Doesn't she understand or learn? Are you born knowing everything? Jiang Yanzhi, you are my son. I can't despise you too much, but if you really don't know how to coax your wife, don't blame me for being rude. I will discuss with your father tomorrow, and I will transfer 10% of Jiang Group shares to Jiaojiao's name. Chapter 15. Such a wild angel, kicking really accurately. 10% of Jiang Group S shares. That's a huge sum of money. Jiang Yanzhi pressed her eyebrows and said, Mom, please stop making trouble, okay? Even if you dare to give her the shares, she may not dare to take them. Why doesn't she dare to ask for it? She is my daughter-in-law. Isn't it my duty to treat her well? At least it will save someone from being seduced by wild women every day. Su Wanrong said unhappily, while taking a closer look at the skincare products at hand. My son seems a little stupid. But the gift was okay. She likes it very much. Mom, you can't just believe everything you hear, right? You believe everything Jiaojiao says, so am I your biological child? Jiang Yanzhi wiped his face. He had been working so hard all day, but why? The original intention was to come back and have a meal together, but in the end, not only did we have to go to the hospital in the middle of the night, but in the blink of an eye, 10% of the shares were gone. I am a little envious of that woman who won without much effort. Stop talking nonsense to me. Anyway, the shares have been transferred. If you dare to do anything weird to me, I will not acknowledge you as my son, and you will leave the house with nothing. Su Wanrong went upstairs with 2 gifts in her arms. Jiang Yanzhi couldn't help but yelled upstairs, Mom, you're giving away shares. Does my dad agree? Su Wanrong said without even turning her head, if you dare to mention this to your father, he will not only kick you out of the house, but you might even lose your legs. TSK. The old man of the Jiang family cried and shouted for his granddaughter-in-law to marry, and the whole family is satisfied, except for this bad boy who doesn't know how to cherish her. Look, who will be the unlucky one in the end? Jiang Yanzhi. Oh, and there's also his biological grandfather. That old man really kissed him so much that he wanted to kick him to death. Forget it. After all, he has the lowest status in this family, and he has given up struggling long ago. Upstairs, Jiaojiao ignored the quarrel between mother and son and closed the door to take a shower. With the jade gobang set at hand, he dialed the phone. Hey Yao, how did it end up in Jiang Yanzhi's hands? Obsidian is the name of this set of gobang, which is quite domineering. The other party blinked and said in surprise, How do you know? Hey Yao was sold at an auction. The bidder was a Mr. Jiang, so that makes sense. Jiaojiao. What price did he offer? 380 million. Chen Ning said with a smile, Why? Did you see Hey Yao? Jiaojiao was a little speechless. She did more than just see it was now hers. In other words, she made 380 million yuan from Jiang Yanzhi for free, and this feeling is pretty good. Yeah, I see. He looked away from the obsidian and said, That's it. Since it has come back again, it must be destined to be with me. I won't sell it for now. She's not short of money anyway. Okay, my master of strategy. You are good at playing, you are good looking, and you have the final say. Chen Ning flattered him, but Jiaojiao had already hung up the phone. Master Zhiji, it's just a casual play. Who made her know how to do everything and be good at everything? Jiaojiao, what kind of love potion did you give my mother to make her protect you like this? Jiang Yanzhi got angry just looking at this woman. He bought Master Zhiji's work for 380 million to please his mother, but in the blink of an eye, it ended up in Jiaojiao's hands. I feel inexplicably aggrieved. If he had known this would be the result, why would he have gone through all that trouble? Isn't what you said nonsense? Mom has always loved me. Is there any need to drug me? Jiaojiao glanced at him and drove him out impatiently. Hey, do you have anything else to do? If not, get out of here. Although we are husband and wife, you and I both know that this doesn't count. Don't hang around in my room all the time, and I won't go to your room to take care of you. Let's keep to ourselves, understand? Jiaojiao came out wrapped in a bath towel after taking a shower. Her round shoulders were exposed above, and her straight calves were exposed below. Her legs were so white and glowing that Jiang Yanzhi felt a little dizzy. The scattered hair, wet and draped over the shoulders, formed a strong contrast with the snow-white skin, and the symptoms of dizziness seemed to be even worse. Jiaojiao, although wild, is more beautiful. Jiang Yanzhi admitted this. Suddenly, I didn't want to leave. She crossed her arms and said, "Why doesn't it count? Although it's a secret marriage, the marriage certificate is not fake. Jiaojiao, we are all adults, don't play hard to get. Tell me, you deliberately dress like this, isn't it because you want to keep me?" A gentleman who turns into a villain, when he gets ruthless, his methods are bloody and no one dares to provoke him. When they are shameless, they are like dogs and have no bottom line at all. Jiaojiao gritted her teeth. "You are sick. What do you care what I wear after taking a shower?" After shaking her wet hair, Jiaojiao went to find a hairdryer. After making sure that her hair would not get frizzy again, she decisively turned it on. The buzzing sound swept everything in an instant. Jiang Yanzhi's eyes dimmed for a moment. She snorted, went to her room to find her clothes, and went to take a shower. Jiaojiao took this opportunity to quickly dry her hair, then went back to her room, locked the door, and went to sleep. The action is done in one go, without any redundancy. You bastard. Are you secretly flirting with her to sleep with her? Too bad she doesn't need it now. A dirty man deserves only one fate, to be disposed of or sold off. When Jiang Yanzhi came out, the door of the room was locked. He took a deep breath, looked at the locked door, and went to find the spare key. The next second, the door unlocked and he stepped in. In the dark room, moonlight filtered through the window and quietly fell on the ground, like a layer of silver light covering the ground. Jiang Yanzhi raised her eyes and saw the little woman on the bed was sleeping soundly, like a little pig. I just took a shower and the room smells good. Moreover, they are completely defenseless. Or did you think that if you locked the door, he wouldn't be able to get in? Childish. Jiang Yanzhi curled her lips and stepped over. When you get closer, you can see the woman's peaceful sleeping face, like a lovely angel. Oh, angel. Jiang Yanzhi came back to his senses suddenly and was shocked by his own thought. Who the hell has ever seen such a wild angel? Take a deep breath, then another deep breath, and lie down next to her, and sleep. It was rare for the two of them to be so peaceful together. At this moment, Jiang Yanzhi strangely felt a sense of peace and tranquility. Jiang Yanzhi. I clearly locked the door. How did you get in? When the sun shone in, Jiang Yanzhi was kicked awake, and then there was Jiaojiao's angry voice. Are you a bit sick? I changed the password, but you were still able to come in. I locked the door, but you were still able to come in. Were you a thief in your previous life? When you wake up, you find a man in your bed. How do you feel? Jiaojiao's only feeling was, damn, I'm dirty. This is like being stained with a pile of shit, the kind that can't be shaken off, thrown away, or washed off. Yes, I was a thief in my previous life, a flower-stealing thief. Jiang Yanzhi was kicked awake, covering her legs with her hands, looking as if she wanted to strangle her to death. Jiaojiao. You kicked so accurately. Do you want to die? Chapter 16. As long as the fourth master becomes the son-in-law of their Shen family. You're the one who wants to die because you're saying discouraging things so early in the morning. Jiaojiao got up with a gloomy face, grabbed the pillow and threw it at him again. You climbed onto the bed in the middle of the night and you still think you're right. Why didn't I kick you to death just now? It turns out that my aim is not good enough. I'll keep practicing next time. Jiaojiao. Jiang Yanzhi raised his hand to block the pillow that was thrown at him, his eyebrows throbbing fiercely. This is totally unreasonable. He wanted to cripple him and kick him to death at every turn. How could a normal person do that? It's none of your business if it's unreasonable. Why are you still standing there? Get up quickly. I'm going to clean up. Jiaojiao chuckled, changed her clothes quickly, and cleaned up the room. The Jiang family has servants, but Jiaojiao is not used to it. Her own bedroom, her own room, servants are not allowed to enter. It's her private territory. No one is allowed to trespass. Jiang Yanzhi's face was gloomy. After a long while, he gritted his teeth and said, I really spoiled you. Oh, then thank you. Jiaojiao smiled wryly and went out to wash up. Jiang Yanzhi's forehead veins throbbed. He raised his hand to press his brows and quickly stood up. Half an hour later, the servant called downstairs for dinner. The two walked downstairs one after the other. Jiaojiao pulled out a chair and just sat down. She said, Sister Wang, I don't want the sheets in my room anymore. Please pick them up and throw them away when you get back. Su Wanrong always gets up late and hasn't come downstairs yet. There were only Jiaojiao and Jiang Yanzhi at the dinner table. Sister Wang was stunned for a moment. Madam, the bedsheet was just made once. Did you really throw it away? Rich and willful. It's dirty. I don't want it anymore. Jiaojiao said to herself, not caring whether the man opposite her had a gloomy face or not. She quickly finished her breakfast in front of her, wiped her mouth and went out. Tell Mom that I won't be back tonight. Call me if you have anything. Okay, Sister Wang agreed. When she turned around, she heard Jiang Yanzhi ask, do you often stay out all night? Not really. When the madam doesn't come back, I'll tell the mistress. Jiang Yanzhi ate breakfast slowly. Su Wanrong came downstairs and asked in surprise, where's Jiaojiao? I've finished eating and am leaving. Jiang Yanzhi replied, looking up at Sister Wang, don't throw away the sheets. Although the Jiang family is rich, they can't be extravagant and wasteful. Yes, master. Su Wanrong asked, why are you throwing the sheets so early in the morning? Did you have a fight last night? Of course, the kind of fighting she was talking about wasn't really a fight in the literal sense. Jiang Yanzhi understood immediately. However, he would never admit that he understood it immediately, and he didn't want to explain the reason for throwing the bedsheet. Especially telling his own mother about it, it was a bit embarrassing, and he might even be laughed at by her. Changing the subject, Mom, the company is busy these 2 days. I won't be back for the time being. Call me if you have anything. I know. Su Wanrong said unhappily, every one of them makes me worry. I plan to live in the old house for a while and spend some time with my grandfather and his family. So, our little Jiaobao is now standing up? He dares to kick the fourth master off the bed. Bai Xiuxiu laughed loudly, while Jiaojiao looked indifferent. What do I need a man for? A man will only slow down the speed at which I make money. That's true. Bai Xiuxiu was also very interested in making money. But now, she was interested in something else. Jiaobao, you are famous. Jiaojiao made the headlines. A fight at a roadside barbecue stall was recorded on video and posted online, and it instantly became the second most searched topic. The first reason is that Jiaojiao has never been able to compete with popular stars in officially announcing their relationships. But this second one is enough. Didn't Qin Shengsheng say that he had dealt with the situation? How come there are still some fish that slip through the net? Jiaojiao glanced at the trending search. This screenshot is really good. It just happened to capture the hideous side of me. Someone must be slandering her. Do you want to check? Bai Xiuxiu asked, looking eager to try. We are just bored. Why don't we go, do something? Okay, I'm bored too, let's do something. Jiaojiao hung up her phone and didn't bother to care about the trending searches. In short, her reputation has long been known to everyone in the entire Haining City. She is just wild anyway, so what's a fight? She never cared. The red sports car drove out. Jiaojiao enjoyed the feeling of racing while connecting to the phone. It's me. I want to check. Which kind-hearted person leaked this information? I'm going to show up and thank him. The voice on the other end sounded somewhat amused. You want to play? Ah, I've been playing all the time. Okay, I'll give you the address later. Jiang's office. Luo Fei went in with his phone, and Jiang Yanzhi looked up. What's up? Yes. Luo Fei hesitated, and then said, Boss Jiang, the fight between my wife and me has become a hot topic. I just took a look and it seems that someone is deliberately targeting my wife. Hit someone? When did she hit someone again? Jiang Yanzhi snorted coldly. She spoiled. He bowed his head and signed a document. Seeing that Luo Fei was still not leaving, he said, What are you standing there for? Go do what you need to do. Yes, Mr. Jiang. Luo Fei put away his phone and turned to leave. After signing the second document, Jiang Yanzhi threw the pen aside in annoyance, opened her phone to search for trending topics, and finally saw her, who was in second place. The woman in the photo has a cold expression on her face, her teeth are bared, and she is wild in her bones. Is she going to do something like a fight herself? It's so embarrassing. With a cold face, he pressed the intercom, removed the trending search. Although it is a secret marriage, I still feel unhappy. He can bully Jiang Yanzhi's woman, but it is impossible for him to bully others. Shen Ruoxue was flipping through her phone and was obviously in a very good mood. Sister Ruoxue, your feet are much better today. The swelling seems to be going down gradually. You will be fine in a few days. The nurse Sang Zi carefully helped her change the medicine. The action was accidentally a little too heavy, Shen Ruoxue gasped and slapped him fiercely with her hand. You're going to die. It hurts so much. Do you still want to do it? If you don't want to do it, get out. Sangzi was slapped and her face became swollen. She wanted to cry but held it back. She couldn't lose this job. I'm sorry, Sister Ruoxue. I was careless just now. I won't dare to do it again next time. Sangzi said with red eyes. Shen Ruoxue was too lazy to watch her crying. Hold back your tears. You're crying so early in the morning. You're crying. I'm not dead yet. No one would have thought that Shen Ruoxue, who portrayed herself as a beautiful lady in front of the public, would actually be so vicious in private. Sangzi's family is not well off, and she can earn some money by being Shen Ruoxue's caregiver. Shen Ruoxue has a bad temper, but Sangzi puts up with it for the sake of the high salary. Next, Shen Ruoxue continued to scroll through the trending searches and suddenly realized it was gone. What's going on? Where's that trending search just now? Shen Ruoxue sat up suddenly and asked sternly. Sangzi didn't dare to answer. He quickly changed the medicine for her and went out to throw away the garbage. Shen Ruoxue didn't give up and looked carefully over and over again. But the hot search seemed like an illusion, as if it had never appeared. Damn it! Someone must be helping her. Shen Ruoxue said with a dark face after taking a deep breath, almost throwing her phone away. Is it the Jiang family, the Jiu family, or the Qin family? Jiaojiao has a strong backing and a powerful background, so for a while, Shen Ruoxue wasn't sure who had removed the trending search. Just at this moment, Xiaoxue, what are we having for lunch? Mommy will make it. Shen's mother came in and looked at her daughter ingratiatingly. Shen Ruoxue said coldly, whatever, anything is fine. Obviously in a bad mood. Shen's mother didn't dare to offend this daughter. After all, the entire Shen family still depended on this daughter for support. Even though she hasn't been a star in the past few years, she still has a lot of savings, not to mention, there is a fourth master behind Ruoxue. This is also where Shen's mother is most confident. I hurried in to coax her. Okay, don't be angry. If there is anything, let's solve it slowly after dinner. Otherwise, how about Mommy make dumplings for you? Eating dumplings will make you fat. Wrapping meat in dough will make you gain 3 pounds. Look at me, can I get any fatter? Shen Ruoxue said impatiently. Shen's mother shut up and dared not say anything else. Okay, do you think you are still the Shen Ruoxue 4 years ago? You have been abroad for 4 years, and you haven't learned any skills, but you have a bad temper. Shen Jingbing walked in with a face full of anger. Quick, give me some money. I just lost money and I need to go back to make up for it. You went gambling again. Shen Ruoxue almost threw her phone away. Shen Jingbing, how many times have you told me that you will gamble sooner or later and you will bankrupt yourself sooner or later? Why don't you listen? How could she have such a brother? The gambling debts she paid off for him alone amounted to several million. I don't always lose, so why didn't you say anything when I won? Stop talking nonsense and give me the money, 300,000. I will definitely make it back. Shen Jingbing said impatiently. Shen Ruoxue was so angry that she wanted to kill him. Seeing that things were not going well, Shen's mother hurried out to smooth things over. Xiaoxue, what's wrong with your brother asking you for some money? Anyway, you have the fourth master. Why don't you ask the fourth master for some? Mother Shen's eyes flickered. As long as the fourth master becomes the son-in-law of their Shen family, who in the entire Haining City would dare to mess with their Shen family? How could I have family like you? You are a bunch of vampires. Shen Ruoxue was furious. Shen Jingbing was not afraid of boiling water. Okay, if you don't give it to me, I will ask the fourth master for it. Tell me, if the fourth master knew that you have a brother who is a gambler, would he still want you? Shen Ruoxue's eyes went dark, and she almost vomited blood. She gritted her teeth and said, Okay, you are really my good brother. But, do you think I am easy to bully? If you dare to go find the fourth master, believe it or not, I will kill you. She had wasted 4 years. She didn't want to miss Brother Yanzhi again. When Shen Jingbing saw that she was really angry, his heart was beating fast. He didn't want to mess with a crazy woman. She curled her lips and softened her attitude. Then if you give me 300,000, I won't go to the fourth master. Get out of here. Along with this angry shout, a card was thrown out. Shen Jingbing happily put it away and said cheerfully, You are indeed my good sister. I'm going to get out of here, right now. Number 17, Block A, Zhongshanming Road. Following the address, Jiaojiao and Bai Xiuxiu went upstairs. Seeing that the room number was correct, Jiaojiao curled her lips, took a step back, and kicked the door. Chapter 17 Giving face means scolding you to death. Bai Xiuxiu was shocked. Fuck, sister, are we so wild? If I'm not wild, can I be called the wildest young lady in Haining City? Jiaojiao put her hands on her hips proudly. Not to mention, she even liked this unique title. Bai Xiuxiu was convinced. Pointing to the door in front of him, it wasn't kicked open. I saw it. Jiaojiao said, anyway, someone will open the door soon. As soon as he finished speaking, the door in front of him was pulled open, and a messy head stuck out. A pair of dark circles glared at the two of them, and his eyes were red. Are you looking for death? How dare you kick my door? Jiaojiao sneered. I think you are ugly. I will give you one more chance, and talk to me with a correct attitude. I'll fuck you. Haiyanquan opened his mouth and said. Jiaojiao raised a leg and kicked him again, and Haiyanquan was kicked into the door with a cry. The two girls looked at each other, sneered and stepped in. The dark circles under his eyes were hit, and he came to his senses now. He quickly raised his hand to wipe his eyes, and looked at the two people in shock. Jiyu, Miss Jiyu. He recognized Jiaojiao but not Bai Xiuxiu. Bai Xiuxiu was unhappy. Although my Bai family is not well known in Haining City, it is not to be ignored to this extent. 1 Jiang, 2 Jiyu, and 3 Kins. The Bai family can't be ranked in the top 3, but it must be in the top 4, right? Bai Xiuxiu was so angry that she kicked Haiyanquan directly. Haiyanquan cried and rolled on the ground, shouting, I won't live anymore. I can't live anymore. I just got beaten up and the trending search was removed. I didn't do it on purpose. I was wrong, isn't it? Why did you come to me again? He was crying with snot and tears, so pitiful. Jiaojiao took a closer look at the dark circles under her eyes and felt a little sorry for them. So, you got these dark circles because you got beaten. Dark circles rubbed her tears vigorously and cried even harder. We are all trying to make a living. I just secretly revealed some small information. I didn't get much money. I was beaten up like this. I am so pitiful. Where can I seek justice? I cried so hard that my eyes almost went blind. Bai Xiuxiu. Sorry, that's disrespectful. Which warrior did this? He is stealing her job. She's not satisfied yet, this troublemaker. So angry. You said someone beat you up. Who did it? Jiaojiao pulled Bai Xiuxiu away and asked Haiyanquan. Haiyanquan was beaten and kicked. Not only did he not make any money, but he was also about to lose his life. He was really ready to risk his life and was not afraid of anyone. How would I know who beat you up? Even if it was the 4th master, would I dare to say anything? 4th master? Jiang Yanzhi. Dog man. If you want to lie, just lie. Stop talking nonsense, okay? Do you think that with 4th master Jiang's status, he can vent my anger by beating up a doghead like you? Jiaojiao sneered and didn't believe a word of it. That bastard wanted to strangle her to death, become a widow as soon as possible, and then go find his white moonlight. Spraying sulfuric acid on the face can cause disfigurement that can never be washed away. I'm just making an analogy. An analogy. Don't you understand what I'm saying? Dark Eyes shouted angrily, but he stopped crying this time. She's just Miss Jiu. Ain't it okay if he's wrong? Miss, please don't hit me anymore. Woo woo woo, I can't stand it anymore. I'm so miserable. I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have thought about making some money. Now I almost lost my life. He said miserably with dark circles under his eyes. Those who heard it were sad, and those who saw it cried. Jiaojiao had a slight toothache and was disgusted. Bai Xiuxiu kicked him and said, Hey, you are a grown man. Can you stop crying? Stand up and talk. Why? Dark Circle rolled over and got up. Jiaojiao asked, Who asked you to reveal the information? Who is the mastermind behind you? I don't know. Just a phone call, and then a USB flash drive was stuffed into the crack of the door, and a card was given with 100,000 yuan on it. He wiped his face with dark circles under his eyes. It became uglier and unbearable to look at. Jiaojiao couldn't bear to watch, so Bai Xiuxiu kicked the man and told him to go and wash it. Half an hour later, the dark circles were washed away. Bai Xiuxiu was shocked. Fuck. You are such a clean-cut pretty boy. Except for the dark circles under your eyes, if you look closely, you look pretty good. What's the use of being good? He was beaten like this. But in the end, he didn't get the 100,000, he lost a lot. What's your name? Jiaojiao suddenly asked. The pretty boy with dark circles under his eyes replied simply, Fang Cheng. Okay, Fang Cheng. Give me the phone number of the mastermind behind this. By the way, give me the USB flash drive. I won't bother with you about today. Jiaojiao is a person who clearly distinguishes between gratitude and grudges and will take revenge when she is wronged. Since this person has already learned his lesson, she will not kill him. Of course, Jiaojiao didn't believe that Jiang Yanzhi took the initiative to help her. It's not dark yet, so dreams are nonsense. After leaving here, the two went directly to the Western restaurant and ordered 2 Western meals. Jiao, why are you asking Fang Cheng's name? Is there any use for him? Bai Xiao shook the red cup in her glass. As long as the two of them are not fighting and are not bandits, they are still very noble and elegant. Among the people in this restaurant, there are only 2 people who are good-looking and have good temperament. It's useful. He's a talented person who can bend and stretch. Maybe he'll be useful in the future. Jiaojiao was cutting steak and eating it. She was tired from the hard kick just now. As he was talking, the phone at home rang. Jiaojiao, you are really good. Can you explain to me what's going on with that trending search? She's her biological mother. Jiaojiao coaxed her quickly. Mom, isn't this normal? If your daughter doesn't fight one day, do you suspect that she is going to become a good girl? Ma. Oh, this is my own child. My own child, I can't scold him or hit him. One sentence can stop her. I was so angry that I threw the phone away. Forget it, she is already married, so let the Jiang family worry about it. Where were we just talking? Continue. Jiaojiao continued to eat steak, as if what had just happened had never happened. Bai Xiao gave a thumbs up. I'm convinced. Then, before he could continue, Jiang Yanzhi called and said simply, where are you? Jiaojiao. She wanted to hang up the phone, but after looking at Bai Xiao, she gave Jiang Yanzhi some face in front of her best friend. Let's have lunch outside. Address? Jiang Yanzhi asked. Jiaojiao was surprised. Why are you coming? Jiang Yanzhi had a gloomy face and was not in a good mood. You are on the hot search and you still think you are right? Do you know that you are already married? You are my wife. You are Mrs. Jiang. I don't expect you to do anything good, but please don't embarrass me, okay? Oh shit. For the entire morning, his mind was almost entirely filled with this woman who laughed ostentatiously, fought ruthlessly, and could make him angry to death when they quarreled. It's really possessed. Jiang Yanzhi, what's in your head? Half water, half flour. After shaking it around for a few times, it's filled with a mess. You and I are in a secret marriage, a secret marriage. Do you know what a secret marriage is? How did I embarrass you? If you don't tell others, how will they know that I am unlucky enough to marry a fool like you? Jiaojiao's eyes were filled with anger and her temper exploded. Bai Xiao, raising his hands to cover his face. Where is the face you promised me? This face is really great. Chapter 18. Any young guy is more handsome and gentle than him. Jiang Yanzhi has smashed the phone. Luo Fei, who was standing next to him, looked at his nose and his heart, not daring to speak. As a special assistant, although his rank was slightly higher than that of an assistant, it was actually of no use. When the fourth master is angry, he must keep his mouth shut to avoid being implicated. Go out. Jiang Yanzhi said in a cold voice, her eyes full of coldness, as if winter had arrived and a blizzard instantly covered the entire office. Luo Fei hurried out. The man left inside took another deep breath and felt a headache. Suddenly, I remembered what the woman said just now. His brain is half flour and half water, and it turns into paste after shaking it around? I was instantly pissed off again. On the contrary, he is quite sharp-tongued. Just at this moment, his private phone rang. Jiang Yanzhi temporarily put the woman who made him unhappy out of his mind and answered the phone. What's the matter? The voice was gentle and there was no difference in what could be heard. But his expression was so gloomy that water could drip out of it. Shen Ruosha only needed to listen to this gentle voice, and she felt her heart, which had been tense, calm down instantly. Sure enough, Brother Yanzhi still likes her. She said in a coquettish tone, Brother Yanzhi, I'm so bored alone, I want to find you. Looking for me? The gentle voice said, I'm at work. This is a rejection. Shen Ruosha felt indescribably lost. A woman's sixth sense told her that Jiang Yanzhi had been deliberately keeping a distance from her since she returned to China. She bit her lip, unwilling to give up like this. But she is smart, well-behaved and considerate. Half aggrieved, half sensible, she said, but I miss you. Brother Yanzhi, my foot injury is just a minor one. It's not a big deal. I'll go over to see you, just one look, and then I'll leave, okay? She tried her best to be humble, so that Jiang Yanzhi could not say no in the end. His eyes sparkled. Thinking of a woman who didn't know how to be polite, he said hum and hung up the phone. Shen Ruosha immediately stood up happily and dressed up. Mom, I'm going to Jiang's group. You all should behave yourself. Especially my brother. You should take care of him. If he ruins my good things, I will never be polite to him. Before Shen Ruoshu left the house, the doorbell rang. Shen Ruoshu's eyes lit up and she hurriedly urged, "Mom, go open the door quickly. Brother Yanzhi has sent someone to pick me up." Mother Shen was also very happy and kept saying, Okay, I'll go open the door. Hey, who are you? Are you the driver sent by the fourth master to pick up Ruoshu? The woman at the door looks like a noble lady, with all her clothes covered in designer brands that you can't even tell she's wearing. She looks so elegant. Then, Shen's mother was shocked. Are all drivers so greedy these days? Roll is a new word she just learned, and she always feels that it is most appropriate to use it here. Driver. Su Wanrong smiled and said gently, I'm not a driver. My last name is Su. I'm here to see Miss Shen. Mother Su came back to her senses and said awkwardly, Is that so? Sorry, I recognized the wrong person. He turned around quickly and said, Xiaoxue, this Miss Su is here to see you. Shen Ruoshu was still changing clothes in a room. When she heard the voice Miss Su, her heart skipped a beat and she suddenly became panicked. Last name Su. Who else could it be but her? Thinking of the scene 4 years ago, Shen Ruoshu closed her eyes tightly. After a moment, she slowly opened them again, with a calm look in her eyes. She told herself she had gotten through the worst times in the past, so how much more so today, 4 years later? What's so scary? After changing clothes and going out, I saw Su Wanrong sitting in the living room, like the owner, with an elegant and superior demeanor. In contrast, her mother was like a servant. When tea was brought over, people refused to drink it, so she just stood aside, submissive and inexplicably felt inferior. It really embarrasses her. With a distorted expression on her face, Shen Ruoshu limped out on one leg and said in surprise, Aunt Su, why are you here? Look, my foot is injured and it's a bit inconvenient for me to walk. I'm sorry for neglecting you, Aunt Su. Mother Shen also realized at this time, this noble lady who suddenly came to visit was the mother of the fourth master, and she immediately became more reserved. He quickly forced a smile and said, So it's my future in-laws. Look at me, I didn't recognize you. Mom, what nonsense are you talking about? Shen Ruoshu's face changed, and she quickly sent Shen's mother away. My brother has something else to do outside, and is waiting for you. You should go quickly. Aunt Su is here, I'll be all right. I was so angry inside, but I didn't dare to show it on my face. What sin did she commit in her previous life that she was not born into a wealthy family? It would have been fine, but in this life she had to be held back by such a mother? Aunt Su, my mother didn't understand the situation and offended Aunt Su. I would like to apologize to Aunt Su on behalf of my mother. Shen Ruoshu said quickly. Watching Shen's mother leave helplessly, Shen Ruoshu finally breathed a sigh of relief. She put on a well-behaved smile on her face, trying her best to win Su Wanrong's favor. Su Wanrong was a young lady from Jiangnan, and her temperament was always as gentle as water. But she was happy after marriage. She was spoiled by her husband when she was young, and after she had a son, she was spoiled by her son again. Her temper now really can't be described as gentle. She didn't even glance at the tea on the table, and went straight to the point. Miss Shen, let's not beat around the bush and get straight to the point. 4 years ago, it was impossible for you to be with my son, and 4 years later, it's just as impossible for you to be with my son. My son has been married for a long time. If you have any dignity, you should stop pestering him. After all, the couple is quite harmonious, and no matter how much you interfere, you will only be embarrassed. The warning 4 years ago still applies today. The smile on Shen Ruoshu's face froze, but her eyes were instantly filled with tears. She choked and said, Aunt Su, you misunderstood me. I have always admired Brother Yanzhi and never dared to have other thoughts. After all, after Brother Yanzhi got married, I heard that he and his wife were also very respectful to each other. Even if others wanted to, they couldn't interfere. Oh shit. Now it was Su Wanrong's turn to be shocked. What a white lotus that had advanced in cultivation. It really had some skills. On the surface, she said that she didn't dare, but secretly she was very daring. He didn't play tricks on her and chuckled. No matter how much you argue, it's useless. I came to you today to make my point. No matter what means you use, it's useless. The daughter-in-law that our Jiang family marries in this life can only be named Ji Yu. Su Wanrong left the Shen family, still full of anger. After thinking for a while, she didn't want to scold her son anymore. She picked up the phone and scolded her husband. Look at what kind of evil creature you gave birth to, what a bastard. Very good. Jiang Wanhe was scolded. After coaxing his wife with veins throbbing, he grabbed the phone and scolded his son again. If you can't give me a granddaughter within a year, You don't have to stay in Jiang's. Just transfer it to Jiaojiao. We can rely on Jiaojiao for our old age. What's the point of having a son? It not only makes his wife angry, but also brings him bad luck. Jiaojiao didn't know about these things. The two of them ate in the Western restaurant without caring about their appearance. After wiping their mouths, Bai Xiuxiu asked, Jiaobao, you had a quarrel with the fourth master and you just scolded him. Are you really not going to live with him? Jiaojiao picked up the red wine and drank another glass. What's the use of celebrating? He never pays attention to me. What's the use of him? Anyone can do it if you want to have fun. He's an old man, but he really thinks I care about him. Look, any young man on the street is better looking and more gentle than him. With drunken eyes, he looked out the transparent French window and suddenly became interested. Look, a young handsome guy. Coincidentally, the young man turned his head at this moment. When the young man saw Jiaojiao in the Western restaurant, his eyes lit up. The next second, he pushed the door open and came in, flirting with Jiaojiao, hooking her waist and saying, Sister, I fell in love with you at first sight. Do you want to date me? Oh my God. Are all the young handsome guys these days so fierce? Bai Xiuxiu's eyes widened. Bai Xiuxiu's eyes widened. She was really dumbfounded and shocked at this moment, and didn't react for a moment to pull the person away. By the time I reacted, a car stopped outside with a bang. A man with long legs got out of the car and strode into the restaurant. He grabbed the young man by the collar and threw him out with a clang. Chapter 19: The clash between the young hunk and the real husband. The sudden noise frightened everyone. When they came to their senses, the handsome guy who had just been knocked out screamed angrily, Jiang Yanzhi, what are you doing? I finally fell in love with a beautiful girl with fair skin. Get out of my way. If you dare to ruin my marriage, I will never let you go. Wei Zhan rubbed his butt and screamed in frustration, jumped up from the ground and rushed towards Jiang Yanzhi. It looked like a mad calf. The people watching in the restaurant also recognized the people at the scene. Great, they were not to be trifled with. For a moment, no one dared to call the police, nor did they dare to watch the fun openly. Instead, he quickly turned his head and secretly recorded it with his mobile phone. While recording, he pricked up his ears and listened quickly. Oh, it's so lively. TSK, I haven't seen it in a long time. Bai Xiuxiu, who was a little anxious just now, immediately stopped being anxious when she heard that the guy who was being beaten was called Wei Zhan. She really didn't recognize him just now, but now that she recognized him, she felt secretly happy. This excitement is worth watching. By the way, she winked at the lady opposite her. Jiaobao, I didn't expect you to be so popular. Just shut up. Jiaojiao was already half drunk, but was sobered up by the sudden appearance of two men. Groove. One is the famous fourth master Jiang in Haining City, the kind that no one can afford to offend. One is the legendary crazy Master Wei who specifically likes beautiful sisters. She doesn't want to get involved with him either. This is really a bad year. Come on, now that we've had enough food and drink, let's go home and sleep. Jiaojiao stood up, pushed the man next to her away, and wanted to leave with Bai Xiuxiu. Jiang Yanzhi looked gloomy, grabbed her arm fiercely, and said to the restaurant manager on the side, No one is allowed to leave. No video of what happened today can be leaked. The manager nodded and bowed with a bitter face, but fourth master, our restaurant does not have the right to do so. Luo Fei, the special assistant of Jiang Group, walked in quickly and said to everyone with a smile on his face, I'm sorry, everyone. Our president went out for dinner today and doesn't want to be disturbed by anyone. So, if any of you recorded the scene just now, please hand over your phone. We at Jiang Group will compensate you at 3 times the original price. If you deliberately don't hand it over, it will be an infringement of our president's personal privacy. Get ready to receive the indictment from our lawyer. Everyone. This is really the fourth master's usual style. Strong, domineering, but also very satisfying to lose. For a moment, there was nothing to consider. Everyone handed in their phones, and Luo Fei paid triple compensation on the spot. Soon, the restaurant was empty. Bai Xiuxiu was also planning to leave. Jiao, I suddenly have a stomachache. I'm going to see Lao Qin for treatment. Oops. She didn't dare to stay in this live version of Shura Hell for long. Run first as a sign of respect. Bai Xiuxiu, you are my best friend, come back here. Jiaojiao screamed angrily. Bai Xiuxiu had already run away, and handed over her mobile phone, and then received 5 times the compensation in a shameless manner. Luo Fei. Really, do you want a best friend like this? Hey, that's almost enough. Look how anxious my little sister is. You should let go, okay? Wei Zhan said with his hands covering his butt and grinning, and pulled a chair over to sit down. Jiaojiao was so angry that her eyes turned black. Just shut up. If it wasn't you who caused the trouble, would the fourth master be so crazy? Okay. In front of outsiders, you still have to give a man some face. It's not a loss to call him fourth master. As for this scoundrel Wei Zhan, one should look at him with new eyes after 3 days of absence, so she didn't recognize him at first glance. But it's not too late to recognize it now. I wanted to beat him up straight away. Wei Zhan blinked, feeling aggrieved. Can you blame me for this? When love comes, you will do anything for it. Sister Jiao, you are more beautiful than before, so just promise me and be my girlfriend, okay? I promise that as long as you want something, even if it is the stars in the sky, I can get it down for you. As long as you are happy, I can do anything. The young and handsome guy is still very good. This is a good way to pursue girls. I have to say, it's really good. For a moment, Jiaojiao felt shamefully moved. Jiang Yanzhi pulled her away, took a deep breath, and stared coldly at Wei Zhan, who didn't know whether to live or die with his dark eyes. If you want to die, I can help you. Wei Zhan was stunned and almost jumped up again, but he couldn't afford to offend this evil Jiang Xiaoxi. Wei Zhan immediately became timid again and muttered, "It's my fault for being too beautiful. It's my fault for falling in love with Sister Jiao at first sight." This weird tone. Jiang Yanzhi's face became even colder. "You're fucking in love at first sight." Luo Fei stroked his forehead and hurried over to say, "Master Wei Zhan, for the sake of your life, you'd better leave first." In Haining City, Yi Jiang, Ji Yu, and San Qin are well known, but forget about Sai Bai. The Bai family cannot be ranked yet. The ones who can really be ranked are the four guards. Wei family. The Wei family only had one son, Wei Zhan. But this only son who could carry on the family line did not follow the usual path. He was a playboy, with both men and women. As long as she is good-looking and as long as he likes her, he dares to pursue her. So shameful. The Wei family was so angry about this matter of their only child that their hair turned white. They couldn't control him, so they simply sent him abroad to live wild. Out of sight, out of mind. But no one would have expected that this slut would fall for Jiaojiao right after returning to China. I have to say, he is really good at courting death. Hey, why are you walking? I haven't seen you for a few years. Jiaojiao has grown into a beautiful young lady. I like this type. The young man Wei Zhan said excitedly, saliva gushing out of his eyes. The real word desire is the interest that can be seen from the eyes. Luo Fei twitched his lips fiercely. I can't care, die, be destroyed. The next second, Jiang Yanzhi, who could no longer bear it, kicked Wei Zhan out. Wei the she-male. Get out of here. You can do whatever you want to others, but not her. A wife in a secret marriage is still a wife. You dare to seduce his wife in front of her husband. You're looking for death. Fuck, Jiang Xiaoxi, are you serious? Wei Zhan screamed in pain and tried to rush up while cursing, but Luo Fei quickly grabbed his waist and dragged him out. At this moment, the restaurant manager was scared away and the waiters also quickly left. The only two parties left at the scene were Jiang Yanzhi and Jiaojiao. But Jiaojiao felt that her client was actually quite unlucky. Jiang Yanzhi, you're almost there. You look so angry. Am I putting a hat on you? You can't blame me for this. Wei Zhan stuck his head out of the door and struggled and shouted, Sister Jiao, I just like you. Luo Fei resigned himself to his fate and slapped out his hand to cover the guy's mouth, then quickly dragged him out. Who else can I blame if not you? If you hadn't taken the initiative to flirt with him, how could Wei really like you? Jiang Yanzhi blurted out, saying coldly. He knew very well that today's incident had nothing to do with Jiaojiao. But he just felt unhappy. If I say it's you, and if I say it's not you, it's still you, and you can't refute it. Jiang Yanzhi, I think you are really sick, and your illness is not mild. Go to the neurology department and check your brain. Jiaojiao widened her eyes and was very angry. Seeing that he did not leave and was blocking the road, she kicked him hard and said, Get out of the way. A good dog does not block the road. If you take the initiative to flirt with me, I'll kick you to death. The kick landed on the calf, causing excruciating pain. Jiang Yanzhi's face was distorted with pain. Just as he was about to reach out and grab this woman who didn't know how to live or die, a taxi stopped outside. Shen Ruoxue, who always dressed like a fairy, came in with a fragrant scent. Brother Yanzhi, I was just about to go to the company to look for you, and I happened to see you here. She walked past Jiaojiao as if no one was around and threw herself into Jiang Yanzhi's arms. Jiang Yanzhi didn't want to take it at first, but suddenly thought of what had just happened, sneered again, and his mind suddenly changed. He still took Shen Ruoxue in his arms. Crack! With a crisp sound, Jiaojiao shook her phone and said to the two of them, "Fourth master, live together till old age. I wish you a happy marriage, a son for 10,000 years, and never be alone for the rest of your lives." After saying this, he turned and ran. Jiang Yanzhi pushed Shen Ruoxue away and shouted angrily, "Jiaojiao, stop right there." Chapter 20. Taking circle photos with the young boy. Stand still. Only a fool would stand still. I won't stand. What can you do to me? I'm congratulating you on your happy marriage. Why don't you know what's good for you? Jiaojiao went out and grabbed Wei Zhan, and then the two of them, one in front and one behind, stuffed themselves into the car almost at the same time. Their movements were so smooth and integrated. You can tell at first glance that they have a tacit understanding. Luo Fei was stunned and didn't dare to stop him. The main thing is that he doesn't have the ability to suppress Wei Zhan. At the moment when no one dared to stop them, the two men had already rushed into the car, started the car, stepped on the accelerator, and were ready to rush out like a giant beast at any time. When Jiang Yanzhi chased to the front of the car with a rage, Jiaojiao rolled her eyes at him, and the back of the car splashed him in the face, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Wei Zhan even raised his middle finger to Jiang Yanzhi provocatively and laughed. "Jiu Shaoxi, Sister Jiao, and I are going out to play. Bye." Jiang Yanzhi. My eyes went dark. Jiu. Jiao. Jiao. That was his car. She drove away. What did he use to get back? Luo Fei, the special assistant at the side, was trembling. "Boss, if you are fighting, don't involve me. You can't see me, you can't see me, and you can't see me. Yanzhi, wait for me." Shen Ruoxue staggered out of the Western restaurant. When she was pushed away just now, she accidentally sprained her ankle. The pain made her face even paler. However, she was already beautiful, and now with her pale face, she looked even more pitiful. Jiang Yanzhi turned around and looked at Shen Ruoxue like this. A hint of impatience flashed across his angry eyes, but he covered it up well. "Why are you here?" As long as the woman he is facing is not Jiaojiao, Jiang Yanzhi can control his emotions well. On the contrary, he wished he could strangle Jiaojiao to death. Shen Ruoxue was stunned. Wasn't this what we had agreed on before? But she was smart enough not to ask this question, and she realized that the man was really in a bad mood. A sensible woman would never cause trouble for a man at this time. She would just change the subject cleverly. "Brother Yanzhi, Miss Jiu has taken your car. Will it be inconvenient for you later? Otherwise, let the driver pick you up." She said it very gently and generously. Luo Fei pretended to be invisible. Jiang Yanzhi glanced at her, then at Luo Fei, and said calmly, "I am indeed very busy. Ruoxue, your feet are not convenient. You should take a taxi back first." Luo Fei received a look from his boss and quickly called another car over. As for Shen Ruoxue, she hurried over from far away just to see him. But this meeting ended up spraining her ankle for the second time. "Okay, Brother Yanzhi, I'll go back first then. You should make sure to rest even if you're busy." Shen Ruoxue got in the car and did not forget to give some thoughtful reminders, which gave her a full score for impression. At this moment, Jiang Yanzhi felt like what the hell? Why are there such huge differences between people? He raised his hand and hit his chest. He was so angry that his liver hurt. At this moment, Jiaojiao, who had already stepped on the accelerator and slid out, laughed wantonly and wildly. The whole road was filled with the sound of her laughter. Wei Zhan, a young handsome man who had just returned from China, also joined her in making a fuss. "Sister Jiao, you slapped Jiang Shaoxi in the face and stole his car. What if he comes back to retaliate against you? Would I be afraid of him? Come on, if you're capable, I'll take over." Jiaojiao is a professional racing driver with a license. The car that was snatched away had excellent performance. As soon as the accelerator was stepped on, it instantly felt like it was speeding at top speed. "Oh wow, where are we going?" Jiaojiao spoke loudly as the car sped up. "Wei Zhan now. Damn it, he doesn't want to be a handsome young man anymore." He quickly fastened his seatbelt, held the handle tightly with both hands, and said with a stiff face, "Ancestor, it doesn't matter where we are going. Can you please slow down the car? There are police cars coming up behind us. Driving in the city is already seriously speeding." Jiaojiao looked behind the car. Okay, a series of mounted police officers with flashing lights were chasing her. "How many fines did you get along the way? The car isn't mine anyway. Let's play it again." So, when the police behind saw that the car in front was going crazy and they were chasing it further and further away, this time they were really angry. Park the car on the side of the road and notify the traffic police to set up a checkpoint ahead to stop the speeding vehicle. But there was a cordon ahead, but Jiaojiao took a few day tours and led Wei Zhan into the mountains. The mountain road was winding, and it was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon when we reached the top. After walking on the mountain road for more than an hour, Wei Zhan's eyes were almost starry. Sister Jiao, I say, if you don't like me anymore and want to punish me, you don't have to do it so hard. Are you planning to take me to the mountains and kill me to silence me? After getting out of the car, Wei Zhan vomited violently while holding onto the car door. As the saying goes, other people drive for money, but his ancestors drive for their lives. Wei Zhan felt dizzy and scared, and felt like she had lost half her life along the way. If I really wanted to kill you to silence you, would there be any need to come here? Jiaojiao rolled her eyes at him, walked to the trunk and opened it to see. There was only a box of mineral water in the back. Jiaojiao laughed. Fourth master, is that all there is in the car? There should be at least wine and meat, right? If not, there should be a gift box, right? Water alone won't satisfy your hunger. Did she steal a car just to run to the mountains to drink water? She is really sick. He grabbed 2 bottles and threw one to Wei Zhan. Drink some water to calm your nerves. Let's watch the stars tonight before going down the mountain. Wei Zhan's eyes widened, and he drank the mouthwash into his stomach, and he almost ejaculated again. What are you doing? What are you doing? I've already given in and stopped talking. Why should I still watch the stars with you? I don't want it. I want to go down the mountain. I want to eat. I want to drink. I want to pick up girls. I want to live a life of debauchery. I don't want to watch the stars with crazy people. Wei Zhan roared secretly, regretting it so much that his intestines turned green. I call you cheap and you are indecent. Why are you pretending to be a handsome young man? What young lady do you want? You want nothing. Your young lady is obviously a big devil, the kind that eats people without leaving any bones behind. Hey, what do you mean by that look? You don't want to look at the stars with me? I'm telling you, Jiang Yanzhi, you've been abroad for a few years and you've been having a lot of fun, right? You don't take me seriously anymore. Jiaojiao immediately looked at him sideways, as if to say, if you dare to nod, I'm going to break your head. Wei Zhan. He was wrong. He shouldn't have provoked this ancestor. He would never dare to do it again, really. But the next second, Jiaojiao put her arm around his shoulders, then took out her cell phone, took a selfie with a click, and wrote a comment on the circle of friends. I must be looking forward to spending the night with this young hunk. There are barren mountains behind her and handsome men beside her. This situation is quite exciting. When Jiang Yanzhi saw the circle, she started to locate it directly. Jiaojiao didn't know all this. This mountain had just been developed and the road all the way up was dirt. Standing on the top of the mountain and looking around, there was not even a single ghost hair. So, why on earth did she have to bring Wei Zhan to this shabby place to act crazy? Just to take a circle shot? You have your white moonlight, and I also have my handsome boy, right? Really, I suddenly feel so childish. Forget it, let's go back. When she finished the 3rd bottle of water, Jiaojiao's stomach started to growl and she couldn't hold on any longer. She looked at Wei Zhan. What's so good about the stars? Let's go down the mountain and eat delicious food. Wei Zhan. Agree. So, there was something wrong with your brain at the beginning. Why did you rush up the mountain? The two of them quickly and amicably reached a consensus on going down the mountain. Then, Jiaojiao glanced at the fuel gauge and it cracked. Wei Zhan, do you think there is a possibility we leave the car here and walk down the mountain with our willpower? Chapter 21. Listen to your quibbling, and then look at the stars with your neck lifted. Wei Zhan didn't react at first. By the time I reacted, my whole body was broken. Not only did it crack, but it also jumped up in rage, shouting at the top of its voice, Jiaojiao. What did I say? I told you to slow down, don't get mad. You insisted on going up this crappy mountain. You went ahead and even ran out of gas. Tell me, what should we do now? This barren mountain is so high, with your 2 stinky feet, how can you possibly walk back? Really, very crazy. I called a Dong taxi, but even Dong didn't dare to accept the order. He was really convinced. I haven't seen her for a few years, and I thought she would become more stable as she got older. As a result, he is not steady at all. I wish I could just beat her to death. Ha! You are so brave that you dare to yell at me, right? Wei Zhan, don't you forget that you wet your pants when you were a kid? I lent you my little skirt, otherwise you would have to go back with your bottom naked. Jiaojiao half closed her eyes and was also angry. Besides, I didn't do it on purpose. I was just impulsive and the police were chasing me and I had nowhere to run, so I just rushed in here. Wei Zhan became even more anxious. Can you please shut up? My name is Wei Zhan, not Wei Zhenzhen. Also, that dark history from childhood has been over for 20 years. Can you please stop talking about it all the time? Isn't that childish? How childish is this? Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. What's more, I'm saving your face. Anyway, as long as it can defeat the enemy, it's a magic weapon. After Jiaojiao said this, Wei Zhan was also so angry that he lost his temper. Seeing the time ticking away, Wei Zhan admitted defeat. Let's go. The car is out of gas, and you can't fly down. You're just sitting here waiting to starve to death. Okay, take a few bottles of water. Jiaojiao said, opening the trunk and throwing him 2 bottles of water. We can't carry heavy loads, so let's take less to avoid getting more tired. Wei Zhan. To be honest, if I could turn back time, I would definitely stay away from you. It's such a disaster. Jiaojiao also filled 2 bottles of water for herself, and then, the 2 of them, relying on their own 2 legs, began to walk down the mountain in the setting sun, swinging their steps and cursing all the way. Then, after a long 3.5 hours, the 2 people, who were exhausted from walking like dogs, panted and had trembling legs, and found the man waiting at the foot of the mountain, Jiang Yanzhi. At this moment, Jiaojiao didn't care at all about whether he was a bastard or not. She seemed to have strength suddenly, and she rushed over with both legs raised, shouting, Jiang Yanzhi, did you bring any food? I'm so hungry. The 2 of them had 4 bottles of water in total. She drank 3.5 bottles, and Wei Zhan didn't get the remaining half bottle, which he spilled. Wei really wanted to die. Really, where did this evil girl come from? Can I just not want her anymore? Jiang Shaoxi, no. 4th Master, brother, dear brother, please help me. I will never compete with you for a young lady again. Please be kind and give me something to eat. Ouch, I'm really starving to death. Luo Fei sat in the black Land Rover, not daring to move at all, with a dumbfounded expression on his face, staring at the 2 people in confusion, as if he had seen aliens. It's so disfiguring. He turned his stiff neck again, turned to the cold man in black sitting in the back of the car, and asked, Boss Jiang, it seems to be Madam. Jiang Yanzhi closed the document he was reading, turned his head to look outside, and said slowly, this is a local dog, not a wife. The implication is, ignore it. Luo Fei. When it comes to having fun, the 4th Master is the best. How could he dare to open the door if the 4th Master didn't allow him to? Jiaojiao slammed the car hard. Jiang Yanzhi, are you deaf? Get out of the car. If you don't get out, I will smash the car. Wei Zhan was too tired to shout anymore, so he sat down on the ground, and did not forget to give bad advice. Sister, puncture the tire. Chapter 22. Take off your shoes and throw them. It was very late and no one in Jiang's house had rested yet. When the well-performing car stopped silently at the gate of Jiang's house, Jiaojiao looked out of the car window and could see many people inside and bright lights, as if something big was happening. She frowned and looked at Jiang Yanzhi with a dark face. I'll be back soon. Are you still pretending? Pretend to be affectionate in front of others. Dislike each other behind their backs. Wei Zhan, who was sitting in the passenger seat, chuckled and said fearlessly, Sister Jiaojiao, why are you pretending? It's as if no one knows who you are. But I really can't figure it out. Is Jiang Shaoxi not smart enough? Why would he choose you instead of anyone else to have a secret marriage? Luo Fei's hands trembled as he listened to this speech and he almost drove out again. The next second, the car door opened and the people in the car got out. Jiang Yanzhi grabbed Wei Zhan's neck and threw him out, saying to Luo Fei, drive the car back. Luo Fei quickly glanced at the embarrassed Master Wei Zhan, turned the steering wheel swiftly, and drove away quickly. Wei Zhan sat on the ground, his nose crooked with anger. Jiang Shaoxi, what do you mean? Aren't we brothers who have worn the same pants since childhood? You will die if you ask him to send me off. Jiaojiao also got out of the car. Her feet hurt and she couldn't stand steadily. Every step he took was painful, and the way he grimaced was really funny. My mother only gave birth to me, not a brother. Jiang Yanzhi said coldly, and turned around and walked into the house. Jiaojiao patted Wei Zhan's shoulder from behind and said in a low voice, Xiao Zhenzhen, well done. Let me tell you, I also hate this secret marriage. If you have the ability to ruin us, you can choose any of my properties. Real. Real. Wei Zhan was a little skeptical. But why? I remember you liked him since you were a child. Stop it. Jiaojiao laughed. My 10 years of love have gone to waste. He doesn't deserve my love. Men are like a piece of shit-stained coin. She liked it when he was clean and tidy, and her heart was completely on him. Whether she was eating, drinking, or having fun, she was thinking about him. But now he stinks and is not clean. What else does she want him for? Okay, I won't tell you. Wei Zhan nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Then keep your word. If I want to cause you to divorce, I will just pick up any property under your name. Jiaojiao snorted, staggered into Jiang's house on her aching feet. In the darkness, Wei Zhan watched her walk into the door, then took out his mobile phone, opened his Moments, clicked on the picture that Jiaojiao had just sent, and saved it. Oh. His cell phone is charged again. He just charged it in the car. Jiang Yanzhi was already waiting impatiently at the door. I don't know what that woman is up to. What is there to talk about with a fool like Wei Zhan? But he was alone and didn't dare to go in now. Don't ask why. Asking is just a sign of cowardice. His grandfather is here. Does he dare to go in? You must not drag Jiaojiao along. Just when they were getting tired of waiting, Jiaojiao finally showed up. Jiang Yanzhi stepped forward with a sullen face. Why are you so slow? Even a turtle can crawl faster than you. If you can't use your mouth, throw it away. Jiaojiao directly retorted. I didn't ask you to wait for me. Why do you care how fast I climb? Her feet hurt so much that she'll have to ask Mrs. Wang to get her some ointment. You are self-aware. You are not fast when you crawl, but you are quite fast when you climb into bed. Jiang Yanzhi said with his arms crossed. Jiaojiao took off her shoes and threw them at him. You are fast. You are fast. I wish you were fast every day, every second. Chapter 23. The Pampered Daughter-in-Law. Jiang Yanzhi was still in a daze when the shoe hit her face. Jia understood immediately and was extremely angry. He grabbed her arm and pulled her over, gritting his teeth and saying, Jiaojiao. The shoe slid off his face and fell to the ground with a soft click. There was a shoe print on the man's face. It looks very funny. But he was so angry that he forgot about the shoe hitting his face. I didn't reach out to wipe it for a moment. In the light, Jiaojiao looked up at him and immediately burst out laughing. This laugh instantly diluted the tense atmosphere that was about to start a fight. This woman looks really pretty when she smiles, but she has an extra mouth. The man held her arm and couldn't help but loosen it, with a trace of inexplicable regret in his eyes. Forget it. Why bother with a woman? The elders at home are still waiting. Jiaojiao, you must explain to me what happened today, otherwise. Jiang Yanzhi threatened with half-closed eyes. Jiaojiao didn't feel threatened by him. She kept her attention on his face. She was so uncomfortable trying not to laugh that she quickly put on her shoes. Oh, okay, it's just an explanation. I'll explain it. Jiang Yanzhi didn't expect that she would suddenly become so easy to talk to. He was clearly just hitting him with his shoes and baring his teeth. Throw your shoes at him. Jiang Yanzhi came back to his senses suddenly, let go of him, and reached out to wipe it. Jiaojiao felt a little sorry, leaned against the wall and said softly, Actually, if you don't wipe it now, I will help you wipe it later. After all, her image as a good and obedient young wife cannot be destroyed. Just wait for me. You can imagine how angry the man was when he saw the dirt on his hands. Jiaojiao chuckled. Why am I waiting for you? You are such a quick-tempered man. Only a blind man would like you. She regretted it. She regretted what she had said to Su Wanrong before, that she would not divorce. She will definitely bring up this matter again with her mother-in-law. Don't think she won't complain. She will. Jiaojiao. Jiang Yanzhi shouted again, his eyes blazing with fire. It seems that I didn't satisfy you that night. When? When? If you have the guts, just say it. If you don't, just shut up. No means no. Stop talking nonsense. Instead of chatting with me, why don't you go to the hospital and check your prostate? Jiaojiao kept chattering and was not afraid of him at all. Jiang Yanzhi's face turned even darker. He was about to take action again. Just as he raised his hand and stretched it out, the door in front of him suddenly opened. Su Wanrong's original surprise turned into anger when she saw the two of them arguing at the door, with the man even trying to hit the woman. She shouted in a rage, Jiang Yanzhi, are you capable enough? You've even learned to beat your wife. Jiaojiao's mind worked quickly. She immediately let out a dry howl. When she couldn't cry out, she squeezed out the tears. She hugged Su Wanrong and cried out in grievance, Mom, you have to make the decision for me. Look at him. Not only did he go out to hook up with some little witch, but he also came back to beat me. Woo woo woo, I really can't live anymore. Jiang Yanzhi's face had turned pale. He really didn't expect that this woman was so despicable and would be the first to complain. He took a deep breath and explained to himself, Mom, I didn't hit her. How dare you quibble? Su Wanrong yelled again, And then a little old man flashed out from behind Su Wanrong at great speed and smashed her head with the stick in his hand. You little bastard. Are you deliberately going against Grandpa? Do you want to piss me off to death? Jiang Yanzhi was beaten, but he didn't dare to get angry. He felt so aggrieved that he wanted to vomit blood. Grandpa, no. This is all a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. I knew you had a problem with me. You want to piss me off to death so you can inherit my estate, right? Jiang Yanzhi. What does this have to do with anything? Wrong. How did the scene suddenly slide in an increasingly bizarre direction? Trying to calm down, he turned his gaze to the culprit. Seeing that she still had the nerve to cry, he immediately felt a headache again. Jiaojiao, explained to Grandpa and Mom. I didn't want to hit you. I just saw that your hair was messy and wanted to tidy it up for you. Pooh. You bastard. I don't believe you at all. Jiaojiao hugged her mother-in-law, who was even smaller than her, crying more and more uncomfortably, choking with sobs. Mom, you don't know. Today at noon, I wanted to eat lunch outside. But Yangji's white moonlight went, and she asked me to make room. I am such a kind, cute and weak little fairy. How can I be a match for the two of them? Woo woo woo, I feel so uncomfortable. Jiang Yanzhi. His face turned dark. I'm tired. It's a mess. Destroy it. I don't want to explain it anymore. Every word of this is nonsense. But every word of this is somewhat true, which makes him unable to clear himself even if he jumps into the yellow river. He wanted to talk about how she had just hit him in the face with a shoe, but he probably wouldn't be believed in this situation. Seeing that his mother and grandfather looked like they were going to eat him, Jiang Yanzhi lowered his eyes and gave up. Grandpa, Mom, don't be angry, I was wrong. Grandpa Jiang kicked him on the leg and said, if you know you're wrong, get in here. Apologize to Jiao. Do you hear me? Yes. There is no hope in life. Therefore, Jiang Yanzhi still hasn't figured out until now why it was Jiaojiao who needed to explain when she came back, and why she wanted to go up the mountain to watch the stars with another man in the middle of the night. But as soon as he entered the house, he was the one who got beaten? Mrs. Wang prepared a sumptuous midnight snack and set up a large table for a lively feast. Then, Grandpa Jiang, Su Wanrong, his aggrieved daughter-in-law Jiaojiao, and even the housekeeper and Mrs. Wang all came to the table to eat. But they left his only grandson aside. He had to stand the whole time and serve at any time, waiting for Jiaojiao to eat and drink. If she wants to eat shrimp, he has to peel them for her. She wanted ribs and he had to give her hand-torn meat. If she wanted soup, he had to put it in the bowl. Jiaojiao was not polite either, and took advantage of the favor to act coquettishly, and made him run around in circles. Mrs. Wang and the housekeeper at the side did not dare to stay any longer. They quickly finished their meal and left the table to get away from this hellish scene. Then, this midnight snack lasted for several hours. When Jiang Wanhe rushed back at around 2 in the morning, it was not over yet. Naturally, Jiang Yanzhi had become completely numb under the violence of her father. Destroy it. This is unlivable. At 4 o'clock in the morning, the family finally washed up and went to bed. Jiaojiao took the ointment, and in Jiang Yanzhi's expressionless arms, the two went upstairs together. As soon as she entered the bedroom, Jiaojiao immediately jumped out of Jiang Yanzhi's arms, tiptoed onto the bed, and pulled the quilt. I'm going to sleep, you go. Jiang Yanzhi looked at her with a wooden expression, said nothing, and went into the bathroom to take a shower. Taking this opportunity, Jiaojiao quickly applied ointment on her feet, then stretched out her toes to dry them before lying down to sleep. While she was half asleep, the bed beside her sank and someone was whispering something in her ear. Jiaojiao was very sleepy, but she quickly opened her eyes. Chapter 24. He is so capable that he wants to reach the moon. The man had already hugged her whole body, and Jiaojiao was forced to crawl on top of him, and she suddenly woke up. She blinked and looked at the man who was so close to her. It really looks beautiful. The eyebrows are eyebrows, the eyes are eyes. The lips are thin, but ruthless. At least he was ruthless to her. As for the rest, she inexplicably thought of that night in the bar. He finished it in just a few minutes just to get the job done. TSK, it really deserves the word fast. Fourth Master, are you hugging me like this to please me or to curry favor with me? Just hug him. There was no one else here, and Jiaojiao was too lazy to pull hard against him. I'm sleepy, can you let me go? Jiaojiao said again. She pretended not to see the raging anger in the man's eyes. In short, as long as he was unhappy, she would be happy. Her happiness is so simple, so great. Jiang Yanzhi. Originally, he couldn't sleep and was very angry, so he wanted to have a good talk with her. But he didn't expect that this woman was so capable, and she made him angry in an instant. Jiaojiao, I suddenly feel that I have been too indulgent toward you. As Mrs. Jiang, you have everything. You should be law-abiding, but you always make trouble from time to time. Are you so wild? Can't you control yourself? Jiaojiao yawned. It's the same old stuff. I've heard you say this so many times that my ears are calloused. Hey, fourth master, are you going to sleep or not? I am sleepy even if you are not. She pretended to roll off him and continue sleeping. But the man hugged her tighter. I'm talking to you, but you want to sleep? I'm your husband. Where do you put me? I know. Jiaojiao was so sleepy that she could only comfort him. You are my husband. This is legally recognized. I hold you at the top of my heart. I burn 3 incense sticks every day to worship you. Jiang Yanzhi. He had a lot of anger in his heart, but he couldn't vent it out, and the tone of her voice, which was like coaxing a child, made him even angrier. It's so frustrating. So, why was he bothering her so much at this late hour when he was not sleeping? He took a deep breath, turned over and sat up suddenly, and said with a serious face, You go to sleep, I'm not sleepy. With a bang, he slammed the door and left. Jiaojiao. It's already 4 in the morning. What are you doing? His eyelids closed in an instant and he fell into a deep sleep. Jiang Yanzhi didn't hear any attempt to persuade the person behind him to stay. He originally wanted to leave angrily, but then he thought, this is his home, why should he leave? He took off his clothes and went back to the bedroom, only to see the woman soundly sleeping. His heart, filled with rage, suddenly calmed down. Jiaojiao is the eldest daughter of the Jiu family in Haining City. She was also brought up in pampered condition. And who isn't a spoiled little girl from a wealthy family? Jiaojiao is even more wild. From childhood to adulthood, she will definitely get whatever she wants. But her values are also very positive. Apart from being a bit spoiled, she never bullies others and is also pretty. She has a face as bright as a rose, unrestrained and a little wild. She is very beautiful, but also has a bad temper. The closer you get, the more it will hurt. But when she was asleep, she was really quiet. As soon as that little mouth that almost made him angry to death closed, the whole world became peaceful, as if he had become a different person. Thinking of this, Jiang Yanzhi became inexplicably angry again. Why was he sulking alone while this woman was sleeping so peacefully? Reaching out to pinch her soft face, Jiaojiao raised her hand and slapped it away. Stop it, I'm sleepy. The tone was whispering and coquettish, very soft and sticky. Jiang Yanzhi frowned. How could a woman who is always quick to attack others actually be so soft at times? He didn't believe it and continued to pinch. Jiaojiao got annoyed and opened her eyes suddenly. Jiang Yanzhi, can you stop making trouble? I'm really fed up with you. Annoyed with me? You're annoyed with me but still want to marry me and try every means to marry me. Seeing that she woke up, Jiang Yanzhi became excited again. MDZZ. This guy is fucking 3 years old. Look at the time. It's almost 5 in the morning. If I wait a little longer, the sun will come out. Jiaojiao was also very convinced. Is that what I wanted to marry? You were the one who cried and shouted to marry me. Don't think I don't know that you could have refused to agree to that marriage contract, but you insisted on agreeing to it. As soon as Jiaojiao finished speaking, Jiang Yanzhi grabbed her mouth and said, Nonsense. Well, you are sick. How can you pinch someone's mouth? She raised her hand to slap him away, and Jiaojiao kicked him again. Jiang Yanzhi's eyes darkened, and she looked at the empty thing under her quilt. Suddenly, she felt like her brain was buzzing. You sleep naked. Somewhere, the blood was rushing, and then it rushed harder and harder. He took a deep breath and his eyes quickly darkened. Jiaojiao's face twitched. Damn. She's not wearing any panties. He quickly covered himself up. None of your business. Jiang Yanzhi threw away her blanket and chuckled. You are my wife. Do you think it has nothing to do with me? She was wearing pajamas, but when I looked at that place just now, there was nothing there. Jiang Yanzhi's mouth was dry, and he stretched out his hands to hold down her 2 arms that were waving wildly. His voice was hoarse but full of desire. Jiaojiao, I know you have always coveted my body, and you are still jealous. Isn't it because I didn't satisfy you last time? This time I will satisfy you and let you see if I can do it. Damn, this bastard is trying to force his way in. Jiaojiao was almost mad. Jiang Yanzhi, wake up. Only a fool would covet your body. Why would I be jealous? I tell you, I dislike you. Dirty. Before she uttered the last word, Jiang Yanzhi already didn't want to listen to her chatter anymore. I bent down and kissed her, kissing the last word into her mouth. She didn't hear it anyway. Spring flowers and autumn moons exist forever, and everyone likes to do beautiful things. When Jiaojiao was held down and kissed until her legs almost went limp, she gritted her teeth and yelled, "Can you f***ing let me go? I think you're dirty." Is he dirty? How is he dirty? Jiang Yanzhi was stunned for a moment, and finally reacted. Anger quickly appeared in her eyes. So you are upset with me because of this? I have never touched any other woman. Except you. Huh? Haven't you touched it? I don't believe you. Jiaojiao has been in poor health for several days. Even when Bai Xiuxiu and Wei Zhan asked her to go out and play, she didn't want to go. Lost interest. I don't feel well, I don't feel like playing. It's raining outside again, and rainy days go well with hot pot. Bai Xiuxiu, let's go out for hot pot. I'll treat you and Wei Zhenzhen will pay. Hey, how about calling Lao Qin? I don't know if he's free. Jiaojiao was thinking about other things. Last time at the bar, when they had their first time, did she take the pills? My head hurts so much that I can't remember anything. Also, he said he has never touched other women. Is that true? But whatever really. Damn it. That night, he succeeded. Now her waist and legs are sore and she dare not say he is incapable anymore. He is very good. The punishment must be from heaven. Chapter 25. Wait until I become Mrs. Jiang. Shen Ruoxue watched Jiang Yanzhi come out and was about to move forward happily, but suddenly she realized that this man did not see that she had arrived at the door of the meeting room. Her expression instantly turned ugly, but she was always good at acting and maintaining her fairy-like image. She quickly followed him and called out obediently, "Brother Yanzhi." Jiang Yanzhi heard someone shouting, so she stopped and turned to look at her. "When did you come?" "So, I really didn't see her just now." Luo Fei turned his head away, trying not to laugh. Jiang Yanzhi said, "The meeting has been postponed. I'll be out right away." Luo Fei responded and immediately went to the conference room to explain. Shen Ruoxue had already walked up quickly, holding up the porridge she had cooked herself. "Brother Yanzhi, my foot is healed, and I thought that I haven't come to see you these days, so I cooked some porridge for you. Have you had breakfast? The porridge is still hot. Why don't you eat some porridge before you get busy?" Jiang Yanzhi raised his hand and looked at the time. "It's 10 o'clock in the morning. I'll have lunch directly." He was anxious to leave. The next second, Shen Ruoxue's eyes seemed to be filled with tears, but they were about to fall. She said with forbearance and generosity, "No, it's okay. If Brother Yanzhi has something to do, then go and do it. I was ignorant and shouldn't have disturbed Brother Yanzhi at this time." He spoke as if he felt very wronged. The meeting behind him had ended, and the senior managers who came out one after another looked at this scene with great surprise, and whispered, "It turns out that Mr. Jiang is such a warm man. He is so fierce to us, but he is so gentle when answering the call from his girlfriend." Who says it's not true? All men have weaknesses. I think this Miss Shen will most likely become Mrs. Jiang. I heard that Miss Shen and Mr. Jiang were a couple 4 years ago. I thought it was just a rumor before, but now it seems to be true. All right, we have to eat melons according to our ability. If Boss Jiang finds something wrong with us, we can't afford it. A group of people whispered and then dispersed immediately. Shen Ruoxue felt very happy when she heard the voice. She looked a little aggrieved just now, but in an instant she became very happy and her mood became very good. That's right. She just needs this kind of public opinion. She is the woman that Brother Yanzhi loves the most. As for Jiaojiao, so what even if they get married? Just a secret marriage. She has plenty of ways to make Jiang Yanzhi divorce and then marry her. Don't bother me, I just came at an inopportune time. Jiang Yanzhi glanced over and comforted Shen Ruoxue. Don't take what they just said to heart. The joy on Shen Ruoxue's face froze. What do you mean by don't take it to heart? But Jiang Yanzhi did not explain, and called Luo Fei out again. Miss Shen's foot injury has just healed. Arrange a place for Miss Shen to rest. He turned around and walked away, his steps seeming to be in a hurry. Shen Ruoxue subconsciously wanted to catch up, but Luo Fei stopped her. Miss Shen, our CEO Jiang really has something urgent to deal with. If you are free, please wait in this reception room. No need. Shen Ruoxue took a deep breath and said directly, I'm going to Brother Yanzhi's office. Luo Fei declined. I'm afraid it's inconvenient. It's not inconvenient at all. Brother Yanzhi likes me the most. I even brought him porridge that I cooked myself. Shen Ruoxue raised the thermos in her hand and shook it, with a SpongeBob sticker on it. It looks very childlike. But for some things, you can't achieve your goal just by having childish fun. Luo Fei didn't take it seriously. Miss Shen, there are many confidential matters in Mr. Jiang's office. You should go to the reception room. There are so many confidential documents. If something goes wrong, how will he explain it? Shen Ruoxue's face darkened. Assistant Luo, I've already said that I'm Brother Yanji's favorite person, and I want to be Mrs. Jiang in the future. Then wait until you do it. You. Shen Ruoshu took a deep breath and forced a smile. Okay, then I'll wait until I become Mrs. Jiang before I enter this office. Seeing Shen Ruoshu turn around and leave, Luo Fei chuckled. Don't worry, you will never be Mrs. Jiang in your life. There was only one Mrs. Jiang in their family from beginning to end. Jiang Yanzhi drove the car almost at the speed of sound and ran through countless red lights along the way. Bai Xiuxiu shouted on the phone, "Where are you? Hurry up. Jiaojiao is injured and she refuses to go to the hospital." Jiaojiao's face was full of black lines. Can you not be so exaggerated? I just got a little scratched. Is that a scratch? That's a broken leg. Wei Zhan was so angry that he slammed the racer's helmet to the ground. Go to the hospital. You're seriously injured and bleeding too much. Do you want to die? I don't want to die. Jiaojiao took a deep breath and said helplessly, but look at my legs. What are you looking at? Don't look. Wei Zhan's face was tense. He was just like a little puppy, but now he was fierce. Are you going or not? If you don't want to go, I'll carry you. Jiaojiao. Is it really necessary to be so serious? She really only had a small scratch. The dozen or so team members who were watching also saw this scene. They all had strange expressions on their faces and didn't know what to say. Just at this moment, Jiang Yanzhi's car rushed in and stopped at the periphery with a creak. All the team members dispersed. Jiang Yanzhi got out of the car, strode in, and saw a woman sitting on the ground. The pants on her right leg were torn and covered with blood. The entire right leg was covered in blood. Jiang Yanzhi took a deep breath. Do you want to die? You are so seriously injured. Why don't you go to the hospital? What are you doing? Coming so fast. Jiaojiao glared at Bai Xiuxiu, but Bai Xiuxiu didn't look at her and said quickly, Fourth Master, her leg must be seriously injured. Let's go to the hospital immediately. Don't listen to her. Jiang Yanzhi had already squatted down and looked at her legs with cold eyes. Don't do dangerous activities like racing anymore. Why? Jiaojiao was anxious. Why do you care about me? Why should I care about you? If this leg is broken, you will be a cripple. What are you still playing for? There was anger in his eyes, but he was forbearing. It would be fine if you act recklessly at ordinary times, but you don't go to the hospital when you are injured. What do you want to do? Okay, I'll go to the hospital. Jiaojiao took a breath, but I really only had a scratch. I don't think it's that serious. I know what's going on. You have no idea. Wei Zhan couldn't help but said, Anyway, you lost this game. Don't think I will be soft-hearted and let you go just because you got hurt. Just wait for the auction. Oh, when it comes to dogs, you are the best dog. Bai Xiuxiu silently stepped back and let the two of them show the show. Jiaojiao finally went to the hospital. After the doctor cut her pants and cleaned her wound, she said, Luckily we came early. Jiang Yanzhi was full of coldness. Is he seriously injured? There's so much blood, he must have been seriously injured. No. The doctor shook his head. If you come later, the wound will have healed. Chapter 26. Sour, vegetable, and redundant. Jiang Yanzhi's face changed, and he looked at Jiaojiao strangely. Jiaojiao spread her hands and said speechlessly, I just said it, it's just a scratch, none of you believe it. Jiang Yanzhi. His face was dark and he was very angry. But there was a doctor in front of him. He couldn't get angry. Endure it. The doctor continued, but this abrasion also has the problem of size. Your abrasion is a bit large. Almost the entire outer side of the thigh was covered in blood. Although it is said that if it is delayed a little, the wound will heal, but it is a bit exaggerated. The wound really cannot be healed. After cleaning the wound, let it dry and apply some ointment. Don't let it get wet for 3 days, and it will be fine soon. Because the situation was urgent, Jiang Yanzhi took her to the hospital closest to the club, and she was not familiar with the doctors there. After getting the doctor's advice and the prescription, Jiang Yanzhi kept a cold face throughout the process as he paid the fees and got the medicine. It's over. A certain young lady still doesn't appreciate it. Glancing at him, she said, Okay, don't worry about what happens next. I can go back by myself. Where are you going? Jiang Yanzhi asked, with flames dancing in his eyes and anger on the verge of exploding. Jiaojiao. I'm very busy every day. Can you please stop making trouble? I just asked someone to get the car you abandoned on the top of the mountain a few days ago. Can you be more quiet? After marrying this woman, Jiang Yanzhi had to clean up the mess almost every day. Before, I sang karaoke and looked for young handsome guys. Now it's drag racing and getting hurt. Or he would complain. Speaking of complaining, he was also convinced. No one in the family stands on his side. Who is the biological child? I didn't say it was your business. I told you not to come to the hospital, but you insisted that I come. Jiaojiao muttered, hopping out on one leg. Jiang Yanzhi couldn't stand it any longer, so he bent down and picked her up. Jiaojiao, if you do it again, I'll take care of you. The sudden weightlessness in the air made Jiaojiao hug his neck subconsciously, fearing that he would drop her, and she hugged him tightly. Okay, if it happens again, stay away from me, and I won't look for you. The young couple looks really happy. But they just get tired of each other. Jiaojiao's injury could not be concealed. Bai Xiuxiu immediately told Su Wanrong what happened here. Su Wanrong was frightened on the spot and her face turned pale. My poor Jiaojiao. No, I have to go and see her. If she needs to be hospitalized, she must be in the best ward and with the best doctor. Also, is her injury serious? Does she need to be admitted to the ICU? Bai Xiuxiu. I'm so confused. So, in fact, my sister, who married into the Jiang family, is still very much loved by my mother-in-law, right? When she heard about the ICU, Bai Xiuxiu quickly came back to her senses. Ah, that's not necessary, Aunt Su. Jiaojiao's leg was injured, and young Master Jiang has already taken her to the hospital. When Su Wanrong heard that Jiang Yanzhi was here, she felt relieved and said repeatedly, That's good, that's good. But Jiaojiao's injury is a big deal. Su Wanrong immediately called Jiang Wanhe again, and then old Master Jiang, who had just returned to the old house, rushed over immediately, his face so gloomy that water could be squeezed out of it. She said angrily, What's going on? Jiaojiao has always been well behaved. Why is she always in trouble recently? Did the brat bully her again? Who knows? Su Wanrong was also having a headache. Was it really a mistake to let them get married? Otherwise, why would things always go so wrong? It's impossible to be wrong. However, husband and wife need to get along. Old Master Jiang said, Yanzhi has a wild temper. If he really didn't agree at the beginning, no one could force him to marry. But since he agreed and nodded, then this marriage must be maintained well. As they were talking, the two had already returned, and Jiang Yanzhi still carried Jiaojiao as she walked in. They both acted quite well in front of their elders. The loving young couple looks very harmonious. Grandpa, Mom, why are you here? I just have a minor injury, it's okay. Jiaojiao said obediently, patted Jiang Yanzhi and asked him to put her down. Jiaojiao landed on one foot and jumped over. Su Wanrong quickly asked her to sit on the sofa. She looked at the trousers she had put on before going out. They had been cut short, revealing her thighs covered with wounds. Her eyes went dark and she almost fainted. You said it was a minor injury. What if such a large area of injury leaves scars in the future? Girls all love beauty. They can't even wear shorts in the summer. Jiaojiao didn't care. Anyway, there's no injury on my face. That won't work either. Old Master Jiang said, This injury looks serious. Yanzhi, you know a lot of people, so go find the best doctor and get Jiaojiao some medicine. In short, no scars should be left. New. Jiang Yanzhi let out a breath. The coldness all over her body had not dissipated along the way and still had not dissipated now. But seeing her grandparents circling around that woman, Jiang Yanzhi felt pain in her eyes. He took a deep breath, went upstairs to take a shower, and called for ointment. The call was quickly answered by the other party, who said in surprise, Fourth Master, you don't come to me for no reason. You must have something to tell me when you suddenly call me. Tell me. I want the best scar-removing ointment you have. Jiang Yanzhi said, Name your price. Wei Lan was stunned, and then he was very happy. Don't you always say that a man's scars are honor? Why don't you want honor anymore? It's not for me. Jiang Yanzhi listened to the noise downstairs, his face still grim. It's for my wife. Your wife? Oh, the wife of the secret marriage. Wei Lan was very curious. Didn't you say that the secret marriage was just a means to an end and that you would divorce when the time came? Why are you so concerned about it now? Wei Lan is engaged in drug research. I actually have the scar-removing ointment on hand right now. However, it is not on the market yet and the price is a bit expensive. Facing Wei Lan's gossip, Jiang Yanzhi didn't want to say a word. Send the ointment over immediately. You name the price. The call was disconnected. Jiang Yanzhi changed into a light home outfit and went downstairs. I don't plan to go to the company today. Yanzhi, after you finish taking a shower, take Jiaojiao to take a shower as well. Her legs are inconvenient, so remember not to get her legs wet with the bathwater. I'll ask Sister Wang to prepare something delicious for you. Su Wanrong glanced out the window. The weather was gloomy, without even a ray of sunshine. I don't know if it will rain again in a while. Turning to Jiaojiao, he asked, Jiao, what do you want to eat? We had hot pot for lunch, and it's almost 4 o'clock in the afternoon now. It will be dinner time soon. Sour fish. Jiaojiao thought for a moment and said, Mom, is it okay? Okay. Su Wanrong smiled very gently. The main dish is pickled fish, and the rest can be something lighter. Okay, thanks, Mom. Jiang Yanzhi. No one asked me if I was allergic to fish. Also pickled fish. Sour, vegetable and redundant. Chapter 27 Mom, Jiang Yang's family abused me. Jiaojiao glanced at the man who had just come downstairs and was stiff all over, and immediately had evil intentions. She hugged Su Wanrong's arm and shook it like a coquettish child. Mom, I feel uncomfortable all over now, and my clothes are wet. Will there be bugs? It won't get bugs. But it's very uncomfortable to be like this all the time. No, just wait and take a hot bath. Su Wanrong hurriedly coaxed, turned her head to look at her silly son, frowned and said, The meal hasn't started yet. You take Jiaojiao upstairs to take a bath. What are you still standing there for? Move. Jiaojiao laughed in her heart. She was so happy when she saw a man who looked like a wooden stake coming towards her with a gloomy face. TSK. Let you bully me. Bending down and hugging her like a princess, Jiang Yanzhi's forehead was throbbing with veins, and her face was expressionless. Mom, I'll take her upstairs to take a bath first. Go. I'll call you when the meal is ready. Su Wanrong happily urged the two of them upstairs. Oh, what a perfect match. My old man also has a keen eye. Handsome men and beautiful women make me feel happy just looking at them. In the whole Haining City, only the girl from the Jiu family is a perfect match for my son. The bathroom is already filled with water. Jiaojiao injured her leg and was a little inconvenient. Although the injury is not serious, the area of the abrasion is quite large. If you move a little, you will feel a tingling pain like needles. TSK. This minor injury is not life-threatening, but it is quite stressful. This is not the first time that the young couple has been alone. Jiaojiao was inexplicably in a good mood. Even though she was injured, she felt very happy at the moment. She still had the mood to wink at him and said with a smile, What's the matter with the fourth master? You always have a stern face. Is your laughing nerve not developed? Jiang Yanzhi. I'm not rich at all. Without saying a word, he condescended to pick up the woman again and carried her into the bathroom. The water in the bathtub was already warm. There is also a small stool placed next to it. Jiaojiao leaned on the stool and sat over. When she turned around, the man hadn't left yet. She asked in surprise, Do you want to watch me take a shower? This woman, Jiaojiao, is also a pretty little beauty unless she causes trouble or rebels. Unfortunately, there is just one more mouth. Jiang Yanzhi looked at her face and snorted. It's nothing new to see you. Your breasts are not big, your waist is not thin, and your legs are a bit fat. You are a woman with flaws all over your body. I feel like I boogers if I look at you for one more second. Very good. Every word you say, fourth master, hits the nail on the head. Jiaojiao widened her eyes and looked at Jiang Yanzhi. Then he widened his eyes again, lowered his head to look at his breasts, which he thought were still pretty good. Are you fucking blind? This is called small. Once Jiang Yanzhi started to speak venomously, he couldn't stop for a while, and glanced at him with contempt. Not small, just bigger than Wang Zai's bun. Oh. If you have the guts, complain. If you have the guts, don't ask him for help. It made him look like a found thing, which was so frustrating. Jiang Yanzhi. Go to hell. Jiaojiao couldn't bear it any longer, so she grabbed the small stool under her and threw it at Jiang Yanzhi, who dodged sideways. Bang! The stool flew out through the door, making a loud noise. The next second, the startled people all looked upstairs, and then Su Wanrong gnashed her teeth and shouted, Jiang Yanzhi. Are you itching for trouble? You even learned to smash things. Jiaojiao shrank her neck and instantly slid into the water, with her thigh raised high and resting on the edge of the bathtub, shouting at the top of her lungs, Mom, someone's dying. Help me. Make your hair messy as quickly as possible. Then, in order to make it more realistic, he pinched his neck twice with his hands. It instantly turned into a domestic violence scene. Jiang Yanzhi looked on in amazement. Chapter 28. A dog will always eat shit, bar. Jiang Yanzhi. Then is there a possibility that the injury is real, but the one who did it was herself? Mr. Jiang was shocked. You mean, she pinched herself? What else? Jiang Yanzhi would not have believed it if she hadn't experienced it herself. After all, this really happened to him. Mr. Jiang. You youngsters are having fun. I want tea, ask no more. It's just annoying to ask again. Downstairs, Jiaojiao finally took a shower and changed her clothes with the help of the maid, and her messy hair was blown dry and tidied. I also changed my pajamas to cotton and linen ones, so even if they touch the wound, it won't cause any pain. Then, a pair of eyes cried like rotten peaches. Mom, even though the fourth master is your biological son, I still have to say, this isn't the first time he's hit me. Woo woo woo, I know, he just doesn't like me, he just wants to strangle me to death. Seeing her dainty daughter-in-law burst into tears again, Su Wanrong felt a headache. From a selfish point of view, she really likes this daughter-in-law. In addition to a good family background, she also has a good figure and even better looks. What satisfied her most was that her daughter-in-law's personality was the most compatible with hers, and they were almost like close mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, or even close friends. She was also the kind of person who said what she meant, had a clear gaze, was efficient, and had a very positive mind. She was to her liking in every way. It's hard to find a daughter-in-law like this even with a lantern, so why doesn't that brat live a good life? He always attacks and even chokes people. He's simply courting death. Oh, my poor baby, don't cry. Look at how injured you are. How about taking you to the hospital first? She was really heartbroken. Su Wanrong was about to take her to the hospital. Jiaojiao paused for a moment and wiped away her tears. Mom, I don't think it hurts that much anymore. We don't need to go to the hospital. How about giving him another chance to correct his behavior? She was crying bitterly just now, but now she seems to be really fine. Su Wanrong also felt that this matter was very bad, but when her daughter-in-law said to give him a chance, she still breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, give him another chance. Jiao, Mommy tells you, if you really feel pain, we still have to go to the hospital. Not going. What are you going to do? The doctor can tell at a glance that the injury was caused by pinching herself. Is she framing the fourth master? Mom, I'm hungry. I want to eat pickled fish. Okay, let's eat. We'll eat whatever you say. Su Wanrong went to urge her in person. Jiaojiao sighed and thought that this mother-in-law was the best in the world, even better than her own mother. Dinner was served quickly. Except for Jiang Yanzhi, who was punished and not allowed to eat again, everyone else ate happily. Of course, even though Su Wanrong scolded him, she couldn't bear to really deprive her only son of his meal. But she was annoyed after seeing this, so she sent him to the kitchen to eat leftovers. After eating, the old man rested. Su Wanrong took a yoga class, and Jiaojiao, relying on the fact that she was disabled, went back to the bedroom and climbed on the bed to play with her mobile phone. On WeChat, Jiaojiao created a small group. Originally, there were only by Xiao, Qin Shencheng, and her. It was a group of 3. But now, there is one more Wei Zhan. In a small group of 4, start voice chat directly. Sister Jiaojiao, what did you say? You actually have the ability to trick Jian Shaoxi. How did you do it? Wei Zhan asked in shock in the group, and gave a thumbs up. JPG. Boss is awesome. Oh, he has the guts to say that my breasts are not big, my waist is not thin, and my legs are a bit fat. I have the ability to chop him to death. Jiaojiao cursed while pressing the screen at a speed that sparks flew. Posted picture, dogman.jpg. In fact, it is obvious that personal emotions are at work. Qin Shencheng. 6 points were sent out, and one more sentence was added. Well done, men can't be spoiled, or they will go crazy. By Xiao, Fut. You sound like you're not a man. I say, Lao Qin, you are also a man, so should our Jiaoji spoil you? Wei Zhen spoke quickly. Sister Jiao, look at me, look at me, look at me, I need to be spoiled. After I am spoiled, I will definitely not be arrogant. I am the most beautiful flower in your heart. Jiaojiao. This idiot. No more chatting, go to sleep. It was already late, and after such a busy day, she was feeling sleepy. I quit WeChat, threw my phone aside, set the air conditioner to 18 degrees, and covered myself with a blanket to sleep. Half an hour later, when Jiang Yanzhi came upstairs with a gloomy face, Jiaojiao was already sleeping soundly. Even if Jiang Yanzhi walked to the bedside, she opened her eyes suddenly, and when she saw it was him, she immediately lay on her side and fell asleep in seconds. Jiang Yanzhi. Seeing that this woman could sleep so soundly even after doing something bad, Jiang Yanzhi really felt that since she had taken the blame, she might as well strangle her to death now. But, looking at the pile on the bed in the moonlight, I calmed myself down and my face turned very dark. A favored woman is always fearless. Moreover, he really discovered that his position in this family was definitely at the bottom. Even the dog in the yard has a higher status than him. After thinking it through, Jiang Yanzhi no longer wanted to sleep in the same bed with her, so he turned around and walked out. Coincidentally, his cell phone rang at this moment. He picked up the phone quickly, and the moment he heard it, he heard the loud sound of music exploding. It was a call from the bar. "Hello, is this Mr. Jiang? There's a lady named Shen here. She said she's your girlfriend. She's drunk alone. Can you come pick her up?" Jiang Yanzhi quickly turned around and glanced at the bed. Jiaojiao was still sleeping soundly. He frowned and lowered his voice. "Help her get a taxi. I'll give you the address." The bartender was very tactful. "Mr. Jiang, this is not just a taxi issue. After she got drunk, she also smashed our bottle of good wine. She needs to pay the price." Jiang Yanzhi. Silence. Send the location. Jiang Yanzhi put away her phone and opened the door to go out. After he left, Jiaojiao sat up from the bed, looking at the door that had just been closed with cold eyes, a hint of sneer passing through her heart. "Oh, a dog will always eat shit. You deserve to be blamed." I fell down, covered my head and tried to sleep again, but I couldn't fall asleep. The small group of 4 was pulled out again. "I am your Jiao Yi. Hey, are you all asleep? Those who are asleep should show their heads, and those who are not asleep should forget it." The cold and arrogant Wei Zhu. "Sister Jiao, am I still asleep or not?" Wei Zhan is a night owl and usually doesn't go to bed until the early hours of the morning. The young lady from the Whitesnake family. Stupid face.jpg. "By the way, Sister Jiao, are you crazy? Who can show up after sleeping?" "I am your master. I don't care. I can't sleep. You guys go out with me." The young lady from the Whitesnake family. "That's not good. At this late hour? Send me the location." Aloof. "You Wei Zhu. Here I come." Doctor. Qin Shencheng was on night shift, but there were no critically ill patients tonight. He glanced at the duty record and called another doctor on duty over. "I'm going to be out for a while. Call me if you have anything." The doctor on duty was his student, and he agreed. "Okay, master, I'm here, don't worry." Qin Shencheng patted the student on the shoulder and said, "Young man, you have a bright future." It's rare that this ancestor wants to go out to play so late at night. He must be in a bad mood. Thinking of the gossip information that had just been sent, by Xiao and Wei Zhan did not hesitate for a moment and immediately set out to await the visit of a certain handsome man. Chapter 29. Accompany your uncle. Haining sky and children faces. It rains when it says it will rain. When Jiaojiao arrived in a sports car, several people were already there. However, the road conditions were bad and not suitable for racing, so the 3 of them looked at her and then unanimously agreed to go to the underground black market. To put it bluntly, the black market is open at night. The market open during the day is called the morning market. The things sold in the market that opens late at night are rare items that cannot be found during the day. The sellers are still the same ones, but the items on display are different. Sister Jiao, you know what? This place really has everything. As long as you have money, you can even sell the Queen's Phoenix crown. What's more, they are genuine products with a real price. Wei Zhan said with a sigh. He is a rich second-generation young man with no shortage of money. He goes to all the fun places in Haining City. Qin Shencheng seemed much more serious, but his eyes were still not enough. He walked to a stall selling medicinal herbs in 2 or 3 steps and looked at one of the herbs. "How much is this?" The seller was an old man. He looked skinny, but his eyes were full of spirit. After guarding the stall all night, a buyer finally came. The old man didn't hesitate and started to show off. "5. 5? What do you mean?" Qin Shencheng asked. He didn't understand the jargon here. "It's 500,000, Wei Zhan explained. Wei Xiao was looking at a stone with great interest. She heard it and couldn't help but exclaimed, "So expensive." Jiaojiao also came over and glanced at the old man. "Oh, he's an acquaintance." But he didn't say anything, just stood aside with his arms folded. The old man was not convinced and said with his eyelids rolled up, "Don't buy it if you think it's too expensive. Is my 100-year-old wild ginseng worth 500,000 yuan? It's hard to come by. If my family wasn't short of money, I wouldn't sell it." Jiaojiao touched her nose. She remembered the wild ginseng that was auctioned at U Group last time. It was also 100 years old and seemed to have been sold for 1.3 million. If this ginseng is real, 500,000 is indeed not expensive. It's a bit expensive. Qin Shencheng evaluated it seriously. He usually didn't go to the black market, and he didn't understand the market situation. But he was a doctor, and he could diagnose and treat the ginseng with ease. He saw that this wild ginseng was not what he expected. 500. I want it. Qin Shencheng said. The old man almost jumped up, his eyes wide open, furious. Boy, are you here to smash my stall? I'm selling it for 500,000, and you bargain for 500? Get lost. Be careful or I'll beat you up. The old man blew his beard and glared. He really wanted to take action. On the side, Wei Zhan and Bai Xiu watched and gave Qin Shencheng a thumbs up. I admire you. You really dare to bargain. This ginseng is not 100 years old, nor is it purely wild. It is artificially cultivated, 8 years at most. 500 is a lot from me. Qin Shencheng said that he might not understand anything, but he knew what was true and what was false. Old man. The old man was stunned for a moment. Wow, I didn't realize there are people who know what this is about here. So what? This is a black market. I have the final say. You can choose not to buy my stuff, but you can't say my ginseng is fake. The old man's face changed instantly, and his voice became louder. Several big armed stall owners from the nearby stalls quickly gathered around him, rolled up their sleeves, and chuckled at Qin Shencheng. Boy, if you have the guts, give me another price? 500. If you give me 500, I'll smack you in the face, believe it or not. Qin Shencheng is a doctor and a scholar. Although Wei Zhan is a bit wild, he has a small frame and is a weakling. Bai Xiu and Jiaojiao are just two girls, and they have no fighting power at all. If a fight really breaks out, these people will definitely end up in a miserable state. Chapter 30. A leopard can't change its spots. Tui. Jiang Yanzhi. Is it possible that the injury is real, but the person who did it was herself? Grandpa Jiang was shocked. You mean, she pinched herself? What else? Jiang Yanzhi wouldn't have believed it if she hadn't experienced it herself. After all, this actually happened to him. Old Master Jiang. You young people are really good at this. I won't ask any more. Asking again will only upset me. Downstairs, Jiaojiao finally took a bath and changed her clothes with the help of the maid. Her messy hair was dried and tied it up. I also specially changed my pajamas to cotton and linen, so that even if I touch the wound, it won't cause any painful snagging. Then, her eyes turned as red and swollen from crying. Mom, even though Fourth Master is your own son, I still have to say, this isn't the first time he's hit me. Wah, I know, he just never liked me. He just wanted to strangle me. Seeing her delicate daughter-in-law suddenly burst into tears again, Su Wanrong had a terrible headache. Personally speaking, she genuinely liked this daughter-in-law. Besides having a good family background, she also has a good figure and is even more beautiful. What pleased her most was that her daughter-in-law's personality was exactly what she wanted. They were practically mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, almost like best friends. She was straightforward and honest, with clear eyes, efficient in her work, and a very upright character. Everything about her suited her perfectly. A daughter-in-law like this is hard to find even with a lantern, so why can't that brat live a good life? They start hitting you at the drop of a hat, even choking you. They're practically asking for it. Oh dear, my poor baby, don't cry, don't cry. Look how badly you're hurt. Should I take you to the hospital to get it checked out? Su Wanrong was genuinely heartbroken and was about to take her to the hospital when Jiaojiao paused in her sobs and wiped away her tears. Mom, actually I don't feel that much pain anymore, so we don't need to go to the hospital. Or, how about we give him another chance to correct his mistakes? She was crying her eyes out just a moment ago, but now she seems to be really okay. Su Wanrong also felt that this matter was quite troublesome, but she breathed a sigh of relief when her daughter-in-law said she would give him another chance. Okay, let's give him another chance. Jiao, let me tell you, if you really feel pain, we still need to go to the hospital. I'm not going. What are you going to do? The doctor could tell at a glance that she had pinched herself. Was she framing the Fourth Master? Mom, I'm hungry. I want to eat pickled fish. Okay, let's eat. You can choose whatever you want to eat. Su Wanrong went to urge her personally. Jiaojiao sighed and thought that this mother-in-law was the best in the world, even better than her own mother. Dinner was served quickly. Except for Jiang Yanzhi, who was once again punished by not being allowed to eat, everyone else ate quite happily. Of course, Su Wanrong scolded him, but she couldn't bear to actually not let her only son eat. However, seeing this annoyed her, she simply sent him to the kitchen to eat leftovers. After eating, the old man rested. Su Wanrong went to her yoga class, and Jiaojiao, taking advantage of her disability, went back to her bedroom and lay on the bed playing on her phone. On WeChat, Jiaojiao created a small group. Originally, there were only Bai Xiu, Qin Shencheng, and her, which was a 3-person group. But now, there's another Wei Zhan. In a small group of 4, we started using voice chat. Sister Jiaojiao, what did you say? You actually managed to trick Jiang Yanzhi? How did you do it? Wei Zhan asked in shock in the group chat, while also giving a thumbs up. Wow, that's awesome. He dares to say I don't have big breasts, a thin waist, and fat legs? I'll fucking kill him. Jiaojiao cursed as she tapped the screen so fast it sparked. Image attached, dog of a man.jpg. In fact, this is clearly driven by personal emotions. Qin Shencheng. Send out 6 points, then add, well done. Men shouldn't be spoiled, or they'll go crazy. By Xiao, Fut. You talk like you're not a man. I'm telling you, Lao Qin, you're a man too, so shouldn't we spoil our Jiaoji? Wei Zhan quickly spoke up. Sister Jiao, look at me, look at me, look at me. I need to be spoiled. Once I'm spoiled, I definitely won't get arrogant. I'm the most beautiful flower in your heart. Jiaojiao. What an idiot. I'm done chatting, time for bed. It was already late, and after such a long day, she was getting sleepy. I exited WeChat, tossed my phone aside, set the air conditioner to 18 degrees Celsius, and pulled the covers over myself to sleep. Half an hour later, when Jiang Yanzhi came upstairs with a dark expression, Jiaojiao was already fast asleep. Even when Jiang Yanzhi walked to the bedside, she suddenly opened her eyes, saw it was him, and immediately lay down on her side and fell asleep again. Jiang Yanzhi. Seeing that this woman could sleep so soundly after doing something bad, Jiang Yanzhi really felt that since she had taken the blame, she should just strangle her now. But looking at the mess on the bed in the moonlight calmed me down, my face turning ashen. Women who are favored often become fearless. Moreover, he truly realized that his status in this family was definitely at the bottom. Even the dogs in the yard were of higher status than him. After figuring it out, Jiang Yanzhi had no intention of sleeping in the same bed with her, so she turned to leave. Just then, her phone rang. He answered quickly, and the first thing he heard was a blast of music. It was a call from the bar. Hello, is this Mr. Jiang? There's a Ms. Chen here. She says she's your girlfriend. She's drunk and alone. Could you come pick her up? Jiang Yanzhi quickly turned around and glanced at the bed. Jiaojiao was still sleeping soundly. He frowned and lowered his voice. Help her call a taxi. I'll give you the address. The bartender said tactfully, Mr. Jiang, this isn't just about getting a taxi. She got drunk and smashed this bottle of good wine. You need to pay for it. Jiang Yanzhi. After a moment of silence, send me your location. Jiang Yanzhi put away her phone and went out. After he left, Jiaojiao sat up in bed, her cold eyes looking at the door that had just closed, a hint of mockery flashing through her mind. Oh, a leopard can't change its spots, so you deserve to take the blame. I lay down, covered my head, and tried to sleep again, but I couldn't fall asleep. The 4-person group was created again. I am your pampered prince. Hey, are you all asleep? If you're asleep, show your face. If not, never mind. Cold and aloof Wei Zhu. Sister Jiao, am I not asleep, or am I asleep? Wei is a night owl. He usually doesn't go to sleep until the early hours of the morning. The White Snake's young mistress. Confused face.jpg. Seriously, Sister Jiao, have you lost your mind? Who's been slept with and still showing their face? I'm your darling. I don't care. I can't sleep. You guys come out and have some fun with me. The White Snake's wife. That's not a good idea. It's so late at night. Send me your location. Cold and aloof Wei Zhu. Here I come. Doctor. Qin Shencheng was on the night shift, but there were no critically ill patients tonight. He glanced at the duty log and called over another doctor on duty. I'm going out for a bit. Call me if anything happens. The doctor on duty was his student, and upon hearing this, he replied, Yes, master, I'm here, don't worry. Qin Shencheng patted the student on the shoulder. Young man, you have a bright future. It's rare for this ancestor to want to go out and play in the middle of the night. He must be in a bad mood. Thinking of the gossip information that had just been sent, Bai Xiao and Wei Zhan didn't hesitate for a moment and immediately set off to await the arrival of a certain esteemed gentleman. Chapter 31. Accompany you, Grandpa. The weather in Haining is like a child's face. It can rain anytime, anywhere. When Jiaojiao arrived in her sports car, everyone else was already there. However, the road conditions were poor and unsuitable for racing, so the 3 of them just watched her and then unanimously agreed to go to the underground black market. The black market, to put it bluntly, is open at night. The market that's open during the day is called a morning market. The market, which opens late at night, sells rare items that cannot be bought during the day. The sellers are the same ones as before, only the items they're displaying are different. Sister Jiao, you know what? This place really has everything. As long as you have money, they'll even sell the Empress's Phoenix crown. And it's a genuine article, no doubt about it. Wei Zhan clicked his tongue in admiration. He's a rich second-generation playboy who doesn't lack money, and he goes to all the fun places in Haining City. Qin Shencheng appeared much more serious, but his gaze still wasn't enough. He walked quickly to a stall selling medicinal herbs, and looked at one of the herbs. How much is this? The seller was an old man, who looked thin and bony, but his eyes were very bright. He had been tending his stall all night, and finally a buyer came. Without hesitation, the old man set up his stall and said, 5. 5? What do you mean? Qin Shencheng asked, as he didn't understand the local slang. It's 500,000, Wei Zhan explained. Wei Xiuxiu, who was looking at a stone with great interest, heard this and couldn't help but exclaim, so expensive? Jiaojiao also came over, her gaze sweeping over the old man. Ah, an acquaintance. However, he didn't say anything, just stood to the side with his arms crossed. The old man, unconvinced, rolled his eyes and said, if you think it's too expensive, don't buy it. Is 500,000 for this 100-year-old wild ginseng expensive? It's a rare find. If my family wasn't short of money, I wouldn't be selling this ginseng. Jiaojiao touched her nose. She remembered the wild ginseng that was auctioned at the U Group last time. It was also 100 years old and it seemed to have sold for 1.3 million. If this ginseng is genuine, then 500,000 is indeed not expensive. It is a bit expensive. Qin Shencheng gave a serious evaluation. He didn't usually frequent the black market, let alone know about market prices. But he was a doctor, skilled in observation, listening, questioning, and palpation, and this ginseng was clearly not what he expected. 500, I'll take it, Qin Shencheng said. The old man nearly jumped up, his eyes wide with rage. Kid, are you here to smash my stall? I'm selling for 500,000, and you're offering 500? Get lost, or I'll beat you up. The old man was puffing out his beard and glaring. He really wanted to fight. Wei Zhan and Bai Xiuxiu, watching from the side, both gave Qin Shencheng a thumbs up. They admired him. They really dare to haggle. This ginseng is not 100 years old, nor is it purely wild. It is artificially cultivated, at most 8 years old. 500, I have given you a lot. Qin Shencheng said that he might not understand anything, but he knew the truth and the faucet. Old man. The old man was stunned for a moment. Wow, I didn't realize there were experts here. So what? This is the black market. What I say goes. You don't have to buy my stuff, but you can't say my ginseng is fake. The old man's expression changed instantly, his voice rose, and several burly stall owners from the nearby stalls quickly surrounded him, each rolling up their sleeves and chuckling at Qin Shencheng. Kid, if you've got the guts, why don't you name your price? 500. 500 and I'll smear shit all over your face, believe it or not. Qin Shencheng was a doctor and a scholar. Although Wei Zhan is a bit of a playboy, he has a small frame, making him a weakling. Bai Xiuxiu and Jiaojiao are clearly two girls, so they don't have any fighting power at all. If a fight really breaks out, these people will definitely suffer a terrible fate. Chapter 32. He's not someone to mess with. Is a shrewd businessman, not a fool. Everyone present was stunned. Everyone stared in shock. After a long while, someone exclaimed, "We've messed up. We've kicked a hornet's nest." Yes, it looks like Boss Lin is badly injured. We see the Lin family bullying guests every day, but this is the first time we've seen them beaten up like this by a guest. It serves them right, really. Even though we are a black market, we are never dishonest when it comes to selling things. It's just these guys who have ruined our reputation. That's right, that's right. A group of people pointed and whispered, expressing more satisfaction than sympathy. It's clear that the Lin family has accumulated no good deeds. Old man Lin was terrified. He was stunned for a moment after seeing his son being kicked out, and then rushed over immediately. How are you? Does it hurt? Should we go to the hospital? Old man Lin felt a pang of heartache thinking about how he hadn't been able to sell the ginseng and still had to pay for medical expenses. If he had known these people were not to be trifled with, he would have kept his distance long ago. Why would he have dared to charge in headfirst? But by then, it was too late to say anything. Hey, your son's badly injured. How about you try to extort money from me? Maybe I'd be willing to pay your medical bills and compensate you. Someone walked over, and a clear, sharp female voice spoke with a wild energy. Old man Lin immediately shrank his neck, his wrinkles puffing up, and said ingratiatingly, "I misjudged you before. I didn't expect you to be so capable, young lady. My son is tough and thick-skinned. These are just minor injuries, no need to go to the hospital. Ha! So easy to talk to. Jiaojiao was surprised and simply squatted down to ask him, don't you think I was rude and hurt someone first? You can actually sue me for this, or even try to extort money from me. Before Old Man Lin could react, everyone else stared at the girl as if she were a fool. Sister Jiao, how could you let someone extort you like this? Wei Zhen rushed over and said, wishing she could drag this ancestor away right now. Relative. Let's fight. Run. Bai Xiuxiu and Wei Zhen shared the same opinion. Jiao, let's quit while we are ahead and leave quickly. If someone tries to extort money from us, will you be able to get away? Seeing that the people here are not to be trifled with, what are we waiting for if we don't leave? Are you waiting for a group beating? Qin Shencheng raised his hand to push up his glasses, frowning and remaining silent. He always felt that if this ancestor dared to ask such a question, he must have a backup plan. Well then, shall we take a look? As soon as Bai Xiuxiu finished speaking, before anyone else could say anything, Old Man Lin panicked and said repeatedly, No, I wouldn't dare. It was my fault. I sold ginseng that was supposed to cost 50 for 500,000. I was too greedy. It has nothing to do with you. I admit defeat. How could I dare to extort you? Old Man Lin wasn't timid, he was just very knowledgeable. Seeing that Jiaojiao almost crippled her son with a single kick, leaving him speechless, how could such a person be an ordinary person? He's a shrewd businessman, but he's not stupid. If he dares to extort money from people, he'll be asking for trouble. Are you sure you're not extorting me? Jiaojiao asked again with some regret. Old Man Lin was almost in tears. He just wanted to get rid of the person. No, that's not true. How could I dare? Miss, the ginseng on my stall is really not worth much. If your friend is interested, I'll give it to him. That's pretty good. Not only did he get beaten up, but he also got 2 ginseng roots as compensation. This black market is quite interesting. Jiaojiao smiled and said, all right, then I won't stand on ceremony. Oh, by the way, for my sake, don't come to this black market again. Chapter 33. Did you grow a head just to make up for your height? The black market is just a name used to refer to it. Only those who venture into the black market know that it's actually a large trading market, and a completely enclosed one at that. Management at night is more rigorous than during the day. This place has lights on the ceiling and walls on all sides, and people of all ages come and go. For example, there are also people like Jiaojiao, who are decisive and efficient in their kicks, capable of sending people flying several meters away with a single kick. There are many such people who are not to be trifled with. However, if someone deliberately hides their identity, you can't tell with the naked eye. Fearing they might cause more trouble, Jiaojiao gave Bai Xiuxiu some instructions, then left the others behind and quickly followed the person in front. In the sweltering summer heat, the man was wrapped in a black cloak, sneaking around in the shadows of the lamplight. He was clearly not a good person. Coincidentally, Jiaojiao really did recognize him. Even though he was dressed in black, she recognized him without any difficulty. With a cold laugh, Jiaojiao didn't seem to mind that her way of staring at people was actually quite unskilled. She just wanted to stare like that with her hands in her pockets, staring blatantly. Even so, she seemed afraid that the people in front of her would ignore her, and would occasionally make a little noise. Sure enough, even a fool would notice her under these circumstances. The person in the black cloak shuddered instantly, their heart pounding with panic. Seeing a bend ahead, they darted away. Jiaojiao curled her lips and smugly took small steps over, humming a little tune. I hold a meteor crescent blade in my hand, shouting a loud slogan. Oops. She stumbled and fell. Shen Jingbing gripped her neck tightly with one hand, his eyes bloodshot, and roared furiously, Woman, you're asking for it. You've been stalking me. Holy crap. Holy crap. Holy crap. Jiaojiao's eyes widened instantly. What kind of domineering CEO quotes are these? Jiang Yanzhi never even called me that, so who gave you the right to? Calm down. I was just taking a walk. How could I have been following you? You're overthinking it. She stretched out her arms, pressed her back against the cool wall, and looked at the other person with a grin. Although it was summer, the central air conditioning was on, so it wasn't hot at all. Shen Jingbing stared at the woman, feeling that she looked somewhat familiar and that she might have some mental issues. Most people would be terrified if they were suddenly choked and pinned against a wall. But she was just smiling at him? Ah, I remember now. You're Jiaojiao. You're the eldest daughter of the Jiu family who stole my sister's man. As Shen Jingbing recognized Jiaojiao, he loosened his grip on her neck. Jiaojiao. Did you grow a head just to make up for your height? Are you blind? Look at yourself properly. Do you think I, the eldest daughter of the Jiu family, need to compete with your sister for a man? Jiaojiao chuckled and said, she doesn't even deserve to be compared to me. Even if she did like Jiang Yanzhi at first, that's all in the past now. She's very disgusted with it now. She doesn't like Jiang Yanzhi anymore. Fine, fine, you're the young lady, you get to decide. So it's my sister stealing your man. But no matter what, it has nothing to do with you following me today, right? Shen Jingbing considered that he was a grown man and wasn't afraid of Jiaojiao playing any tricks, so he let her go. Unfortunately, he didn't see the scene where Jiaojiao kicked the person away. If he had seen it, he definitely wouldn't have thought that way. I said I wasn't stalking you. Are you deaf? But you, tell me, what are you doing at the black market? Jiaojiao leaned against the wall and door, raising her hand to touch her neck, feeling vaguely uncomfortable. Is there something dirty on this person's hands? We need to disinfect later. I owe gambling debts, which have ballooned to 600,000. I was forced into this situation and had no other choice but to hide here. Shen Jingbing said through gritted teeth, then suddenly looked at Jiaojiao, a vicious idea flashing through his mind. Chapter 34. You're going into a hotel with another woman. Impossible. It's raining outside and it's past midnight. Why would Jiaojiao go to the black market? The bar was filled with chaotic dancing and deafening shouts. At the bar, Shen Ruoxia was completely drunk and unconscious. The bartender behind the bar said helplessly, Mr. Jiang, you've finally arrived. You'd better take her away quickly. Although there were lights in the bar, they weren't proper lights. It flashed across his face and then disappeared in an instant, so much so that the young man didn't recognize Jiang Yanzhi at first glance. However, you still need to compensate us for breaking things in our store. How much? Jiang Yang asked. 280,000, the young man said honestly. Although this bottle of wine wouldn't fetch such a high price outside, this is the price in a bar. We don't rip people off, all our prices are clearly stated. But even if it's a trap, it will be clearly explained. That's the rule. Jiang Yanzhi glanced over, her gaze lowered, cold as ice. I have to go now. He hung up the phone while still on the line with Wei Ilan, leaving her bewildered. So, Jiang Shaoxi, which one do you actually like? He looked up, scratched his head, and glanced at Jiaojiao, who was fighting. Thinking back to what she had just heard about the situation at the bar, Wei Ilan considered it for a moment, then prepared the scar removal ointment, intending to make a big profit. TSK. A bottle of wine costs 208,000, so his medicine must be worth 3 million, right? I won't go, I won't go. Brother Yanzhi, I like you so much, please don't leave me. I didn't mean to. Aunt Sue made me do it. Wah, I was wrong, I'm sorry. The drunken woman kept talking nonsense and crying her eyes out. Jiang Yanzhi watched her with a deep gaze, seemingly lost in thought. Finally, he helped the woman up and said gently, You're drunk, I'll take you home. Wah, I don't want you, send me, I want Brother Yang, Brother Yang. Shen Ruoxia was so drunk that her whole body was weak and she could hardly walk. Left with no other choice, Jiang Yanzhi picked the person up and then said to the bartender, We'll settle the bill at Jiang's tomorrow. The bartender was stunned. He finally recognized Jiang Yanzhi and exclaimed excitedly, Ah, the legendary fourth master, this is what he looks like. He's so gentle and patient. I'm so envious. I'm totally shipping this couple. Then he nodded repeatedly, Yes, fourth master, no problem, fourth master, please take care. Very good. Since fourth master has stepped in, he certainly won't renege on the debt. Settling the bill tomorrow is fine. It was still raining outside, not heavily, but visibility was very poor. Jiang Yanzhi carried Shen Ruoxia out and put her in the car. Remembering what Wei Ilan had just said, he turned to the driver's seat and called Wei Ilan back. You just said you saw Jiaojiao in the black market. Jiang Yanzhi didn't believe it. The woman was sound asleep when he left, and she'd run off to the black market in the blink of an eye. Hey, if I dare to utter a single lie, may I be struck by lightning. Wei Ilan had already packed up the scar-removing medicine and was now drinking a glass of red wine. You know, we researchers are always meticulous and wouldn't dare tell even a half-truth. If I said I saw it, then I really saw it. How about this? Aren't you taking another woman to school right now? Once you've settled her in, come over here and see for yourself, you'll understand. In the southeast corner of the black market, a 3-story building rises from the ground. Wei Ilan is on the 3rd floor. Through the one-way glass, he could see everything outside clearly, but the people outside could not see him. This made people even more unscrupulous in their scrutiny. Ha, Have they all underestimated this Miss Jiu? Look at how perfectly she kicks, both in terms of angle and force. Perhaps he should investigate this young lady. He turned and ordered, "Go downstairs and see what's all this noise about. We're doing legitimate business here, fighting isn't allowed." That's right. Wei Lan's research is a side job. Her real job is running the black market. The entire black market is under his control. The interior space is not large, and it is extremely quiet. The rain outside didn't disturb the people inside. When Jiang Yanzhi answered the phone, Shen Ruoxue behind her could hear it very clearly. She clenched her fists instinctively, furious. It's Jiaojiao again. Why is it Jiaojiao again? Why are you running around the black market so late at night instead of sleeping? But she's a drunkard now, and a drunkard has to act like one. Like a child, acting spoiled and throwing a tantrum, crying loudly, "Brother Yanzhi, I want Brother Yanzhi. Wah, I want to be with Brother Yanzhi." Jiang Yanzhi took a deep breath, a hint of forbearance flashing in her eyes, and turned around to say, "You're drunk, I'll take you home first." "No, I won't go back. I just won't go back. I won't go back until I see Brother Yanzhi." Shen Ruoxue cried and made a scene. Seeing that she was drunk, Jiang Yanzhi had no choice but to back down and said, "I'll take you to the hotel first." "Is Brother Yang waiting for me at the hotel?" the woman asked expectantly, her voice trembling with drunkenness. Jiang Yang remained silent. He finally nodded. Shen Ruoxue was overjoyed. "I knew it. Brother Yanzhi is the best." Then she urged him, "Hurry up, drive faster. I want to see Brother Yanzhi as soon as possible. I also cook some porridge for him. He has a bad stomach. He needs to drink some porridge." She kept babbling in my ear, calling me Brother Yang over and over again. The black car sped through the rain. A few minutes later, the car stopped in front of the hotel. Jiang Yang got out of the car and helped the drunk Shen Ruoxue inside. A light flashed in the shadows, and Shen Ruoxue looked in that direction, waving happily, "Hi." Jiang Yanzhi stopped in her tracks. "Who are you talking to?" Shen Ruoxue hiccuped, "It's paparazzi." The reporter in the shadows, realizing he'd been spotted, quickly ran off. I never expected to get such a big story while staking out a hotel today. A third-tier actress suddenly returns, and fourth master meets his lover on a rainy night. How's that headline? This is going to be amazing. It's about to be released. In her line of sight, the figure fleeing in a panic had already quickly gotten into a car and left. Jiang Yanzhi's gaze was deep. Brother Yang. As soon as they entered, Shen Ruoxue wrapped her body around him like a boneless octopus, her arms around his neck, kissing him intermittently. "Brother Yanzhi, you still love me in your heart, don't you? I know you don't really like that Jiaojiao. You married her out of necessity." Since she was someone he had once liked, Jiang Yanzhi couldn't bring himself to dump her. Instead, he reached out and supported her waist, whispering, "Ruoxue, you're drunk." "No, I'm not drunk. I'm really not drunk. Wah, I love you, Brother Yang. Please don't leave me." Shen Ruoxue cried and collapsed into his arms. Jiang Yanzhi breathed a sigh of relief and helped her to the bedside. Suddenly, she tripped and lost her balance. With a startled cry, Shen Ruoxue fell onto the bed. Jiang Yanzhi was also pulled down onto the bed. The woman on top position escalates the intimacy. Brother Yang. Time seemed to stand still as Shen Ruoxue gazed at him with fascination, murmuring softly, "Take me, please." Chapter 35. If you're going to take your clothes off, take mine off. I won't resist. With favorable timing, location, and human factors, everything was in place. The atmosphere was already incredibly lively. Everything had fallen into place naturally, and the girl he had liked for so many years was right in front of him. Jiang Yanzhi was not without reaction. But ironically, looking at Shen Ruoxue's flawless face now, what flashed through his mind in an instant was Jiaojiao's arrogant yet bright and charming face. And then there's that sharp, nasty mouth of his that can drive him crazy from time to time. Oh, what a lovely woman, beautiful as she is, but she has an extra mouth. Ruoxue, I'm already married. Jiang Yanzhi skillfully stepped aside from Shen Ruoxue, and without touching her, she stood up and said, "I don't think you're drunk, Ruoxue. Next time, don't do this again." Jiang Yanzhi is not the kind of man who loses his mind when a woman cries. On the contrary, he remained calm. Even though the woman in front of him was the woman he once wanted to spend his life with, he remained unusually calm. "No, that's not it. Brother Yanzhi, I was really drunk before, but just now I don't know how I sobered up. Wah, Brother Yanzhi, you have to believe me, I really like you. I'm still a virgin. I've never let anyone touch me. Brother Yanzhi, I've always wanted to give myself to you." When her thoughts were exposed, Shen Ruoshua did not panic. Instead, she cried even louder. What did she do wrong? She was simply doing what every woman in the world would do. She was striving for her own happiness. This time, I'll let it go, but there won't be a next time. Jiang Yanzhi said in a deep voice, not pursuing the matter any further. Get some rest, I'm leaving. Shen Ruoshua cried again, Brother Yanzhi. She wanted to stay, but she didn't dare. Jiang Yanzhi was clearly angry, and she didn't dare to cry and make a scene at this time. A woman who doesn't know how to adapt to the times is repulsive. After Jiang Yanzhi left, she cried for a while, then picked up her phone and dialed a number. Have the photos been taken? Send them to me. At this moment, Shen Ruoshua's face showed no sadness, only scheming and plotting. Besides these, she got out of bed and went to the socket on the opposite wall, where she found a miniature camera. Inside, everything that just happened is recorded. There are no police officers in the black market, but there are security personnel to maintain order. Make way, make way. What are you all doing here? Please disperse. The security guards pushed through the crowd and rushed in. When they saw the woman inside, their eyes widened in surprise. They laughed angrily. It's you again. You were just in a fight, and now you're fighting again? Are you addicted to fighting? The security guards were speechless. That night was truly bizarre. Wherever this woman went, trouble followed. A born troublemaker? This time, Jiaojiao didn't confidently claim to be a powerful cultivator. Instead, she looked at the people who had gathered around her and burst into tears, crying, I didn't mean to. Look at how he beat me. This man, he's trying to hurt me. As he spoke, he exposed his neck, which had just been forcefully choked by Shen Jingbing, clearly visible to everyone under the lights. The entire room fell silent. Good heavens. There really is someone who dares to be so ruthless to a beautiful woman in a place like this? The crowd was furious, saying, everyone says that although the black market price is exorbitant, at least your life is guaranteed. Look at this now. What are they doing? We are scared. Let's get out of here. Everyone, disperse. Some places aren't places you or I can just come and wander around in after paying. A knife stabs your butt. What an eye-opener. The black market truly lives up to its name. Besides selling things that aren't available on the market, are there other things that sell very well too? I don't think this black market is fake. I suggest you investigate. Soon, the crowd erupted in uproar. When some people questioned it, others stirred up trouble, and in no time, the black market's reputation and credibility both plummeted. Wei Zhan, Bai Xiuxiu, and Qin Shencheng squeezed into the crowd and saw that Jiaojiao, who had just been acting like a big shot, was now crying her eyes out. She had really been bullied terribly. Enraged, she instinctively protected her without considering the consequences. What are you doing? What are you doing? Is this how you maintain order in the black market? My sister Jiao faints at the sight of blood, and if she sees people fighting, she'll be so terrified she'll have nightmares for 3 days straight. But now you're ignoring her fear, forcibly blocking her here and pointing fingers at her like this. Is this appropriate? Are you trying to kill her and force a confession out of her? Bai Xiuxiu said these words, and Wei Zhan wholeheartedly agreed. Qin Shencheng couldn't say anything against his conscience. He could only nod along against his conscience. Clutching the second ginseng I had just bought tightly in my hand, I had truly witnessed the chaos here. Wei Ilan. He stared blankly at the few people causing trouble below. He turned and asked, does anyone know when Wei Zhan returned to the country? That was none other than his own nephew. Although they are nephews, the two are not that far apart in age. Wei Ilan is only 3 years older than Wei Zhan. But who can tell him why the only son of the Wei family in this generation suddenly returned from abroad and went straight to the black market to cause trouble? What exactly is going on? The people around them looked at each other, completely unaware of what was happening. Wei Ilan was so angry that her blood pressure was almost 200. He suppressed his anger and said, all right, you guys can leave it alone. The crying and commotion downstairs continued, and the crowd grew larger and larger. Wei Ilan was also numb. Well, Jiang Xiaoxi, your wife is really amazing. She managed to turn the entire black market upside down all by herself. Don't listen to her nonsense. She was the one who followed me and insisted on sleeping with me. When I refused, she kicked me away. Shen Jingbing also realized what was happening and shouted in a shrill voice. Instantly, the entire room fell silent. Shen Jingbing. He stared blankly at everyone's gaze, feeling that something was wrong, but still believing he was on the moral high ground. He forced himself to say, what I said is true. She kept trying to take off my clothes, and when I didn't want to, she hit me. Everyone. If you didn't look like a toad, we would have really believed you. Take a look at yourself in the mirror. Someone like you, even if you were stripped naked and thrown on the street, no one would care about you, and they'd probably kick you for taking up too much space. How dare you slander our Jiaoji like that? Wei Zhen jumped up, furious. My Jiaoji is naturally beautiful, both gorgeous and alluring. If she weren't blind, she would never have looked at a good-for-nothing like you in 10 lifetimes. Looks like a toad, yet dreams of eating swan meat. Sister Jiao, don't mind me. If you're going to take your clothes off, take mine off, I won't resist. Wei Zhen quickly finished speaking, but the emphasis was on what came afterward. Bai Xiuxiu, covering face. Damn it, who is this idiot? I don't know him. Qin Shencheng. He said to Bai Xiuxiu, how about we leave first? If you keep watching and listening, your values will crumble, you're beyond saving, just destroy it. Jiang Yanzhi stood outside the crowd, her gaze fixed on Jiaojiao's swan-like neck, which seemed to reflect light, her eyes filled with an extremely cold expression. Chapter 36. I'm telling you, I pulled down someone's pants. If he weren't blind or brain damaged, he would have seen it clearly. His secret wife, who beats and slanders him at the drop of a hat, even pretends to be asleep, and then runs off to the black market while he's out, she's really playing the game. In front of everyone, whose clothes are they trying to take off? Taking a deep breath, then another, Jiang Yanzhi was about to push through the crowd when a hand landed on his shoulder. Fourth Master. Wei Lan said with a hint of anticipation, since we are already here, let's watch the show. The two walked out of the crowd and moved away. Jiang Yanzhi looked at him coldly, watching my show. TSK, that's not it. I just want to know, where does this Miss Jiu and Mrs. Jiang get such great ability to keep jumping around on my turf? What? She can't handle it? I think your place is utterly corrupt. All sorts of people from all walks of life are here. Sooner or later, the higher-ups will send people over to clean you up. Wei Lan's eyes widened, and she laughed angrily. Damn, you can't be this ruthless, can you? Let me just say one thing, Jiang Shaoxi, tell me, have I been fair enough? I didn't plan to come to the black market, but why did you have to ask for this ointment? I finally got the ointment, and I haven't even given it to you yet, and you're already turning your back on me. So what? You promised. Jiang Yanzhi's face, usually so elegant and refined, wore a smile that made one grit their teeth in hatred. She was a smiling tiger. It's easy to say, but it can really drive someone crazy. Wei Lan certainly didn't want his place to be swept away. If it was swept away, it would be completely finished, with no possibility of reopening. She could only grit her teeth and forcefully throw the ointment at him. Here, apply it once a day, and you'll see results in 3 days. Price. Jiang Yanzhi took the hand and examined it. Wei Lan exclaimed, 3 million. Why don't you just rob it? Then you can buy it from someone else, don't come to me. Wei Lan reached out to grab it, but he dodged her. Fine, 3 million. That's expensive. But is this enough? How much do you want to apply? All over your body. It's not the whole body. Jiang Yanzhi glanced at the lively area and thought about Jiaojiao's injury. The area is quite large. This amount of ointment might not even be enough for one treatment. Wei Lan nearly tripped and laughed angrily. I think you shouldn't be called Fourth Master, you should be called Jiang the Skinflint. When you called before, you didn't say how big the area was. I didn't expect you to give such a small amount. Does this tube even have 5G? Nonsense, it clearly has 6G. Wei Lan said with a heavy heart, I had no choice but to go back to the 3rd floor and get a vial of medicine weighing about 50G. 3 million. Does that make me feel like I didn't lose out? In an instant, they collected almost 9 times less money. For Wei Lan, spitting out what she's already eating is definitely a losing proposition. The crowd was still in chaos. Shen Jingbing insisted that Jiaojiao had tried to take off his clothes, and then Jiaojiao said no. The onlookers naturally favored the delicate beauty, and didn't care about the thieving Shen Jingbing. Furthermore, just from his name, he doesn't seem like a good person. Looking like that, he is like a toad trying to eat swan meat. Arrest him and investigate him thoroughly. Bai Xiuxiu suddenly said. Shen Jingbing's expression changed, and he immediately cried out, I was wrong, please don't arrest me. I just wanted to tease her on a whim I didn't mean to. Jiaojiao squinted at Shen Jingbing's action of covering his crotch, then winked at Wei Zhen, signaling that he was really going to do it if Wei Zhen needed it. With a roar, he rushed forward, grabbed Shen Jingbing's pants and pulled them down. Look, he's hiding something. When the pants fell down, a large bag of something white like flour also fell down with them. The entire venue fell silent. The person observing from upstairs was immediately stunned and frantically called Wei Lan. Brother Wei, something's happened. Someone brought in drugs. Upon hearing this, Wei Lan's face changed, and she angrily shouted, "Give it to me." She abruptly hung up the phone, ran out quickly, but turned back after only 2 steps, grabbed Jiang Yanzhi, and charged towards the other side. "Jiang Xiaoxi, are you really going to watch the show? This may be my territory, but you're involved too. If someone reports that the guests who come in are carrying drugs, we are both finished." Jiang Yanzhi remained calm and composed. "I'm just a hidden shareholder." "You." Wei Lan nearly fainted with anger. "Fine, you're the ruthless one. You just wait." There was no hope for that broken thing, so Wei Lan rushed over, and the security personnel also arrived. Everyone was detained on the spot and not allowed to leave, especially Shen Jingbing, whose pants had been pulled down, who was specially guarded by 2 people. On the spot, the surveillance video of this area was removed, and no backups were allowed. It was destroyed directly. There were also a few individuals whose phones had captured the incident, and all of them were confiscated. The phones were replaced with the original price. In this way, public opinion was controlled to a minimum in the shortest possible time. After doing all this, Wei Lan felt completely exhausted. Turning around, I realized that Jiang Yanzhi was gone. Damn it! That bastard must have run away. Wei Lan was so angry she had a headache. What kind of best friend is like this? This is fucking awful. Alright, everyone except the guests I've called out can leave now. But you'd better keep your mouths shut. If I hear even a wisp about this, I don't care who told you, I won't let any of you get away with it. Wei Lan made some tough remarks. She was quite formidable. Then they asked these people to leave their identification information and let them leave one by one. That's really impressive. Watching this scene, Jiaojiao whispered to Bai Xiuxiu, "This is even more impressive than the Imperial Investigation Bureau in the capital. The methods, the speed, wow, I'm really impressed." Bai Xiuxiu was filled with regret at this moment. When she heard Jiaojiao still having the mind to comment on these things, she almost cried, "Sister, is there any chance we can get out of here alive?" "Sure, it's just the black market, not the guillotine." Wei Zhan interjected, "I was brave enough to take action and identify the problem. I think I deserve praise today." Qin Shencheng. The only person wearing glasses couldn't beat the 3 troublemakers. That's even more unreasonable. After a moment of silence, he said seriously, "If a finger is severed, theoretically I can reattach it as long as there is enough time." Wei Zhan and Bai Xiuxiu. This must be an enemy spy. As the 4 were whispering among themselves, Wei Lan finally had someone arrest and take away the bare-legged Shen Jingbing, and finally had time to deal with them. His gaze swept over the group before finally settling on Jiaojiao. "Hey, Miss Jiu, are you kidding me? Coming to the black market and causing trouble for me in the middle of the night instead of sleeping? I don't think I've ever offended you, have I?" Only now has Wei Lan finally emerged from the shadows of the lights and revealed her true self. "Hey, it's someone I know." Wei Zhen's eyes lit up, and she jumped up excitedly. "Uncle, what are you doing here? Let me tell you, I was really amazing just now. I pulled down someone's pants, and that guy was secretly bringing drugs. I think I'm going to do something amazing." Chapter 37, Let's Fight. The kind where you smash your butt in 8 pieces. Wei Zhan, that mischievous monkey, is always causing trouble and making a mess. Although Wei Lan is only 3 years older than him, it feels like they are from a different generation. She slapped him aside, her face darkening. "Shut up. You think you can fly? Get the hell out of here." Seeing that the guy was still lunging forward, Wei Lan kicked him away again, looked at Jiaojiao, changed her tone, and said helplessly, "Miss, ever since you entered the black market, you've been the most dazzling treasure in this area. I just want to ask, how did you figure out that Shen Jingbing was carrying poison?" Shen Jingbing, a lunatic. That's a name that's easy to remember, and Wei Lan remembered it right away. Is it possible that I was born with a different sense of smell than ordinary people, and that I could smell it? Jiaojiao pointed to her nose, looking very serious. "Wei Lan, if you don't want to talk about it, then don't. Instead, stop spouting nonsense. Who smells poison all the time and can detect it just by smelling it?" Ignoring the young wife of Master Jiang, he turned his gaze to Bai Xiuxiu. "Miss Xiuxiu, I just want to ask you something. Your Bai family has always had strict family discipline. Why are you getting involved with them? In Haining City, what good things can happen when the ancestors of the Jiu, Jiang, Bai, and Wei families get together? Do we tear the sky apart and then patch it up?" Another message reads, "Dr. Qin, it's been a long time." When I looked over there, it was practically a direct question. Why are you joining in their nonsense? Qin Shencheng felt a little embarrassed by that look. He coughed and calmly held up the medicinal herbs in his hand. I'm here to buy medicine to treat illnesses and save lives. All right, you can go now. Wei Lan bowed and made a gentlemanly please gesture. Someone came over and respectfully asked Qin Shencheng to leave, and then escorted him in a car. Having no other choice, Qin Shencheng turned to the others and said, Then I'll be leaving now. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Wei Zhen rubbed his sore buttocks, feeling heartbroken. He's so old and he still gets kicked in the butt. He's lost all face. Wei Lan chuckled. Tell Dr. Qin about what happened here today. Qin Shencheng nodded. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. Satisfied, go home safely. After Qin Shencheng left, it was Bai Xiuxiu's turn. Bai Xiuxiu's heart skipped a beat, and she quickly said, I'm leaving too. Uncle Wei, don't worry, I definitely won't say anything. I'll keep my mouth shut. Wei Lan smiled and said, Go. Have a safe journey. Bai Xiuxiu left too, so now, only Wei Zhan and Jiaojiao are left. The two exchanged a glance and said in unison, Don't worry, uncle, we won't tell. Wei Zhan calls him little uncle, which carries a clear seniority, and Jiaojiao follows Wei Zhen's lead. However, the moment she utters the word, Wei Lan bursts out with a fut, her shoulders shaking uncontrollably. No, 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 you absolutely mustn't call me that. If someone dared to hear this, wouldn't I just chop them up? Ignoring what he was saying, Wei Zhen grabbed Jiaojiao's hand and ran off, saying, What are you all standing there for? Let's go. Wei Zhen, you stop right there. Wei Lan shouted, pointing at Wei Zhen. Two more people emerged from the shadows, their large, fan-like hands grabbing Wei Zhen and pinning him down. Wei Zhen panicked and screamed, Uncle, I'm your own nephew. You wouldn't kill me to silence me, would you? Sister Jiao, save my life. Ah. Wei Lan. His family has truly produced a talented individual. He slowly exhaled, suppressing the urge to beat him to death, and waved his hand, saying, Throw this brat into the training ground and let him train properly for a few days before we talk about it. What? The black market training ground sounded like places of suffering and hardship, and Wei Zhensai didn't want to go there. He screamed desperately, No. Help me, help me. They gagged her and took her away. In the end, only Jiaojiao was left. She shrugged indifferently, Uncle, if I can't call you that, what should I call you? Wei or any name, is fine. Wei Lan raised an eyebrow, looking Jiaojiao up and down. I just saw your move. It was quite interesting. How about we have a spa? Jiaojiao sighed. I knew I couldn't hide it. Everyone in this black market has some skills. After thinking for a moment, he said quite seriously, Whether they live or die, it doesn't matter. Wei Lan, don't joke around. We are acquaintances, show some consideration. Oh, so, just leaving one breath is enough. He raised his indifferent gaze and looked out at the 3-story building not far away. The lights were on upstairs, but it was rather dim. But she knew that behind the lights, someone was standing and watching her. Before coming to the black market, Jiaojiao really didn't expect that this was Wei Lan's territory. If she had known that Wei Lan was here, she would never have come. But now that the moves have been revealed, there's no point in hiding them anymore. Jiaojiao turned her gaze away from the 3-story building, put her hands in her pockets, and smiled. His wild energy surged instantly. Come on, it's a deal, hold your breath. If second master feels he's gone too far later, he can call a halt immediately. Instead of calling him by his name or Wei he was simply called second master. Out of respect for Wei Zhan, he was allowed to be of a higher generation. All right, I'll pass that on to you too. Don't blame me if you go too far later. Wei Lan smiled. He took off his suit jacket and threw it aside. The white shirt cuffs were unbuttoned, rolled up 3 times, the tie around the neck was loosened and tossed aside. Then a gesture of respect was struck, Please. It was done quite formally. Jiaojiao glanced at him twice, her hands still in her pockets, and suddenly kicked her foot, her petite figure flashing to Wei Lan's side in the blink of an eye. Wei Lan was shocked. Before he could react, everything went black. He was kicked hard in the knee, let out a muffled groan, staggered back a few steps, and fell to the ground with a thud. It took him a long time to come to his senses. Looking up, Jiaojiao seemed to have never moved, tilting her head and still smiling at him. Second master, shall we go again? Wei Lan. He casually touched his butt. It really hurts, and it's embarrassing too. The main thing is, this young lady is just too fast. When did she learn that skill? Shocked, but also fueled the man's damned competitive spirit. Best 2 out of 3, Let's go again. Bang. Second game. Again. Bang. 3 rounds. Wei lands but was really split in 8 pieces, and she was furious. I don't believe it. Best of 5. Jiaojiao sighed helplessly. Second master, it's best of 5, I've won too. I've never seen anyone cheat like this before. Wei Lan. Oh no, this is incredibly embarrassing. Turning around to look behind me, there was a densely packed row of people, each with shock and restless anticipation in their eyes. That was the excitement of meeting a master. Wei Lan sat on the ground and refused to get up, but he was too ashamed to refuse anymore. However, he was still unwilling to give up. This young lady is quite good at hiding her true nature. Miss Ji Yu, it's not a skill for you to beat me. But there's someone else here. It's a skill for you to beat him. Wei Lan was clearly setting a trap. Jiaojiao looked up again, casually glancing at the 3rd floor. Tell him to come down. Chapter 38. The secretly married couple are all acting. The meeting scene. Wei Lan's heart skipped a beat, and she suddenly had a premonition. This young lady might have known from the beginning that there were people upstairs. Sure enough, it was well hidden. Speechless. Miss, you're really making a scene. My black market is only so big, but with your outburst today, your reputation is only growing. Jiaojiao casually kept her hands in her pockets, her whole demeanor still as arrogant as ever. Didn't you say you wanted to compete? Tell him to come down. Wei Lan. He decisively sold Jiang Yanzhi out. He called her and said, come down, I saw you. He, the dignified second master Wei, is in trouble today. This trouble was given to him by Miss Ji Yu. Well, it's pretty good. Second master, if we want to compete again, can we place a bet? A group of people behind him said excitedly. They live on the black market, and obeying the law is a given. But occasionally they do something a little abnormal. For example, placing bets is permitted on the black market. Wei Lan laughed and scolded. Go away, you guys are everywhere. Get me a table and a sofa, and while you're at it, bring me some platters. I'm tired. It's not just tiring, it's incredibly embarrassing. A group of people scattered in a flash. Not only had tables, sofas, and fruit platters been prepared, but also beer, melons, and other treats. Wow, it's a huge party scene. Young miss, would you like some? Wei Lan finally moved her 8-petaled bottom up and then beckoned to Jiaojiao. Jiaojiao didn't stand on ceremony and went over with a smile, looking very cool. Second master, do the elders in the family know what you do? For those old men, the black market was a business that couldn't be conducted openly. Wei Lan chuckled and grabbed a piece of cantaloupe to eat. The 5 great families of Haining City are Jiang, Ji Yu, Qin, and Bai. Our Wei family is ranked last, which is considered the bottom of the list. Although we are famous, we must be wealthy. But what I do has nothing to do with the Wei family. If those old fogies knew, they would break my legs. The hot-tempered old man, a man with impeccable revolutionary credentials his whole life, couldn't stand seeing his younger generation doing this kind of business. Although it wasn't illegal or anything, the black market sounded like a very shady place. Breaking the leg. That's a good idea. Jiaojiao also grabbed a piece of cantaloupe to eat while waiting for the people upstairs to come out. The entire trading area was deserted because of the sudden incident of Shen Jingbing bringing in drugs. After the customers were evacuated, the main gate was closed from the inside. The security personnel in the black market were already laughing and joking as they started betting on who would win this time. Surprisingly, Jiaojiao's odds are relatively high. Heh, so the one who didn't come downstairs is quite the expert. Jiaojiao chuckled, shaking her wrist and feeling the power within. Wei Lan looked at her and said very sincerely, Miss, you are actually a master as well. Well, it's a complicated situation. What kind of big shot is this? A figure from the underworld. It's one thing for a couple to have a secret marriage, but it's a marriage of equals that makes people envious. This is something else. But you, miss, have so many skills, yet no one knows about them. That's a bit of a jealous plasmolysis. Can't we at least give others a way to make a living? I'm a master, the kind who can knock someone's head off with one punch. Second master, do you believe me? After finishing a piece of cantaloupe, Jiaojiao clapped her hands, thinking that the cantaloupe was pretty good. I'd like to ask about the place of origin so I can buy some myself later. Wei Lan. I'm impressed. I'm telling you I'm a pro, and you're just talking about cantaloupe. So, is it true that a single punch can knock your head off? Suddenly, it occurred to me that this young lady had been injured before, and I heard that the area was quite large. I wonder where she was injured. Never mind, I won't ask. She doesn't look like she's in any serious condition. After all, He had already paid 3 million, so there was no way he would back out now. Are you going to fight that person or not? If not, I'm leaving. After waiting for several more minutes without seeing anyone, Jiaojiao was getting impatient. She was tired. After eating and drinking my fill, I felt sleepy. Besides, it's getting late. If I don't go back soon, it will be dawn, and I should go to sleep. Wei Lan, I'll urge them again. The phone was dialed, and the ringtone sounded not far away. Wei Lan looked up sharply, and Jiang Yanzhi walked over. The aloof man was tall with straight legs, and even from a distance, you could see the aura surrounding him that made him someone not to be trifled with. Is it her? Jiaojiao squinted at it, feeling that it looked somewhat familiar. The person walked in the shadows of the lamplight, their outline barely discernible. It's him. Wei Lan twitched her lips, excitedly waiting to see a good show. Miss, if you can beat him, I'll give you 3% of my black market shares. How about it? Oh, big spender. It's important to know that the black market is extremely lucrative. A 3% stake can be worth hundreds of millions. Can. She readily agreed and stood up. Then, Jiang Yanzhi emerged from the shadows, and Jiaojiao. His eyes widened, and he froze. Holy crap, is she hallucinating? How could it be you? Didn't you go to the bar to see your white moonlight? Oh, it's Mrs. Jiang. Weren't you already fast asleep? Jiang Yanzhi stared at her and said, Heh, this woman is indeed pretending to be asleep. Jiaojiao was furious. I should just beat him to death. The secretly married couples are all putting on an act, then they each question each other and imply something else. It's quite interesting. Wei Lan looked at this one and that one, then chuckled and said, Hey you two, are you still going to fight? Beat. Jiaojiao took a deep breath and gave a forced smile. What an opportunity. I really want to test my skills against Fourth Master. Jiang Yanzhi nodded. I also want to know what my secretly married little wife is hiding from me. 3 minutes later, the two started fighting. At first, it was just a test. The man was very strong, and every move he made was a feint. Jiaojiao was agile and didn't exert her full strength. 2 minutes later, Wei Lan said, somewhat annoyed, Hey, at this rate, when will you ever decide who wins? Jiaojiao, I'm afraid I'll hit too hard and make Fourth Master lose face. Lose face? That's perfect for keeping him company. Wei Lan decisively said, Beat him, and I'll give you 3 million on the spot. Make a deal. With a quick agreement, Jiaojiao's attack suddenly shifted, unleashing a groin kick. Jiang Yanzhi dodged to the side, her face turning ashen with rage. Jiaojiao, where the hell are you going to hit me? No trickery is involved. The winner takes all. With a sharp shout, Jiaojiao leaped forward again, throwing a punch straight at his brow. Jiang Yanzhi turned his head, unaware of her other hand, which struck him directly in the chest. Jiang Yanzhi groaned, his face turning pale instantly. Jiaojiao stopped, slightly out of breath. Shall we continue? The lights instantly shone on Jiaojiao, and the entire room fell silent. After a long while, a couple of people jumped up and shouted happily, Ha ha ha, I won. Very good, you have good judgment. This person bets on Jiaojiao to win. Holy crap. Fourth Master, when did you become so weak? Wei Lan covered her face, unable to bear the sight. Without waiting for Jiaojiao to speak, she sighed to Jiang Yanzhi, Please, transfer the 3 million you just promised me to your little wife. I won't handle it myself. 39. We can't afford to lose both our health and our money. This side hustle was quite lucrative. He not only beat someone up, but also made money and gained fame. The young couple left the black market together. I'll sit in the back, you drive. Jiaojiao yawned, then strode confidently into the car, intending to take a nap first. Jiang Yanzhi, blocking the car door, looked at her and said, Are you treating me like a driver? It's like I'm sitting in the front and you're not the driver, Jiaojiao muttered without even opening her eyes. Hurry up and drive. It'll be dawn when we get back. She didn't want to sit in the front. The passenger seat in this car was where Shen Ruoshua had sat. She thought it was dirty. You still know what daylight is. Jiang Yanzhi's dark pupils were full of deep inquiry. When did you learn this skill? It's innate, taught by the gods. I ran away from home years ago and met an old man with a white beard. He took a liking to me at first sight and said I was born to cultivate immortality, and then… Blah blah blah, you've rambled on quite a bit. Once you start talking a lot of nonsense, you won't feel sleepy anymore. Seeing that the woman was getting more and more energetic as she talked, and seemed to have the urge to tell a 50 million word fantasy story, Jiang Yanzhi simply slammed the back door of the car and willingly became the driver. What if it's inappropriate? Are the two of them really going to keep telling stories here until the end of time? The car returned to the Jiang residence at exactly 6 o'clock in the morning. The servants were already up and cleaning. Seeing them return from outside, she asked in surprise, "Young master, madam, did you go out so early in the morning?" Jiaojiao yawned, and lies came out of her mouth without hesitation. "Well, we went to see the sunrise early this morning and had a bowl of soy milk outside, but now we are hungry again. What breakfast is prepared in the kitchen?" Jiang Yanzhi slowly narrowed her eyes. With such skillful lying, how much truth does she usually tell? The maid replied, "The old master likes Chinese food. This morning we had pan-fried buns, freshly fried dough sticks, and a few appetizers. It's quite simple." "Okay, I like this one too. Make one for me too," Jiaojiao said quickly, already stepping inside. After taking only 2 steps, he realized something was wrong and gave Jiang Yanzhi a meaningful look. "Come on, what are you standing there for? Grandpa and Mom and Dad are waiting. Are you planning to start a fight?" Although they were secretly married and the couple didn't get along, they still had to pretend in front of their elders. "Let's go." Jiang Yanzhi gave her a deep look, seemingly no longer needing the 3 million yuan scar removal ointment in her pocket. He fought quite swiftly and walked with ease. Hopefully, his wounds don't hurt anymore. Breakfast went smoothly without any conflict. Grandpa Jiang was in a very good mood and even told Su Wn that after breakfast she should take Jiaojiao out for a walk to relax. Jiaojiao readily agreed. "Grandpa, you're so good to me. I'll go shopping with Mom after I finish eating." Su Wanrong was overjoyed that her daughter-in-law was clinging to her. Jiang Wanhe and Jiang Yanzhi, the father and son, exchanged a glance. Neither of them spoke, they just lowered their heads and ate their meals. "Jiaojiao, come here for a moment." Once upstairs, Jiang Yanzhi looked at her. Jiaojiao had just finished showering and was really sleepy. With her eyes half closed, she asked, "What is it?" "Apply this medicine once a day, it helps remove scars." In the end, they took out the ointment. Jiaojiao was very surprised, bought on the black market. Jiang Yanzhi didn't hide it from her, gave her the ointment, and then went to the company. Jiaojiao watched him leave, examined the ointment in her palm for a moment, sighed, and put it in the drawer. She didn't care whether she would be left with a scar or not. However, all women love beauty. Since he gave it to her, she should use it. Jiaojiao slept until past noon. It wasn't until the maid came up to call her for lunch that she woke up with a yawn. She went downstairs and apologized to Su Wanrong. "Mom, I accidentally overslept. How about we go shopping this afternoon?" Su Wanrong carefully observed her expression. "I heard from the servants that you and Yang Ji went out early this morning to watch the sunrise." Jiaojiao paused slightly. "Yes, I watched the sunrise and got up too early, so I just fell asleep." "It's all right. We don't understand the romance of young people. Come on, quickly wash your face and hands and have lunch." Su Wanrong called out, quite satisfied in her heart. "You little rascal, you've even learned about romance now." "Huh? Where's Grandpa?" Jiaojiao asked when she realized the old man was gone. Su Wanrong picked up a piece of meat for her. "Your grandpa is getting old and isn't used to our life. He went back to the old house. He can't leave the flowers and plants there that he tended. Grandpa Jiang is an exceptionally good gardener. It's a way for him to find solace in his old age." Jiaojiao stopped asking and thought she should spend more time with the old man later, since he had always been on her side. "President Jiang, this is your wife's information. It's all here." Luo Fei placed the information he had gathered on the table. Jiang Yanzhi glanced at it. "Is that all?" 2 thin A4 pages have told the whole story. He reached out and flipped through the files, but something felt off. Why is there so little information about her from age 15 to 17? "Well, Madam is at that age and should be in school." "Schools are boarding schools," Luo Fei said, not understanding why President Jiang suddenly wanted to investigate his wife. "Investigate the situation over the past 3 years thoroughly," Jiang Yanzhi emphasized, then continued looking at the subsequent documents, still feeling there were problems. "That's too easy. The eldest daughter of the Jiu family, all she does is play. She doesn't seem to have any redeeming qualities." At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, when the mall was crowded, the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law were happily shopping with bags full of things. "Jiao, Grandpa's birthday is in a few days. Do you have any ideas?" After sitting down in the rest area, the waiter brought 2 cups of milk tea. Jiaojiao reached out and squeezed it, then pushed the hotter one in front of Su Wanrong. "Mom, you know, all I do is play. I don't have any other thoughts." "No, that one tea do. Now that you've married into the Jiang family, you're a member of the Jiang family. Everything in the Jiang family will belong to you from now on. You need to take this seriously. Su Wanrong smiled. Although her daughter-in-law had a bad reputation and was known for her wild ways, what did it matter? She can afford to spoil her. She gives her daughter-in-law whatever she wants. Mom. Jiaojiao had a headache. I'm really not suitable. It's settled then. Mom is waiting to see it live. It has to be amazing. Su Wanrong made the decision without further ado. Jiaojiao. I'm numb. I'm tired. Let's destroy it. What can she do? He's all right at fighting. He simply passed the matter on to Chen Ning, saying nothing more. The venue, set design, and all post-production costs will be transferred from my account. I only have one request. Chen Ning, tell me. I'll definitely agree to anything I can do. The more grand the better. Ideally it should amaze the world. That would be perfect. Jiaojiao said magnanimously, her boldness beyond belief. Chen Ning. He remained silent. After a long pause, he finally said slowly, I say, Mr. Jiu, have you forgotten that U Group is your own creation? So? Jiaojiao was completely bewildered. What does whether he's my biological child or not have to do with my birthday banquet? Yes, I have. Chen Ning said with a pained and disappointed expression, You're hosting the Jiang family's birthday banquet, but you're spending our own money. I'm telling you, President Jiu, this isn't right. You should go and get reimbursed by Fourth Master. We can't put in the effort and end up losing money, can we? After all, you're planning to dump Fourth Master and find someone better, so we can't be too eager to help you. Chapter 40. A flutter of springtime feelings. She's taken a flirt with Second Master. Jiaojiao was speechless. What high branch would I climb for? If I really dump Jiang Yanzhi, I'll never look for a man again. What's the point of looking for a man? He'll only lower my standards for men, and he'll only stop me from making money. What use is a man? Chen Ning choked for a moment, his face darkening. President Jiu, you're generalizing and stigmatizing everyone. I'm a man too. Oh, then my Daning is an exception. Jiaojiao readily agreed, coaxing Chen Ning with a smile. But you're right, this money needs to be reimbursed by Jiang Yanzhi. So, you just work hard for me, and when you're done, give me a number, and I'll ask for the money. Then, I'll take out your commission, 2 million, how about that? They are from a wealthy and powerful family, and they are never short of money. 2 million is nothing to them. Don't worry, Mr. Jiu. I'll definitely do my best. But remember, you have to collect the commission. Chen Ning immediately agreed, excitedly reminding her repeatedly, as if afraid she would forget. Jiaojiao will never forget. Money is just a number to her. Even if Jiang Yanzhi is stingy and doesn't give it to her, she will make up for it for Chen Ning herself. Having settled everything, Jiaojiao planned to go out for a walk. She hadn't driven back the sports car she'd left on the black market last time, so now was a good time to take it for a spin. Xiao, come out and play. It's said that when you go out, you must have some close friends. Bai Xiao was bored, so she drove to pick her up. As soon as she got in the car, she asked, Boss, I just want to ask, how did you get away later? Bai Xiao didn't participate in the fight later, but she was still very curious. Jiaojiao immediately saw what she was thinking. You've fallen for Master Wei. Bai Xiao blushed and chuckled. If I really fell for Second Master Wei, do you think there's a chance for us? No. Jiaojiao said decisively. You and Wei Lan are not from the same world. Why? Although according to the random generational naming conventions, he is a generation above me. My surname is Bai and his surname is Wei. Our two families are not related by blood. Theoretically, we can be together. Bai Xiao argued that she had wasted so many years of her life, only to suddenly realize that the best man was right beside her. That one glance in the black market has already surpassed millions of years. Love at first sight may have come late, but it has come nonetheless, and I don't want to let it go. Smack. Jiaojiao gave Jiaojiao a serious warning after she tapped him on the forehead. Little girl, I'll say it again, he's not someone you can afford to mess with. You're still young, don't get entangled with him. But, no buts. Who are the people who can run a black market in a place like this? His extraordinary methods are secondary. His ruthlessness is unmatched by ordinary people. Bai Xiao is just an innocent and playful little girl in her world. There is no need to get involved with darkness. Bai Xiao. She stopped talking. She felt that her friend seemed to be right, but she was also a little unconvinced. It was just a man, someone she knew, so why couldn't it be? You'll never give up if you don't try. Ha! Who's that? Bai Xiao suddenly pointed ahead and said, Jiaojiao looked over and saw a man and a woman kissing in a white BMW parked by the roadside. The woman was breathing heavily. Her skirt had been pushed up to her high waist. The man's hand was doing something under the skirt. Jiaojiao realized that this woman was none other than Shen Ruoxue. Oh! Suddenly, a secret thrill surged through me. Fourth Master Jiang. Your white moonlight has cheated on you. Sister Jiao, that woman looks familiar. Bai Xiuxiu had already driven past when she remembered to ask. Jiaojiao chuckled. Fourth Master's white moonlight. Puff! The car suddenly skidded, and the sound of brakes echoed dramatically on the road. Jiaojiao slammed her head against the windshield. She was furious, but speechless. I said, "Is it really necessary to get so worked up?" I'm so sorry, I was too narrow-minded. Well, I was just too shocked. Bai Xiuxiu apologized repeatedly and drove the car away again. Jiaojiao let out a breath, a little nervous. You drive carefully. If you can't, I'll take over. She's still so young and doesn't want to die young. I can do it. Bai Xiuxiu insisted. She was sure she could. This time the drive was relatively smooth, and nothing else happened on the road. At the entrance of the black market, Jiaojiao's car had already been delivered, and Wei Lan was waiting by the car. Upon seeing them arrive, Wei Lan raised her chin and went to greet them. Miss, in addition to this car, I'll give you another 5,600,000. What kind of money is this? Your odds. Wei Lan didn't explain it too clearly in front of Bai Xiuxiu, but Jiaojiao nodded, understanding. That night, she cleverly bet on herself to win. Odds of 1 to 50. TSK. So handsome. Look at your pathetic self. Does Jiang Shaoxi need your money? Wei Lan chuckled, unable to stand Jiaojiao's greedy nature. Jiaojiao, what do you know? Some money brings happiness that others can't give you. For example, she felt very happy when she could openly beat up Jiang Yanzhi. Second master. Bai Xiuxiu also got out of the car, her face flushed, her heart pounding, but her eyes were very bright. The light in her eyes startled Wei Lan, who couldn't understand what she meant. Oh, isn't this the Bai family's little niece? What brings you here again today? Very good. With just one sentence, he blocked all his escape routes. Knowing the inside story, Jiaojiao looked directly at Bai Xiuxiu and saw that her face was pale, and she was both ashamed and sad, and was about to cry. The man she liked only saw her as his little niece. But no, we can't back down. Love is something you have to fight for, and so is happiness. Bai Xiuxiu took a deep breath and encouraged herself. Then she continued, Uncle. My name is Xiuxiu. Can I add you on WeChat? You can contact me if you need anything in the future. Wei Lan has always had a wide circle of friends. Although she didn't understand why her little niece was crying, she thought that since the 5 major families were united, they might be able to lend a hand if anything happened in the future. She nodded readily. Okay, come on, Xiaojia. Hand over your phone and scan the QR code. Jiaojiao. I couldn't stop her after all. That brat actually took the initiative. That's enough. We'll see what happens next. If something really happens, she can just protect him. A few days passed in a flash, and since adding Wei Lan on WeChat, Bai Xiuxiu rarely went out with her anymore. Qin Shenqing's schedule was packed with surgeries for the next 2 weeks, leaving him no time to go out and have fun. Wei Zhan was simply abandoned at the training ground by Wei Lan, and was exhausted every day like a grandson. He couldn't even get his phone, let alone contact anyone. Very good. In the blink of an eye, the whole world abandoned her. Just then, Su Wanrong gave her a task. Jiao, I just cooked some pig's feet soup. Go to the company and give Yanzhi a bowl. Jiaojiao didn't want to go. Mom, he doesn't lack food. You silly kid, whether he needs it or not is his business, and it's your business if you send it to him. He hasn't been home for several days now, and I'm just worried about your relationship. It's always good to find an excuse to see each other more often. Chapter 41, Kicking the Green Tea Girl. Jiaojiao. Looking at the thermos filled with soup, he fell into deep thought. So, she absolutely has to go on this trip? We can't just slip away halfway. After all, my mother-in-law just said that she's going to call Jiang Yanzhi later to ask about the soup. No, that's not true. Desperate, he picked up his thermos and left, driving his little sports car through traffic jams the whole way. Just when the traffic jam nearly made her blood pressure spike to 180, Jiang finally arrived. Jiaojiao carried the thermos downstairs and walked into the lobby on the first floor in high heels under the sun, looking rather annoyed. When the company receptionist saw her, she only felt that this woman was dressed in designer brands and had a very imposing aura. Upon closer inspection, well, Miss Jiu. He quickly asked, Miss Ji Yu, what brings you here today? I'm looking for your general manager Jiang. Her secret marriage to Jiang Yanzhi was known only to a small group of people within their social circle. For example, the entire Jiang group was also unaware of this, but our CEO Jiang seems to be unavailable. The receptionist said with a troubled expression. Ji Yu Jiaojiao guest. Does he have guests? Yes, there are guests. Or a woman. The receptionist was shocked. Ms. Ji Yu, you knew about this. I'm a celestial maiden descended to earth, and I can tell everything with a simple calculation. Not only did I find out there was a woman in his office, but I also know her surname Chen, right? Ji Yu Jiaojiao rambled on, finding it more enjoyable to tease the receptionist than to see Jiang Yanzhi. Receptionist, wow, that's amazing. This is shocking, my friend. 6. It really is surname Shen. Taking advantage of the girl's shock, Ji Yu Jiaojiao went up to the 28th floor. Jiang Yanzhi's office was on the 28th floor. She didn't knock and just went in. She thought she would see a dramatic scene, but she didn't. Shen Ruoxue was wearing a white dress, her beautiful hair flowing smoothly over her shoulders, looking like a fairy, as she read a magazine. Sunlight streamed in through the window, revealing the fine downy hairs on her face. What a beautiful picture of a young girl. Seeing the door suddenly open, Shen Ruoxue instinctively called out, Brother Yanzhi. He had barely uttered a word when he stopped abruptly. Miss Ji Yu, is that you? Ji Yu Jiaojiao has a much stronger presence than her. Stepping inside, there's a wild rose with thorns, the kind that's just been picked. He gave a forced smile and didn't try to dodge the question. Why can't it be me? You, Miss Chen, have your left cheek stuck to your right. You're shameless and shameless, yet you can still come here to seduce men. So wouldn't it be more normal for me to come here? She patted the thermos on the table. See this? I'm here with a mission. My mother-in-law said that I'll be the Jiang family's daughter-in-law for life. Others can forget about it. Ji Yu Jiaojiao opened her mouth and started spitting out a barrage of words. For every one sentence she says, Ji Yu Jiaojiao can say 10. And every word he says hits the nail on the head. He insults people without using vulgar language. He doesn't beat around the bush. He just goes straight for the punches, killing one person at a time. Shen Ruoxue was so angry that she could no longer maintain her fairy-like image. She glanced at Jiang Yanzhi, who was still in a meeting, and immediately changed her expression, saying, Ji Yu Jiaojiao, what are you so smug about? So what if your family has some money? If it weren't for the Ji Yu family, would you have been able to marry Brother Yanzhi? Let me tell you, the person Brother Yanzhi loves most is still me. I am his true love. Fine, fine, you're my favorite, so whatever you say is right. But what you just said was wrong. My Ji Yu family is rich, and you're envious, aren't you? Ha! Useless. Even if you were reincarnated 10 times, you'd still be this stupid, and you'd never become the eldest daughter of the Ji Yu family. You're hopeless. You'll be nothing but mud for the rest of your life. Ji Yu Jiaojiao started to retort, her words scathing, leaving Shen Ru trembling with anger, unable to utter a single word. It's not her fault, she's just unlucky. She really wasn't born into such a good family like Ji Yu Jia. But she finally met Jiang Yanzhi, a man standing at the top of the pyramid. So why do others still look down on her? Ji Yu Jiaojiao. Her face flushed red with anger, then turned pale, and she suddenly rushed towards her. Ji Yu Jiaojiao paused, kicked her away, and Shen Ruoxue screamed and fell to the ground unconscious. Ji Yu Jiaojiao was taken aback. Don't pretend, I didn't use any force. A chill ran down her spine, and she felt a sense of unease. She turned around abruptly. Jiang Yanzhi had already rushed over and helped Shen Ruoxue up from the ground. Ruoxue, how are you? Ruoxue, wake up. That worried look. It's really heartbreaking to see. Ji Yu Jiaojiao calmed down. She finally understood why Shen Ruoxue had just pounced on her, and even let her kick her. So, the rest is what happened next. She probably already saw Jiang Yanzhi return, right? Ji Yu Jiaojiao sneered and turned to look outside. Not only was Luo Fei, the special assistant, there was also a group of company executives staring in disbelief. Seeing her pale face, Luo Fei knew about her secret marriage to his boss, and he was immediately overwhelmed with worry. He quickly said, Ms. Ji Yu, what brings you here? You're here to talk to President Jiang, right? Okay, let me pour you a cup of tea. Please have a seat, it'll be ready soon. Before he could finish speaking, he slammed the office door shut and said to the executives watching the commotion outside, You all saw it, right? They've started fighting. President Jiang is in a bad mood, so you shouldn't be here watching. A group of executives. What's so interesting about President Jiang's antics? Fearing that Jiang Yang would settle scores later, These people hurriedly said goodbye and returned to their offices one by one. Luo Fei breathed a sigh of relief and indeed poured in a cup of tea. It was fruit tea. Jiaojiao doesn't like bitter things, but she's okay with fruit tea. Madam, please have some. Luo Fei said respectfully. Jiaojiao accepted the drink expressionlessly, took a sip slowly, and remained silent, waiting to see what the outcome would be. Jiang Yanzhi had already carried Shen Ruoxue to the sofa. He turned his gaze back to Jiaojiao with a heavy expression and said, "That kick of yours could have killed her. This woman doesn't know her own strength when she hits him. If she really beats Shen Ruoxue to death, how will she clean up the mess?" Jiaojiao chuckled. "Feeling sorry for her? You like her that much that you have to make me a cuckold? Fine, since you're so eager to be a cuckold, I'll grant your wish. Let's get a divorce." The word divorce slipped out of his mouth. Not only was Jiang Yanzhi stunned, but Luo Fei was also stunned. However, after her initial shock, Shen Ruoxue's face flushed with excitement. After all her hard work, was there finally hope? "Brother Yang." Jiang Yanzhi called out again at the right moment, spitting blood from the corner of her mouth. She snapped back to reality and said with a stern face, "Jiaojiao. Some things can be said, but some things cannot be said carelessly. I'm not making this up." After saying the word marriage, Jiaojiao became even calmer. She pointed at Shen Ruoxue and said, "See? She's the woman you love most, isn't she? You must have felt wronged by keeping our marriage a secret. So, I won't ask you to bring up the divorce. I'll talk to Grandpa. You just need to wait." He showed so much concern for Shen Ruoxue in front of her. Is Jiaojiao dead? Furthermore, Shen Ruoxue dared to scheme against her. That's good, that's impressive. Jiaojiao turned and left. Luo Fei was shocked and quickly looked at his boss, President Jiang. This. Jiang Yanzhi took a deep breath. "Take Ruoxue to the hospital." He also walked outside. Shen Ruoxue's face turned pale, and in her haste, she rolled off the sofa and fell to the ground with a thud, fainting again. Chapter 42. That scoundrel protecting his white moonlight. Get lost. Jiaojiao rushed out of the Jiang family compound and drove away in her own car. She didn't know where to go, but she was burning with anger. But she was the one who proposed the divorce, so why is she angry? Oh, right. It's because they're still married, and is being so nice to other women right in front of her. Does he really think Jiaojiao has no temper? You stupid, scumbag man, go to hell. As long as they haven't divorced, even if he's just a weed, he's still Jiaojiao's little tattered weed. She didn't kill him this time because she held back. It was midday, and there weren't many cars on the road. Jiaojiao was furious, so she deliberately drove to a secluded place and sped away, accumulating a lot of traffic tickets. "Mr. Jiu, the venue has been chosen, and I've also prepared a plan. I'll send it to you so you can take a look." When Chen Ning made the video call, she noticed that President Gu's expression was not good. Changing her tone, she immediately said, "President Jiu, were you speeding again? Why don't you come to the company? There's something here that needs your decision." Chen Ning is the vice president of U Group. Jiaojiao has never been involved in any affairs within the group. She's essentially the invisible boss, making Chen Ning the de facto head of the U Group. What could Chen Ning do? With such an unreliable boss, he had no choice but to accept his fate. The main thing was that the year-end bonus was very generous. "Okay, I'll be right there." With nowhere else to go and by Xiuxiu and the others not having time to pay attention to her, Jiaojiao turned the steering wheel and headed to U Group. In the entire city of Haining, U Group is the only large company that can be compared with the Jiang family. Both its decor and its capabilities are impressive. Jiaojiao rarely goes to the company, to the point that there isn't even a ladder to the stairs. Taking a deep breath, she asked Chen Ning to pick her up from the underground parking garage. "Chen Ning. This is truly a tribute to our ancestors. Drop everything else and focus on honoring our ancestors. Mr. Jiu, let's go upstairs first. Have you had lunch yet? I'll have someone prepare some." Chen Ning greeted him as he went upstairs. On the way, he searched through all the snacks in the secretary's office and gave them to the boss first. Everyone in the secretariat. "No, those are our snacks." Jiaojiao sat down in the CEO's office with a dark expression, tore open a bag of potato chips, and started crunching them into her mouth. It's absolutely true that good food can lift your spirits. I ate 3 bags of potato chips and 2 bags of jelly in one go before I finally felt a little better. During this time, Chen Ning was extremely busy and had no time to take care of her. However, he had been keeping a close eye on everything and noticed that she had stopped eating snacks, so he put down what he was doing and went over to pour her a glass of warm water. "President Jiu, What's the big deal that could make you so angry? You didn't have lunch, did you? I've already had someone prepare something according to your taste. It should be ready in about 10 minutes. Yeah, I didn't eat. Jiaojiao raised her hand and rubbed her face. You just said that the venue and the planning are all done. Let me see them. Regardless, Jiaojiao still wanted to do this well. Her birthday is coming up soon, and she has to be patient until then. She couldn't let old Master Jiang be so angry that he died. Here, I'll give you an iPad so you don't need to use your phone to look at it, Chen Ning said, handing over the project proposal as he did so. Jiaojiao looked around and saw that the venue was the Intercontinental Hotel, the most prestigious hotel in Haining City. The decorations at the birthday banquet were incredibly expensive. Air-freighted fruit, Remy Martin liquor, and so on, not to mention these. Everyone who attended the banquet was given a 1-carat diamond ring, sparkling brightly. The most important part is yet to come. Grandpa Jiang's favorite landscape paintings are by Master Zhiji. Chen Ning wrote in the final plan, the gift that Jiaojiao is going to present is a landscape painting by Master Zhiji himself. Jiaojiao. A suspicious gaze fell upon him. Where? Where did you find Master Zhiji? Money makes the world go round. Since we are going to spend money anyway, let's go big, Chen Ning said nonchalantly, and Jiaojiao fell silent. Then I looked at the funding data. I was even more speechless. As bold as the heavens, so bold as you are. Speaking of which, dear Ning, is there any possibility that this birthday banquet you spend hundreds of millions on might end up getting me beaten to death by the Jiang family? Wow, that's a lot of money. She's such a spendthrift wife. No way. How could such a small amount of money cause you to get beaten up? Mr. Jiu, do you have some misunderstanding about how much money is? Just one ink painting by Master Zhiji is worth a fortune, not to mention. This is the whole birthday banquet, such a grand event. How much is this amount of money worth? Jiaojiao. Damn it, I don't deserve it. I've been spending less money lately, so I'm not as extravagant. He threw the iPad on the table. I'm not watching anymore. I'll do it your way. Where's the food? Get me the food ready. She's worrying about this unnecessarily. With the money in place, what can't be accomplished? Her son, Haining, is absolutely capable of handling things on his own. Besides, she wasn't the one who paid the money anyway. They're here. Chen Ning looked out the door and saw the cafeteria manager personally bringing up the food, and even taking a quick glance at it. He was immediately shocked. Ah, so, it turns out that our CEO Chen and Miss Ji Yu are a couple? Very well, this is a beautiful misunderstanding. This birthday banquet is expected to cost around 1 billion yuan, Jiaojiao said with a sigh of relief. But it's all right. Master Zhiji's painting is estimated to be worth 300 million, which means she earned 300 million for free. Suddenly, I felt happy again. Men are nothing. It will only affect the speed at which she makes money. Look, she just mentioned divorce to Jiang Yanzhi, and this money has already flown in. Jiang Yanzhi took Shen Ruoshu to the hospital and then went to find Qin Shencheng, who disliked his way of doing things. With his hands in his pockets, he said calmly, I may be a doctor, but I'm also a human being. Aren't you afraid that if I let her operate, I might use my personal grudge to cripple her? You won't. Jiang Yanzhi's voice was deep. Because you are a doctor, you have your own sense of good and evil. No, there really isn't. Qin Shencheng refused. Jiaojiao and I are good friends. Her man has been seduced by another woman, and you want me to come and save this mistress? How is that any different from me betraying my friend? Jiang Yanzhi, don't make me look down on you. Take your sweetheart and disappear from my sight. He couldn't bring himself to say anything more vicious. Just then, he had a surgery that required his immediate attention, so Qin Shencheng turned and left. Firstly, he absolutely refused, and secondly, it was absolutely impossible for him to agree. Jiang Yanzhi's eyes flickered, and her thin lips were pressed into a line. So, Dr. Qin isn't going to help. Luo Fei ran over, carrying a paper bag. It contained clothes. When he brought Chen Ruoshu to the hospital, his clothes were dirty. Well, it's not a serious injury. Let's find another doctor. Jiang Yanzhi took the clothes and went to find a place to change. The dirty clothes were thrown directly into the trash can. Luo Fei. Rich people. A few years ago, when he was poor, he would rummage through trash cans to retrieve these items. You can always wear it after washing. Okay, then I'll go arrange another doctor. Luo Fei replied and went to find the hospital director. Jiang Yanzhi kept her head down, looking at her phone. Very well, that ancestor didn't reply to him with a single word. On WeChat, there was only a series of messages from him. Where are you? Answer. I can explain. Jiaojiao, get to the point. Stop being so petty. Jiaojiao. The last message, clearly tinged with anger, followed by, if you really kill her, are you going to pay with your life, or what are you planning to do? Chapter 43. Fourth Master's crazy night rendezvous with his lover in the rain. Replacement tomorrow. Chapter 43 of Seduction. My legs went weak from being kissed by my wild husband. Fourth Master's crazy meeting with his lover in the rain. It's being typed and will be available shortly. Please refresh the page to see the latest update. Zhuanhuange Novel Network provides full text updates. Remember the website, www.zhuanajay.org. Chapter 44. Husband and wife as one. Is this some kind of underworld practice? It's just a minor injury. You won't die. Jiang Yanzhi glanced at Shen Ruoxue and said to the doctor, help Miss Shen with the hospital admission procedures. After the doctor left, Jiang Yanzhi pulled up a chair and sat down. Shen Ruoxue had stopped crying by now. She wiped away her tears and said somewhat embarrassedly, Brother Yanzhi, I was so scared. I thought I was going to die. She was in real pain right now. Although Jiaojiao held back a kick, it still really hurt her. Thinking of all this, Shen Ruoxue was so angry that she secretly vowed that she would never let her off easily. This is just a minor injury, not life-threatening. You heard what the doctor just said, don't scare yourself. Holding her phone between her fingers, Jiang Yanzhi went to check Jiaojiao's WeChat messages. There has still been no response. He suddenly felt a tightness in his chest. She really left without looking back. What's wrong? They assaulted someone in his office and expect him to clean up the mess, and now they still have the nerve to throw a tantrum. Who spoiled them like that? A surge of anger welled up again. Jiang Yanzhi stood up, her face grim, holding her phone. Ruoxue, take good care of yourself. I have things to do at the company, so I'll head back now. Shen Ruoxue was taken aback. Did she have to go back now to coax Jiaojiao? A surge of jealousy welled up inside her, but it quickly vanished. She called out to him weakly, Brother Yanzhi, then, what should I do? Are we just going to leave her alone in the hospital like this? I've already asked Luo Fei to arrange for a caregiver to come over. You can tell the caregiver if you need anything, Jiang Yanzhi said, turning around. Her expression showed no impatience, and she continued to treat her with the same care as always. But I just feel that things are different now. It seems that something is slowly flowing away. However, Shen Ruoxue relaxed again in the blink of an eye. That woman has already shouted that she wants a divorce. Do you think Jiang Yanzhi can afford to lose face like this? If she adds just one more spark, she can completely break the two of them up. Brother Yang is hers, and no one can take him away from her. Because of a single sentence from his ancestor, Chen Ning truly began collecting information on the Jiang family's business empire and various partners. Then, the more they collected, the more they gathered. His face turned green after reading just a few pages. Turning his head to glance at the person sitting on the sofa, engrossed in playing a game on their phone, Chen Ning sighed, looking exhausted. President Ji Yu, is there any possibility that we can talk about business first and then play games later? Don't rush, let me finish this game. It will take 3 minutes. Have to. She's also a girl addicted to the internet. Jiaojiao's 3 minutes really were 3 minutes. 3 minutes had passed, and the game wasn't over yet, so she committed suicide. This move left Chen Ning dumbfounded. What's wrong? Didn't you have something to say? Jiaojiao casually opened a bottle of drink and slowly sipped it. When you're in a bad mood, having some dessert always cheers you up. That's right, acquiring Jiang's group might be a bit difficult. Mr. Ji Yu, how about we reconsider? Chen Ning said. Although Yu Group is powerful, it is still a rising star. Furthermore, the Jiang family is a century-old family business, and with Jiang Yanzhi in charge. Where did our CEO Ji Yu get the audacity to actually try to acquire the Jiang family? Thinking of this, Chen Ning patiently advised again. President Ji Yu, couples often make up after a fight. You see, it's better to let this matter drop after a bit of a fuss. If we really go through with the acquisition, it's most likely to result in a lose-lose situation, and in the end, who knows who will benefit the most? Jiaojiao sneered. So he made headlines with other women during our marriage and used my money to woo some minor celebrity, and you really think that's enough? TSK. Chen Ning really didn't want to get involved in these trivial family matters. After thinking about it for a moment, he said quite seriously, how about we get on the front page too? With whom? Jiaojiao's first thought was Qin Shencheng, her second thought was Wei Zhan, and the rest were the race car drivers from her club. But he quickly shook his head. There's no suitable candidate. Even if there were, we'd be too familiar with them, and I'd feel awkward making a move. How about we find one outside? Chen Ning was actively offering bad advice. He would do anything as long as it prevented him from going crazy over acquiring the Jiang family business. Would it be okay to use the outside? Jiaojiao hesitated before her eyes lit up when her gaze fell on Chen Ning. Chen Ning. My heart skipped a beat, and I felt a chill on my neck. He took a step back and said decisively, President Jiu, please don't look at me like that. Look at me, I'm old, bald, and I grind my teeth and fart in my sleep. You wouldn't be interested in me, would you? Why don't you consider someone else? Chen Ning broke out in a cold sweat. He was almost in tears. In order to avoid being arbitrarily conscripted by President Jiu to do something that would make headlines, this bright and promising young man was somehow portrayed as a greasy, balding middle-aged man. I feel like throwing up. All right, look at your pathetic self. I've thought of someone. Jiaojiao chuckled, grabbed her phone, and left Yu group. In the black market, Wei Lan encountered the woman he least wanted to see. Hey miss, this isn't a nice place. Why do you keep coming here? I just delivered the car to you this morning, and now you're here again. Did you have another fight with Shaosai? Jiang Yanzhi, also known as Fourth Master Jiang. Among these people, Jiang Yanzhi had a nickname, Jiang Shaoxi, the youngest, yet the most ruthless. No matter how young Shaosai is, no one dares to mess with him. I've got my eye on you. Jiaojiao stared intently at Wei Lan and cut to the chase. I want to divorce Jiang Yanzhi, but it seems my reasons aren't strong enough. I need your help. Puff. Wei Lan's legs gave way, and she almost slipped and fell. After quickly stopping, she said with a dark expression, My ancestor, miss, I just want to ask you one question. Do you think I have a long life ahead of me? Hearing the strings, one can understand the refined meaning. Jiaojiao is a rich young lady, but she's not brainless. She pursed her lips and said, Are you still afraid of him? Besides, we are just putting on an act. No. I think you're here to kill me. Wei Lan decisively shooed the person away, saying, You'd better leave now. Don't ever come back to this place again. They tried to pull and push her out, but Jiaojiao wouldn't budge, clinging to the doorframe, insisting, Can't I just not talk about this? Give me Shen Jingbing. Isn't that Shen Ruoshua's older brother? Give him to me. Give him to you. For what purpose? Jiaojiao said matter-of-factly, Jiang Xia and I are husband and wife. His true love is Shen Ruoshua. So I suddenly think that Shen Jingbing isn't bad either. Look, isn't this a good result? Ah, what are you doing? Wei Lan really didn't dare listen to her nonsense anymore. Damn it. Is this some kind of underworld practice for husband and wife to be one? He decisively threw the person out of the black market, then quickly closed the door and instructed his two subordinates, If this ancestor comes again, don't let her in, no matter what. The two looked at each other, puzzled. What if she tries to force her way in? Stop them if they try to force their way in. Of course, there's one condition, they can't hurt her. Wei Lan's head was throbbing with pain. The couple had a fight, so why did the fire spread to their side? This is fucking illogical. Wei Lan was extremely annoyed and turned to call Jiang Yanzhi, Control your wife. She's like a princess, can you please stop her from coming here all the time? Chapter 45 My future husband. I unilaterally agree. Jiang Yanzhi's gaze deepened. She went to see you. He walked to the office window and looked down, feeling a throbbing sensation between his eyebrows. Why did she go to see Wei Lan again? Wei Lan held back. I've looked. But what exactly she wanted to see him for? Wei Lan couldn't say. Jiang Yanzhi grunted an and hung up the phone. Wei Lan looked at the disconnected phone and laughed angrily. I must have owed you two something in my past life. Looking around his territory, he took a deep breath and ordered, Bring that lunatic over here. Mentally ill. Shen Jingbing. Anyone who dares to bring drugs into the black market is asking for death. President Jiang. Luo Fei pushed open the door and entered, his expression somewhat grim. Yu Group has spread rumors that they want to acquire our Jiang Group. President Jiang, is there some unpleasantness between you and Yu Group? Yu Group. Jiang Yanzhi raised her hand and pressed her temples, quickly reviewing the cooperation related to Yu Group in her mind. There is no conflict. Then why spread the word about acquiring our Jiang family? Luo Fei was even more shocked. Could it be baseless? Or have they gone crazy and lost their mind? Jiang Yanzhi. For some reason, Jiaojiao's face flashed through his mind, and he felt that this matter was inextricably linked to her. President Jiang, should we still proceed with the plan to open an entertainment company? We originally intended to collaborate with the U Group, but now it seems inappropriate. Luo Fei brought up the matter of cooperation again, and Jiang Yanzhi pondered for a moment. There are only eternal interests, not eternal conflicts. You continue to negotiate this matter. Luo Fei. It doesn't seem like things will be easy to negotiate. After Luo Fei left, Jiang Yanzhi let out a long sigh, took out her phone and continued to call Jiaojiao. As soon as she dialed the number, she heard the other party say, "Hello, the number you dialed is not in service area." Very good. I blocked him. Gritting her teeth, she took out WeChat to contact him again. A large red exclamation mark caught her eye, and Jiang Yanzhi gripped her phone tightly, the veins on her forehead throbbing wildly. Knock knock. There was a knock on the door. He took a deep breath, tossed his phone aside, and said, "Come in." The purchasing manager entered the room and said cautiously, "President Jiang, the newly purchased sofa and carpet have arrived." Jiang Yanzhi glanced around and said, "Let's change it." The manager quickly stepped aside from the doorway and whispered to the person behind him, "When you're changing it, be quick and don't touch anything broken." There was blood on the sofa and on the carpet. Although the manager didn't know why this happened at President Jiang's place, he avoided asking if he could. People who talk less tend to live longer. The sofa was replaced. The carpet was replaced. After everything settled down, Jiang Yanzhi looked up at the newly replaced sofa, her eyes filled with agitation. He took out his phone again and called Jiaojiao, but it still showed out of service area. He pursed his lips, his eyes deep and thoughtful. She beat someone up so badly they were spitting blood, and she still thinks she's right? Block him. Why doesn't she just fly to the heavens? But when they couldn't find the person, they got even angrier. It's like you've unleashed a punch with all your might, desperately needing an outlet, but people ignore you. The feeling of being completely ignored was like a thin, alluring vine sprouting from his heart, pricking him uncomfortably, yet he was helpless to do anything about it. That woman had a fiery temper and was disobedient, which always made him angry. President Jiang, U Group has responded. They're willing to cooperate, but President Chen says they want us to give them 10% of the shares first. Luo Fei entered, his face even more grim. Do you know how much that is? 10% of the shares? That's at least tens of billions. U Group really dares to ask for that much. Aren't you afraid of stuffing yourself to death? Snap. Jiang Yang slammed her pen on the table and said, "There's no need for cooperation anymore. The entertainment company should start drafting the articles of association. Once they're ready, they should ask the finance department for funding." So, what's the main selling point? Jiang Yanzhi thought for a moment and said, "Let's go with Shen Ruzhe. She just returned to the country and doesn't have much of a buzz right now. If we suddenly promote her, it will definitely generate a lot of buzz." Luo Fei. He's not getting any attention. This trending topic directly matches the recent hot search. A third-tier actress suddenly returns, and the fourth prince has a crazy rendezvous with his lover in the rain. It seems he really can't forget his old flame. Luo Fei responded and went out without saying a word. Jiang Yang was extremely busy and had no time to pay attention to trending topics, let alone know about this matter. The Secretariat knows about this, but President Jiang even set up an entertainment company specifically for Miss Shen, so it must be true love. Therefore, no one dared to step forward and tell Jiang Yanzhi about the trending topic. After all, the fourth master has always been unpredictable, and no one knows what he is thinking. Jiaojiao was kicked out of the black market by Wei Ilan. She patted the dirt off her butt and didn't care. Looking at the photos he had just secretly taken on his phone, he was quite satisfied and immediately called Fang Cheng. "Let's meet up." Fang Cheng is the young reporter who exposed a street fight last time. "Miss Ji, what is it?" In the coffee shop, Fang Cheng sat on a stool, but only dared to sit halfway down, and he was very careful the whole time he talked to Jiaojiao. "There's nothing we can do, we can't afford to offend him." He was genuinely scared after being beaten up last time. "I've been keeping a low profile lately." Jiaojiao tapped the table and pushed her phone towards him. "There are pictures to prove it. Go ahead and release another one." Fang Cheng was boldly looking at his phone when he heard this, and his hands almost trembled and his legs went weak, causing him to kneel down. "Miss, please spare me. I really wouldn't dare to fabricate stories about Second Master Wei and Miss Ji. He's going to die. What are you afraid of? I told you to expose it." Jiaojiao said impatiently, "After you expose it, I'll give you $1 million. Take it and play with it. You don't need to worry about anything else." Fang Cheng. How tempting. She stuck out her tongue and licked her lips. Then, "Miss Ji, could you send me the photos? And is there anything else you'd like to add?" Jiaojiao clicked send, forwarded the photo to him, and said, "The bigger the commotion, the better. It's tabloid news, so give it a shot. Otherwise, nobody wants to read it, right?" Fang Cheng. Thanks, I feel like I'm going to be played to death. But this time, with Miss Gu backing him up, he was going all out. Half an hour later, Luo Fei stared at the #1 trending topic that had suddenly surged to the top, and fell into an eerie silence. Holy crap. What on earth is going on here? The trending topic of fourth master meeting his lover on a rainy night had just subsided when the trending topic of Miss Gu flirting with a gigolo surged up. Of course, both of them have pictures to prove it, and it's definitely not photoshopped. I'm going to die. Is this how you compete against each other? How childish. Before he could even cough up blood, Luo Fei realized that he would eventually be ruined by trending topics. Feeling utterly hopeless, he went to find Jiang Yanzhi, but couldn't find him. His CEO Jiang had just gone out, and he hadn't even told him yet. Luo Fei. Jiaojiao posted the trending topic and then ignored it, completely unaware of the bombshell she had set. At this moment, everyone was looking for her. She put her phone on silent and invited Bai Xiuxiu out for food, drinks, and fun. Bai Xiuxiu stared at the phone, which kept ringing and then stopping, her eyes nearly popping out of her head in shock. My goodness, I treated you like a sister, and you used my future husband to shield you from disaster. Puff. Jiaojiao spat out a mouthful of milk tea, her face darkening. Stop it. There's no connection between you and Master Wei. How could he be your future husband? Bai Xiuxiu declared confidently. I unilaterally agreed. Chapter 46. My trending topics outshine yours. Absolutely shameless. At the next table, someone sneered. Supposedly a young lady from a prestigious family, she's shameless. It's one thing for her to fawn over fourth master all the time, but that's disgusting enough. And now she's even clinging to second Master Wei. She's completely disgraced the Jiu family. Huh? Is it her scandalous news? Jiaojiao immediately glanced at Bai Xiuxiu, and the two of them perked up their ears to listen. Kai Mianmian said unhappily, Second Master Wei is a dragon among men. How could he possibly be interested in that woman who plays the field? With Jiaojiao's slutty appearance, who knows how many men she slept with? The Wei family has always maintained strict discipline. How dare she even dream of getting close to second Master Wei? Jiaojiao listened to the reasonable words and nodded vigorously. Yes, yes, Master Wei, who runs the black market, has a great family tradition. Xia Bing and Kai Mianmian are best friends. The Xia family has always had business dealings with the Kai family, and is in a weaker position. At this moment, he tried his best to flatter Kai Mianmian, saying, That's right, Jiaojiao has such a bad reputation. Second Master Wei definitely wouldn't be interested in her. The woman second Master Wei likes should be someone like you, Mian. You are very devoted to your man, and you're also considerate and gentle. Jiaojiao blinked. I'm also very considerate and gentle. Look, I was afraid he wouldn't get many trending topics, so I deliberately put one on the trending list for him, and even provided solid evidence with photos. Bai Xiuxiu tugged at Jiaojiao and warned her with her eyes. Look at the mess you've made. Jiaojiao. He. That's for sure. Second Master Wei is gentle and handsome. Every time he looks at me, it's like he's melting my heart. Kai Mianmian's face flushed with shyness, and her heart was pounding with desire. She wished she could hold the man right now and have him love her dearly. Honestly, every time she saw Master Wei's incredibly handsome long legs, she fantasized about being pampered by men in every way. Just thinking about that scene makes her feel hot all over and her legs go weak. Holy crap. Jiaojiao blurted out in shock, then turned to look at Bai Xiuxiu, who was equally shocked, and said, Is this trying to steal your man? Bai Xiuxiu's face darkened. The man I've set my sights on, I haven't even had a chance to make a move yet. This won't do. Their voices grew louder and louder, and Kai Mianmian and Xia Bing finally noticed them, immediately exclaiming in fright, You, what are you doing here? Kai Mianmian's face turned bright red. Jiaojiao. You were eavesdropping on our conversation. Even after being discovered, Jiaojiao wasn't flustered. She chuckled and said, Was I eavesdropping? I was listening openly and honestly. What, you two are allowed to talk bad about me behind my back, but I'm not allowed to listen? No, that's not it, Jiaojiao, you might have misunderstood. Kai Mianmian immediately said, even putting on a wronged expression on her face, trying to explain. After all, the Kai family really couldn't afford to offend the Jiu family. Talking behind someone's back is fine, but when it comes to confronting them directly, Kai Mianmian really wouldn't dare. Come on, since it's a misunderstanding, I'll allow you to make excuses. You speak, and I'll listen. Jiaojiao pulled Bai Xiuxiu over to sit down, and the four women were instantly facing each other. Kai Mian Mian. I was stunned. No, why would this kind of operation still occur? For a moment, she didn't know how to respond. She subconsciously looked at Xia Bing, who cursed inwardly, but had no choice but to bite the bullet and say, "This is really a misunderstanding. We just saw it on the trending topic. Someone on the trending topic said it, and we just relayed it." Yes, that's right. Kai Mian Mian quickly took out her phone, opened the trending topics, and handed it over to look. Jiaojiao and Bai Xiuxiu leaned closer. The young lady is hunting for men again, and the gentlemanly second master has been targeted. Oh, Fang Cheng's speed isn't bad either. Although this title isn't exactly attention-grabbing, it's enough. It's also possible that Fang Cheng didn't dare to be too explicit. Next, let's look at the photos and the evidence. The text then describes, Miss Ji Yu admires second master Wei, and it is possible that a marriage between the two families is imminent. It was mediocre and nothing special. Fang Cheng had an extremely strong will to survive. But even so, it still caused a major uproar. Jiaojiao scrolled down the comment section with her finger, which was now in an uproar. Is Jiaojiao trying to eat shit? Is she crazy for men? Poor Master Wei, he's desperately wanting to have sex with her. Crowdfunding to save second master. I'll contribute 3 cents. Let me touch him. Why is it that you get to touch a handful for just 3 cents, while I only get half a handful for $1? Holy crap. You guys upstairs are getting off topic. Isn't the main point here that we have to pin this piece of shit, Jiu Langlang, on second master? It's smelly and disgusting. It's been played with to death. Okay, out of 10 comments, 9.5 are cursing her, and the remaining half is drooling over Wei Lan. Jiaojiao's face turned green, and she said to Bai Xiuxiu, "Am I really that bad in reputation?" Bai Xiuxiu was overjoyed. Guess. What nonsense. I'm not watching anymore. Although she was a little angry, and although she had asked to be trending on social media, she wasn't sick. Being criticized like this would make her angry too, okay? See, that's how it is. Kai Mian Mian said, secretly taking her phone back. Jiaojiao chuckled, get lost. The two breathed a sigh of relief, quickly grabbed their phones and left, not forgetting to pay the bill. Bai Xiuxiu was slumped on the table, and before she could even speak, her phone started buzzing again, which annoyed her to no end. Hey, Sister Jiao, what are you planning to do next? My phone's about to explode with calls. Jiaojiao finished the last sip of her milk tea. Go find Wei Lan. Her phone is on silent, there's no way she'd answer the phone. She's not stupid. The two sped back to the black market. Wei Lan was about to leave when she saw Jiaojiao return and nearly exploded with anger. Jiaojiao, when did you take these photos? In the photo, he and Jiaojiao are standing very close to each other. At first glance, the angle makes it look like they're about to kiss. The woman slightly raised her lips, and the man lowered his head. No matter how you looked at it, he seemed to be doting on her. Oh, just a random screenshot from the surveillance camera. How about it? The angle of my hat is perfect, right? Anyone can tell at a glance that we are a couple deeply in love. Jiaojiao said smugly, while Wei Lan gritted her teeth, wanting to strangle her. Bai Xiuxiu chuckled. Sister Jiao, that's enough. Stop it. Oh dear, we should probably tone it down. Jiaojiao immediately became composed, while Wei Lan sighed and rubbed his forehead. He felt that he was going to be tormented by this young lady sooner or later. Should we make another call and explain to Jiang Yanzhi? Jiaojiao, hands in her pockets, strolled into the black market. All right, what are you dawdling about, you grown man? It's just a trending topic. I'm a woman and I'm not afraid, so what are you afraid of? Wei Lan, ancestor. That's not how it works. You may not be afraid of death, but I am. Jiaojiao ignored her and directly called out to Shen Jingbing. Where is Shen Ruoshua's brother? I want to take him away. What do you want? Wei Lan asked warily. Jiaojiao stopped and tilted her head to look at him, quite surprised. Didn't I tell you before? We are husband and wife, one entity. Wei Lan. Here she comes, she's finally here. She came with the steps of the underworld. Husband and wife as one. Are they really planning to play it this way? Numbness, let it all end. Wei Lan clenched her fist, her face expressionless. Could you, please don't get me into this. Chapter 47. Fourth Master is looking for a girl. Haining City has been trending on social media 3 times in one day. Everything is related to Jiaojiao. Every single one of these matters is related to Jiang Yanzhi. The Wei family was also successfully dragged into this mess. The three of them were all glued to that trending topic. They were practically breathing fire. At the hospital, Shen Ruoxue looked at her phone, a satisfied expression on her face. Well done. While others are watching, I'm mainly focusing on the top 2 trending topics. She was focused on the third one, because the third point was leaked by someone she hired, and the photos she took as solid evidence. The sign read, "Third-rate starlet suspected of being pregnant, possibly to marry into the Jiang family's wealthy clan." The photo shows Jiang Yanzhi carrying Shen Ruoxue into the hospital. The photo was taken well, capturing the bloodstains on her legs very clearly, and even zooming in to circle them. So, Xiaoxue, does that mean you can really marry into the Jiang family? Her agent stood beside her, asking questions with a mixture of envy and jealousy in her eyes. She herself didn't have such good luck. She's just a small-time agent. She can only make a living through her own abilities. Yanzhi is mine, and I won't allow anyone to take it from me. Shen Ruoxue said softly, then looked at her phone for a while before saying to Yi Jia, "Go for it a little harder, you know what to do." "I know, I'll go hire some online trolls right away and keep this trending topic going for a few more days," Yi Jia said, already taking out her phone to find someone. "Jiu Jia, get them removed from the trending topics immediately. Is this just asking for trouble?" Jiu Changqing stared at the trending topic, feeling utterly powerless. He really raised a wonderful daughter. He's trending on social media every few days. He's actually a little numb to it. But we still need to save face. Gu's mother was so angry that her blood pressure soared. With a snow-white towel pressed against her forehead, she called Jiu Changqing. "Tell me, what are we going to do with this child? How can she, even after getting married, still be so restless? What if her in-laws see this and want to return her?" Jiu Changqing. This is truly a loving mother, but what she said makes perfect sense. Meng Meng, even though your name is Meng Meng, you shouldn't have such unrealistic dreams. Returning it is out of the question. We won't allow it. A married daughter is like water spilled from a cup. He doesn't know if other families will take her back, but for his family, it's absolutely impossible. It was finally over. They've been kicked out, so there's no need to recycle them. Jiu Ma's surname is Wei, and her given name is Wei Meng Meng. Despite its gentle and fantastical name, it actually has a fiery temper. She immediately exploded. Jiu Changqing, how can you talk about your own daughter like that? What do you mean by no return? Jiu Changqing. Her voice weakened slightly. You were the one who brought up returning the goods first. I said yes, but you said no. My daughter is my precious daughter. What gives you the right to talk to her like that? Jiu Changqing moved his phone further away. His ears were practically deaf. Seriously, if a woman is unreasonable, there will never be a peaceful day at home. He immediately changed the subject. I'll have someone remove the trending topic. Remove it immediately. Jiang family. Grandpa Jiang hadn't checked his phone yet and didn't know about the trending topic, but Su Wanrong had. Su Wanrong said directly to Jiang Wanhe, "I've made your son leave with nothing. I can't keep this son anymore. Look at all the stupid things he's done. What is he trying to do? Meeting his lover in the rain and causing a death. Is he trying to kill me?" Su Wanrong said coldly that she was utterly disappointed in her son. They're already married, so why are they still entangled with Shen Ruoxue? Want to marry into the Jiang family? Dream on. Unless she's dead. That's impossible. Wanrong, is it possible that you adopted this son? Jiang Wanhe coaxed her speechlessly. He's still your own flesh and blood. Besides, isn't Jiaojiao also? Shut up. Jiaojiao did nothing wrong. She must have been angered by your son and did this on purpose. Jiaojiao has always been a well-behaved child. I couldn't possibly be wrong about her. Su Wanrong said emphatically, and Jiang Wanhe fell silent. Clever. Could it be that I'm mistaken? Okay, you decide. Wei Jia. Wei Lan was summoned back, utterly devastated. Dad, I really didn't. This is all a misunderstanding. He couldn't say it outright about Jiang Yanzhi's secret marriage to Jiu Jiaojiao, so he could only explain it this way. Old Master Wei, what misunderstanding? Judging from this photo, you two have already kissed, haven't you? You still dare to argue with me? Let me tell you, you two are not suitable for each other, so give up on this idea as soon as possible. Although my Wei family is not as good as the Jiu family, this woman has questionable conduct, and she is not good enough for you. Grandpa Wei was very stubborn and traditional in his thinking. His daughter-in-law must be upright, have impeccable character, and come from a prestigious family in order to be worthy of entering the Wei family. Dad, I already told you, you can't believe these trending topics. Wei Lan explained, sounding extremely tired. But old Master Wei wouldn't listen, and sneered. An explanation is just a cover-up. Jiaojiao will never be allowed into my Wei family. Neither will that man surnamed Ren. What qualifications does a country bumpkin selling wine have? She's probably already been played by men, and my Wei family would never accept a piece of trash like her. Dad. When Ren Qing was mentioned, Wei Lan's face finally darkened. Can you please not speak so rudely? What? Did I hit a nerve? I'll say it right here. Whether it's Ren Qing or Jiaojiao, if they ever step into the Wei family, I'll kill myself on the spot. Old Master Wei threw down these words and left. Wei Lan's face turned pale, and in an instant, all the strength in her body seemed to have been drained away. Ren Qing is the girl he likes. But the old man never liked it. Wei Lan. He took a deep breath and strode away from the Wei family home. This home will only suffocate him. We spontaneously organized a get-together at a bar one night. Wei Lan, Jiang Yanzhi, and Bai Xiao were drinking together. Bai Xiao was dressed casually, but his eyes and brows revealed a hidden sharpness. Although his aura was slightly restrained, it was still clear that he was not someone to be trifled with. Wei Lan was preoccupied, had a slight headache, and didn't want to talk much. Jiang Yanzhi had been blocked by a woman, and he kept glancing at his phone every now and then, but there were no messages. Have a drink. I finally have a vacation, and you two are welcoming me like this. Bai Xiao poured a full glass of wine and raised his glass to the two of them. The drinks at the bar are quite expensive, but none of them cared about the money. The three of them each had a glass and finished a bottle. Bai Xiao stretched out his long, straight legs and turned to look at Wei Lan. Is it just the three of us drinking? Wei Lan pursed her lips and went out to call back a few girls who were there to keep her company. The atmosphere instantly warmed up as the 6 girls entered. Wei Lan was thinking about the mess she'd made during the day and wanted to vent, so she got drunk and staggered around, hugging and embracing women on both sides, seemingly ready to completely fall into depravity. A young girl was sitting next to Bai Xiao. She looked quite young. Bai Xiao looked at her and became interested. How old are you? He does a special job and rarely has free time, but whenever he does, he always comes out to relax. When it comes to women, his bottom line is not to force them. But if needed, he wouldn't mind having sex with her. The girl seemed a little afraid of him and whispered, 20. Bai Xiao was a little surprised, not going to school anymore. Normally, a 20-year-old girl should still be in college at this age. My family is poor and has no money, so I came out to work to earn money for my schooling. Oh, I see. Bai Xiao spoke slowly and deliberately, staring at the girl's face under the bar lights. Her skin was delicate, and she looked pure and innocent. He tapped his fingertips. Have a drink with your brother, and I'll cover your tuition from now on. Jiang Yanzhi raised her eyelid slightly, but ignored her. A scantily clad woman approached, her perfume intoxicating. Fourth master, how about letting Yang Yang keep you company? This one is called Yang Yang. Heavily made up, she exuded an air of worldliness. Jiang Yanzhi originally wanted to push it away, but then he suddenly thought of that woman Jiaojiao. He scoffed and threw the phone aside. Since you're going to keep me company, drink. Have a drink, and fourth master will give you 10,000. Didn't you say you were ignoring him? He has people who care about him. Chapter 48. Want to hook up? Brother, I guarantee you'll be satisfied. I was busy today and didn't have time to write. Chapter 48 of Seduction. My legs went weak from my wild husband's kisses. Shall we hook up? Brother, I guarantee you'll be satisfied. It's being typed and will take a moment. Once updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. Zhuanhuange Novel Network provides full text updates. Remember the website, www.zhuanage.org. Chapter 49. Jiang Yanzhi. My tolerance has its limits. She quickly moved even closer to Jiang Yanzhi and very politely poured him a drink, saying, Fourth master, please have some. It is my great honor to meet you today. This was different from what was typical of women of the night, which made Jiang Yanzhi take another look. But it was only one glance. My gaze swept over her heavily made-up face and then stopped looking at her. He didn't reach for the glass, but instead picked up his phone and casually browsed through it. Still blocked. There's already a whole string of red exclamation marks. A surge of frustration welled up from the bottom of her heart. Jiang Yanzhi's gaze was gloomy, and his aura was extremely oppressive. Seeing this, Yang Yang wisely dared not go forward again. She carefully moved a little further away from the man and waited quietly. Previously, he had kept the joy of meeting Jiang Yanzhi to himself, and dared not reveal it at least for now. The higher a man's position, the more difficult he is to control. Sister Jiao, It's no fun drinking with just the two of us. Why don't you invite a few more people? In another private room, Bai Xiuxiu swirled her wine glass and said excitedly, they're all rich folks, and they're happier than anyone else when it comes to having fun. Fine, go ahead and find someone. Jiaojiao said, then looked down her phone and saw that today's trending topics were gone so quickly. I don't know who withdrew. TSK. That's really fast. But it didn't matter. They left quickly, and she sent messages even faster. She called Fang Cheng directly. Keep sending them. Good or bad? Fang Cheng took a sip of instant noodles, immediately changed his IP address, and then posted a second piece of solid evidence. Shocking secret. Confirmed evidence of Miss Jiu cheating. Puff. Jiaojiao, who was browsing the trending topics, sprayed a mouthful of wine onto her phone and felt an urge to beat Fang Cheng to death. Did she cheat on me? When did she cheat on me? But the photos that are solid evidence are so eye-catching. I don't know what Fang Cheng did, but anyway, she had a hotel room with Wei Lan, the second Master Wei. The two people in the room were still in the woman on top position. It looked so real. However, apart from their faces not being blurred, their entire bodies were censored. Upon seeing this, Jiaojiao coughed up another mouthful of blood. Okay, this Fang Cheng knows how to attract attention and create hype. Some things are better left unsaid. In fact, it's precisely this kind of half-concealed nature that gives people the urge to uncover the truth. I'm impressed. With a flick of her finger, she refreshed the page and scrolled down. In a short time, the comment section had already amassed over 1,000 posts. And, to her utter dismay, the news immediately went viral, topping the trending searches. Holy crap. You. When did you sleep with my second master? Bai Xiuxiu also saw this trending topic, and immediately raised her arm and asked in a throat-locking manner. Jiaojiao coughed violently and slapped her away forcefully. Stop. Look carefully before you speak, okay? This is just a Photoshop job. Bai Xiuxiu looked at her suspiciously. Are you sure? Sure. That's more like it. Bai Xiuxiu was overjoyed. However, if you really have your eye on second master, it's not impossible for me. After all, best friends are true love, and men will only affect our relationship. Well said, don't say that again. I'm going to the restroom. You can continue finding people to come and play. Jiaojiao got up and left. The bar was crowded with all sorts of people, but very few didn't recognize this nightclub queen. Miss Gu's name is known to almost everyone in Haining City, right? Jiaojiao kept her eyes straight ahead as she passed a private room in the corridor and noticed that the door was not closed properly. She glanced to the side and then paused. Very well, what exactly is that thing growing on the man's thigh? Chapter 50. A filthy man. Throw him away. Fourth master. Suddenly a shout came from behind, and Bai Xiuxiu stared blankly at it. For a moment, she didn't know whether to run or stay. She just happened to stumble upon this scene. Will fourth master, in a fit of rage, kill her to silence her? A thought flashed through her mind, but Bai Xiuxiu still resolutely stayed, blocking Jiaojiao's way, and said nervously, Fourth master, the thing is actually like this. Jiaojiao, she just drank some alcohol. She might not be thinking clearly. She didn't hit you on purpose. She just accidentally. I know. Jiang Yanzhi traced a circle with the tip of her tongue against the inside of her cheek. She could feel the strength of her hand. It was indeed quite strong. It wasn't an intentional hit, but a deliberate one. His gaze fell heavily, as if the darkness of night had descended instantly, as if it would return in the next second. Jiaojiao didn't care. She reached out and pulled away Jiaojiao, who was protecting her, and looked up at him. Who are you trying to scare by putting on this murderous act? I'm the one who hit you, and I'm the one who cheated on you. You don't need to bully Xiuxiu like this. She doesn't know anything. Bai Xiuxiu got anxious and kept tugging at her sleeve. My goodness. Can you please shut up? Can't you see fourth master is about to kill someone? But Jiaojiao will definitely not hold back. The man's face, where he had been slapped, already showed faint 5-finger marks. She had never hit him this hard during their usual arguments. This was the first time. She also hoped that this would be the last time. Jiang Yanzhi, let's end things here between us. Jiaojiao was exhausted. Looking at the man in front of her, she had been wasting her life on him since she was a teenager. But in the end, besides the title of a secretly married Mrs. Jiang, what else did she get? She married him and became his Mrs. Jiang. His first time with her was actually achieved through her deliberate scheming and provocation. Even after becoming his wife, he still insisted on being affectionate with his first love, and she couldn't even get angry. On what grounds? Just because I like you, Are you going to ignore me and bully me like this? I'm really sorry, but I can't take it anymore. Jiaojiao. Bai Xiuxiu exclaimed in surprise, quickly glancing at the man with a grim expression, then hurriedly pulled Jiaojiao aside, saying, Don't be impulsive. Divorce is no joke. You and fourth master have worked so hard to get to where you are today. Jiaojiao interrupted. No. The person who has come this far is not fourth master, but only me. She is a person who dares to love and hate. She has always been very discerning when it comes to love. A dirty man is like a rag covered in dust, or a piece of money that has fallen into sewage. Picking it up will only disgust you. Losing it brings peace of mind. What use is he? Thinking about her unrequited love over the past 10 years. Jiaojiao only felt ridiculous. In his eyes, she had only one label, cheap. Ignoring the man's expression, Jiaojiao finished speaking and pulled Bai Xiuxiu away. Bai Xiuxiu opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but ultimately didn't. Xiu, have your friends arrived yet? They are here, 4 people in total. Bai Xiuxiu said, then looked at Jiaojiao with concern. All right, don't be angry. How about we continue playing? Okay. Let's keep playing. Jiaojiao breathed a sigh of relief, then immediately perked up and smiled brightly. It's just a man, right? So what if I lose him? There's no big deal. Even if I lose this useless piece of wood, there's still a whole forest waiting for me. Sure, when I'm free in a few days, we'll go out and see the mountains, the sea, and the world. We are going to have a really big time. Good. With a heavy heart, Bai Xiuxiu hugged her heartbroken best friend, thinking to herself that she had to get her hands on Master Wei.